Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
Binatikos ako ng binatikos. The 52nd session of the Senate and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Joel Villanueva will lead the chamber into prayer today.
Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we thank and praise you for this wonderful time and opportunity that we can serve our purpose as your servants of our beloved country. Today, we ask for your treasury of wisdom from heaven to be upon us, and let your favor be upon us as we tackle and deliberate important measures that will pave the way for the transformation of our beloved country. We pray that you bless everyone here, every senator, every family represented in this august chamber, and into your hands we commend everything as we carefully give back to you all the glory, all the honor and praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
From the goodness of... With 21 senators, the chair declares the presence of the quorum. Oh, rather, 22. Senator Escudero is there, 22.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we proceed, may I be allowed to just acknowledge some of our guests present here today, guests from the gallery, for our friends from the Executive Department. We have with us, Mr. President, the Executive Secretary himself, Executive Secretary Lucas Bersamin, Special Assistant to the President, Anton Lagdameo, DOF Secretary, Department of Finance Secretary, Benjamin Jokno, DBM Secretary, Amena Pangandaman, NEDA Secretary, Arsenio Balisacan, DTI Secretary, Alfredo Pascual, DOLE Secretary, Bienvenido Laguesma, PLLO Secretary, Mark Mendoza.
Yes, we'd like to welcome all the members of the cabinet to your Senate. Welcome to your Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have with us, Mr. President, we are delighted to be visited by our good friend, ang pambansang tinyente na mula sa Barangay Ginebra. Nandito po si L.A. Tenorio, Mr. President. Kasama ho natin, guest of this representation, and Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Welcome to your Senate, L.A. Tenorio.
We also have with us, Mr. President, Miss Logan Elena Edra, athlete, world champion, break dancer, guest of Senator Francis Tolentino. Also with us, Miss Becky Garcia, President, Philippine Dance Sport Federation, Dr. George Sarakinis, board member of Philippine Dance Sports Federation, Mr. Montecristo Mendigoria, and Mr. Lee Razalan Jr. Also with us, Mr. President, is Mayor John Aying of Sara Iloilo and his wife, Miss Leia Aying, guest of Senator Bongo. Also guest of, it's the same, Mr. President. Also guest of this representation, Mr. President, Pastor Egay Robles of JIL Singapore is here, and our good friend Joel Angeles.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I believe all my mayors from Bukidnon are here, and all my vice mayors of Bukidnon are here, but they're in another room. They're in a waiting area, awaiting for me to visit them.
Good luck to you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are lots of mayors actually and vice mayors in the premise, Mr.
building.
President.
Yes.
Yes.
We're
Mr.
reminding our re-electionists not to forget to greet them.
We will forward all the requests, Mr. President, to our re-electionists. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 51st Session, Monday, February 20, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Chair hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate number 1899, declaring the province of Benguet as the strawberry capital of the Philippines. Senator Marcos.
Committees on Agriculture, Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
1900, converting the Wangal Elementary School and Barangay Wangal, Municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, into an integrated school to be known as Wangal Integrated School and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
Committee on Rules.
1901, converting Tawang Elementary School in Barangay Tawang, Municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, into an integrated school to be known as Tawang Integrated School, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
To Committee on Rules.
1902, establishing a TESDA Training Assessment Center in Quezon City to be known as the Quezon City TESDA Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
To Committees on Higher Technical Education and Finance.
1903, declaring November 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Benguet in commemoration of its founding anniversary to be known as Benguet Day. Senator Marcos.
Committee on Local Government.
1904, abolishing the Optical Media Board created by virtue of RA 9239 and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
To Committee on Public Information Mass Media.
Communication. Letter from the Executive Secretary of the Office of the President of the Philippines dated 13 February 2023 informing the Senate that the condonation of interest charges in the amount of 13,877,144.86 pesos incurred by the Bantayan Electric Cooperative for its overdue power accounts to the National Power Corporation for the period 2002 to 2015 is recommended for favorable action by Congress pursuant to Section 36(1) of PD 1445, Series of 1978, and Section 20, Paragraph 1, Chapter 4, Subtitle B, Title 1, Book 5 of EO 292, Series of 1987.
To the Committees on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, Energy and Finance. Majority Leader. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Yes, Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension. Mr. President, before we proceed with the main agenda for today, Mr. President, let me just acknowledge some guests from the gallery, the Standing Committee on Tibet and Lifelong Learning. From EDCOM 2, we have with us Mr. Fred Ayala, Irene Isaac, Father June Inocencio, Mr. Ed De La Torre, Dr. John Franco, Mr. Charles Kenneth Go, Dr. Christopher Monterola, Mr. Lito Tayag, Mr. Norman Macapagal, Dr. Carol Lee, and Attorney Joseph Noel Estrada.
Welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 485 under Committee Report number 29. This is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 485 under Committee Report number 29 is now in order.
President, the parliamentary status is that, of the measures that we are in the period of interpellations and debate. I now move to resume the period of interpellation with the consent of the body. May I move that we recognize the sponsors, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri and Senate Pro Tempore Senator Loren Legarda to answer the queries, Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, period of interpellation is in order. Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri and Senate President Pro Tempore Senator Loren Legarda are now recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body and upon the consultation with the minority floor leader, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate to allow the head and officers of the government agencies to respond directly to the queries pertaining to the offices in relation to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to suspend the rules of the Senate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Sorsogon, Senator Chis Escudero, to ask some questions and to answer our chief negotiator, Mr. President, ASEC Hefty, Mr. President.
Senator Escudero is recognized. And also ASEC
You can.
Hefte.
Yes.
Hefty.
Mr. President, the rules have been suspended to allow
Yes.
the Chief Negotiator, ASEC Alan Jepti, to answer the queries of Senator Escudero. Thank you. You may sit there.
Ito talaga. Hefte, alam ko Hefte yan eh.
Why? Isn't it Jepti?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority Floor Leader. ASEC FT, just some preliminary questions. When was this treaty negotiated and signed?
The negotiation was launched in November 2012, and then thereafter negotiations followed, and it was concluded on November 15, 2020, and it was also signed by the ministers of the RCEP parties.
At that time, who signed in behalf of the Philippine government?
Secretary Ramon M. Lopez.
He's no longer part of government, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which departments were part of the negotiating team insofar as RCEP is concerned?
It's an interagency, Your Honor. The lead agency is the Department of Trade and Industry,
DTI?
and we work together with Department of Agriculture, of course, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the National Economic Development Authority. We have the Tariff Commission. We also work with Department of Finance, Department of Energy. I already mentioned Department of Agriculture. We also work with BSP, Securities and Exchange Commission, National Telecommunication Commission. We also work with Department of Energy. Department of Energy.
You mentioned that.
Yes. Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, the Tariff Commission, of course, the Bureau of Customs, the Government Procurement Policy Board, the Department of Justice. Your Honor.
Okay. Was DOLA included?
The DOLE, yes, Your Honor.
You didn't mention it yet.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I missed that one. And also the Professional Regulations Commission.
No, I cite that because, quite frankly, that's one of the most interesting parts of this treaty, if at all, because we know for a fact that the Philippines exports labor. And it's not only in trade of goods that we should be concerned about, but also with respect to accessibility of our labor to enter these foreign markets. But I will proceed to that point later on. Is it safe to assume that except probably for RC, Secretary RC Balisacan, none of the secretaries seated behind you took part in the negotiations of this bill, of this treaty?
Well, the Secretary Jokno, at that time, he was with Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. And Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas is also part of the interagency who negotiated on the RCEP agreement.
As BSP,
As BSP.
not as DOF.
Yes, yes.
Anyone else? RC was there, I guess.
Yes, of course. Because Philippine Competition Commission was also part of the negotiation.
So insofar as DTI, Secretary Pascual, insofar as President Marcos, my Tito Ding Panganiban, they were all not there. And you were the chief negotiator of the government.
Yes, Your Honor. Starting December 2018 until today, of course.
Now, sir, you mentioned a while ago that we have exclusions in the bill. Ang code sa annex nyo is U. Is that correct?
Yes, excluded products.
And U stands for?
U unbound, meaning it's not part of the reduction or elimination of the tariff
So
commitment.
kung ano siya, pre-RCEP, ganun pa rin siya, post-RCEP.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what are these products that are considered unbound?
To
To begin with, how many?
33 tariff lines for agricultural products. And then if you will have to include industrial products, that's 269 tariff lines.
Including 933? Or is it 269 plus 33?
The excluded products for the agricultural products is 154 tariff lines, Your Honor.
So is it 154 plus 269? Total exclusions? Na may category or classification na U?
Yes, Your Honor.
Total mo naman, oh. Mahina ako sa math, eh. 269 plus...
No, the total is 250. The total excluded is 269. So the
Of the
agriculture,
269, agriculture is 154.
agricultural products is 154.
And this was
I'll
already...
just check my notes, Your Honor.
And this was already accepted by other parties, states, party to this treaty.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I ask, out of curiosity, was there a cap when you were negotiating as to the number of tariff lines that we can exclude? Or lahat ng hiniling natin, binigay nila, lahat ng gusto natin, nakuha natin? O may cap ba kayong pinagkasunduan na hanggang dito lang tayo, ha? Bawat bansa, hanggang dito lang. What was the agreement?
At the start of the negotiation, Your Honor, the target is to have a higher tariff liberalization.
Of course.
So as much as possible, if you can target 98% of your tariff lines to be liberalized, then that's the target. And then you're entitled also to exclude your very sensitive products.
May cap ba yung i-exclude na product for each country?
So basically, based on what I have mentioned, so that's around 2% of your total tariff lines.
How many tariff lines do we have?
Right now, Your Honor, is that around 10,000 plus tariff lines, Your Honor. We have the Tariff Commission, Your Honor. I can...
How many, sir? So your agreement insofar as cap is concerned is based on a percentage?
Based on the percentage of tariffs to be liberalized, but that is not something that is, I would say that the parties are bound to work, but that's an aspiration at the time. And then in the course of the negotiation, it was done in a manner that, of course, the RCEP participating countries will just have to gauge the level of their contentment as far as the offers of the other RCEP participating countries. And if you're okay, then you can close the negotiation.
Did you ask for additional exclusions that you did not get? Outside of the 269 that you got?
Well, the exclusion is that these are the very sensitive products. So that is something that we have to protect.
So
And
the
of
question
course, we are
is,
not bound to offer.
Did you ask for more? And
No,
you
they
only
have to
got
ask.
269.
We protected the 269 tariff lines, Your Honor. So it's them who will ask us.
Kaya nga, ikaw, itong 269, yan lang talaga yung gusto natin.
Yes po.
Lahat ng gusto natin, nakuha natin.
Yes po.
Would that be correct? Is that
For the exclusion, for this negotiation,
for the negotiation?
for this RCEP agreement po.
You're talking for all, not only agriculture.
Yes po.
Now, let's proceed to the 33 you mentioned. Ano yung 33 na excluded? But lumayo yung 154? You said 154 for agri. Now, earlier you said 33. I
The
think
third,
the list given by the Senate President was also only 33.
the 154, these are the excluded tariff lines.
The lines, which
That-
corresponds to 33 products.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
So what?
The 30, just to clarify, the 33 tariff lines, basically, these are the set of tariff lines that were offered wherein concessions have been improved. So, ibig sabihin po, based on the existing ASEAN Plus 1 FTAs, dito mo siya in-improve sa RCEP. Yung 154, ito yung mga tariff lines na in-exclude po natin. So, ibig sabihin, hindi po natin ikinumit ito dito sa RCEP agreement.
Ibig sabihin, pag excluded, kung ano siya bago mag-RCEP, yung pa rin siya pagkatapos ng RCEP. Simply put.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, what's the 33 and what's the 154 lines? You're talking 33 agriculture products, right?
Yes po.
Can you enumerate them for the record, sir, please?
For the excluded tariff lines, I will just mention, Your Honor, the product description of these excluded tariff lines. 1, swine meat, fresh, chilled, or frozen. Edible offal of bovine animals, swine, sheep, goats, horses, asses, mules, or Hinish, fresh, chilled, or frozen. Liver. Poultry meat, fresh, chilled, or frozen. Potatoes, fresh or chilled. Onions, shallots, garlic, leeks, and other alliaceous vegetables. Cabbages, cauliflowers, kohlrabi, kale, and similar edible brassicas, fresh or chilled. We have carrots, lettuce, lactuca sativa, manioc, cassava, sweet potatoes, coffee, maize, that's corn, rice, cereal growth, meal and pellets, rolled or flake grains, other prepared or preserved meat, meat offal or blood, tunas in airtight containers, sugar, instant coffee, complete feed for animals.
Yun na po yan?
These are the product descriptions, Your Honor, of the excluded tariff lines. But if you want to see the specific tariff lines with their HS number, I can request my colleague to flash it on the screen, Your Honor. It's
I
quite
was-
technical po.
I was actually going there because you mentioned earlier when we were discussing here that RCEP consists of 14,000 plus pages. But
That is correct, Your Honor.
But I only got 2 volumes. Clearly, this is not 14,000 pages. So where are these exclusions found?
It's in the schedule of tariff commitments, which is annex of the agreement.
Specifically, and what?
I'll just check, Your Honor. Annex 1. Okay. So in we have the text of the agreement, and then we have market access annexes. So we have Annex 1, the schedule of tariff commitments, and there you will find there the schedule of the Philippines, wherein we have the head notes, the schedule of tariff commitments, and the appendix on tariff differential.
May I request, Mr. President, that we be given a copy, each and every senator be given a copy of Annex 1 because it's not in the 2 volumes given to me.
Yes, please provide
So-
the copy to all the senators.
Hindi siya sinama, as you were mentioning earlier, pero may sinama sa listahan pero kinlassify na U.
Yes, Your Honor. It's in the list as a set of tariff lines, but excluded because it's not part of the commitment.
So U nga yung nakalagay.
That's why it's indicated you there,
U, unbound.
unbound.
Kindly furnish us with a copy, sir. Thank you. Now may I ask, what's the logic behind these 33 products? When you say it's sensitive, what does that mean?
The 33 agricultural tariff lines, while these are not the sensitive that we have excluded, Your Honor, just to be clear, the 33 tariff lines, these are just the tariff lines wherein improved offers were made.
Meaning? Meaning, what do you mean by improved offers were made?
Improve in the sense that, for example, we have already an existing ASEAN plus one FTA. So if you will look at the list, we have the fish fillet, for example. Fish fillet is the product, but we have 5 tariff lines for fish fillet. Under the existing ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand FTA, the current tariff rate for this fish fillet is 5%. Now in RCEP, we committed to reduce this to 0% in year 15.
Sir, I don't have Annex 1. I have documents that refer to Annex 1, but this or these are not what you were mentioning to be Annex 1, which has the U.
The Annex 1, Your Honor, is the... May I yes.
Okay, but eh din nasa na nga yung may mga U, 33 lang kamong lines eh. Nasa na yung may U?
Yeah. Yung may U po, ito hinighlight na po nila.
Asan nga yung may U dito?
It's...
No, yun lang naman yung importante, di ba? So
Yes
that
po,
we have
yes po.
documentary evidence and proof that
Masyado
they
lang
are
po,
indeed unbound. No, just kindly give us a copy. I won't belabor the
Yes,
point.
we'll give you a copy po. So for example po, dito sa schedule of tariff commitments, okay.
No, so hindi mo sinama ang corn. Why? In-exclude mo, di ba?
Yes po.
Meaning, what it was pre-RCEP will still be what it will be post-RCEP.
Yes,
So why did you exclude corn?
because that's very sensitive for our agricultural sector.
Exactly. What does sensitive mean, sir?
Sensitive is that number one, we have local producers of corn. So we do not want this imported corn to, of course, to be competing with our local produce.
Do we have enough corn supply in the country?
Well, based on my recollection, it's quite challenging, Your Honor.
Oh.
So we don't have sufficient
That-
production of corn.
The question is answerable by a yes or no. So
Yes.
producers will be affected, but we don't have enough supply.
Yes,
The same is true for rice, correct?
correct.
So paano pa ibang in-exclude mo? Poultry. Do we have
Excluded.
enough supply? The answer is no too.
Mhm.
Swine. Do we have enough supply?
No.
So what makes it sensitive? The fact that there are producers? Even if we lack supply?
Well, number one, Your Honor, it's a question of competition. Competition in the sense that while you have challenges with respect to the supply, there's also that agenda that you have to boost your local production because your target is really self-sufficiency. So in other words, you want to prevent that scenario that the country will be flooded of these products that will be eventually competing with our local producers. And of course, if you will allow that, they will have to suffer. So these are sensitive products that have been traditionally been the produce of the Philippines. That's why in all our FTAs, we have been very protective of this set of products.
But not fish.
On fish, I recall, Your Honor, we have over airtight tuna that has been excluded.
Yeah.
The tunas in airtight containers, correct?
Iba. Yung iba,
Yeah.
you did not include fish as part of the exclusions, right? You're
Only
talking-
for tunas in airtight containers, Your Honor.
Exactly. But fresh fish was not included.
No.
So it can freely be brought in.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It can be brought in at zero tariff, right?
Well, it can be brought in.
At zero tariff.
There are many tariff lines for fish, Your Honor. We just have to check the specific,
Actually,
but
my-
basically, most of them have been liberalized, Your Honor.
Actually, my question is, so if the definition of sensitive is may matatama ang local producer, di ba? Bagaman kulang yung production sa kailangan natin o demand natin. All those 33, yun ang sitwasyon. Kulang yung supply, pero dahil may local producer, in-exclude. Would that be a correct description of the 33?
Just to correct Your Honor, if we're talking of exclusion, we have to refer to the 154 tariff lines of
Not talking
agriculture.
products.
Yes, not the 33. For the 154 tariff lines, of course, as I have mentioned, the sensitivity will have to be gauged on several factors. And number one of them is the presence of our local producers.
Agree. So what
The
would be another
availability of
factor?
supply, and of course, possible competition with other like products. So marami po siyang factors that you have to take into account.
Ano nga, kasi nagbabanggaan yung factors na yun eh. Availability of local producer, check. Kulang ng supply o sobrang supply, X man yung check. Depende kung paano mo tingnan.
Yes po.
So the answer will be different. And in most of the cases you excluded,
Yes po.
kulang yung supply natin.
Yes po.
So what is paramount na may local producer?
Well, as I have mentioned earlier, Your Honor, as much as possible, the target is, of course, self-sufficiency. So if you can produce all the agricultural products that you need, then mas mabuti po. Okay. But as I mentioned earlier, in our existing regime right now, we have already opened our market. So in other words, liberalized na po halos yung mga tariff lines na yan. Pumapasok na po yung mga produkto. Now, in the course of embracing an open economy, we have maintained certain set of products that I would say very, very sensitive for the Philippines. Thus, in all our FTA negotiation, we managed to secure or protect them. Now, as to the determination of whether or not it is very sensitive, of course, the determination, Your Honor, is not mathematical. Not just because there's a local producer, automatic you have to exclude it. There are many factors for that. As we have explained earlier.
Kanina niyo pa po binabanggit yung many factors, tatlo pa lang po yung narinig ko.
Yes po. Well, of
Local
course,
producer, sufficiency of supply,
of course, the potential, you have to factor that in. The result of the consultation is very important. You have to consult with stakeholders. So,
napumalag lahat.
so lahat naman po yan is that tatanungin mo because you have to determine, one, if the supply is not sufficient, then maybe we can entertain offering that as part of the schedule of commitments. Kung sa tingin naman po nila they can compete, other stakeholders would not, of course, bother reducing the tariff rates. So, ganun po yun. So, ang pag-determine kung siya ay isasama is that, as I mentioned, yung mga factors na yun, kinoconsider po ng mga negotiators.
For the record, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, isa sa mga rason kung bakit yung mga industriyang yan hindi lumalagot, nagiging competitive dahil binibaby natin sa mahabang panahon. And if you're going to go to that point, I will ask you a simple question. Of the 154 tariff lines, how much money did you put in 2023 in order to improve the competitiveness of the local producers? I know you cannot answer that now, but the point is, di ba, kung yun ang determination and you want them to be competitive, and at some point, as you said, you wanted to open up our economy, you wanted to open up free trade in almost every product, not only 98, but 100%. What are we doing about it, if any? Did you make any commitments along those lines, or forever we can hold on to these 154 lines?
Well, that's a good question, Your Honor, actually, But of course, as we move forward, we have to be sensitive also to the needs and demands of these local industry, local producers, local farmers. So hanggat maaari po na pwede silang bigyan ng protection, of course, we will have to do that.
Which brings me to my next question. Based on my reading of the treaty and its annexes, you can change it anytime, correct?
Well,
You can reduce the 154 lines, open it up, and make it 0 in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Or you can try to negotiate and increase it, correct?
well, that's your right. In fact, you can even do that unilaterally, even without FTA. If you want to reduce your tariff rights, then
Exactly.
that's a decision point that you can, of course, exercise anytime, Your Honor.
No, I wanted to clarify that, sir, and I want it on record because essentially we're voting for something wherein you're telling us that these products produced by our local farmers, not fishermen for sure, are protected, but that's only as of today.
At
Right?
least as far as the present schedule of tariff commitments, yes.
Which you can change tomorrow if you want, or next month, or next year.
That's your right, Your Honor. As a sovereign state, you want to reduce your tariff rates.
No. My question is, you can change the annexes on your own without having to enter into another treaty which the Senate needs to ratify. That is an accurate depiction of the situation, correct?
Well, that is excluded, Your Honor. If you are going to reduce that, that will be done unilaterally, not part as an amendment of the treaty or the RCEP agreement.
Sir, I understand that. I read that in the treaty. My question is, again, papasa namin to, ang dami niyong pinakitang excluded. Siyempre, matutuwa lahat dahil protektado naman sila, pero bukas makalawa, sa susunod na buwan, sa susunod na quarter, sa susunod na taon, sa totoo lang, pwede niyo naman tanggalin yun eh. Am I correct?
Well, kung sa pwede, of course, when you offer that, matutuwa yung mga RCEP parties. They will agree. But you will have to undergo the process of amending the RCEP agreement.
You're changing, you can do it unilaterally, you said. What is there to amend in the RCEP of dadaan uli sa Senado? I think you're mistaken, sir.
Well, I have to clarify that, Your Honor. Number one, if you're talking about reducing the tariff rates of these products, that can be done unilaterally, even without the treaty. Now, if in the RCEP agreement, you have certain commitments, in that commitment, certain tariff lines have been excluded. So kung excluded siya, excluded talaga siya. Because in that annex, you have stated that it is unbound, and so therefore, it is not covered by the reduction or elimination of tariff rates. Now, in the RCEP agreement, as far as those committed tariff lines, ang pwede mong magawa, yung unilateral acceleration, yung reduction. So I hope that clarifies, Your Honor.
Sir, it does not. You're not answering my question. The question, sir, is, pinresentahan nyo kami ng tratado na may mga exclusions, yung 33 na binanggit nyo, yung 154 tariff lines, yung may markang you unbound, yun ang pinapresenta nyo sa amin ngayon to vote on it. But, in theory, the executive branch, without the participation of the Senate, without amending the treaty, can actually reduce the number of tariff lines that are not part excluded, or you can decide to put it zero tomorrow or next week, right? In fact, when Congress is not in session, the President is empowered to amend the Tariff and Customs Code.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So he can make it zero.
Yes, as of the question of whether or not you can make it zero, the answer is yes. Pero po ang tanong niyo po kasi is that doing that by changing your commitment in the RCEP agreement, then my answer is that you will have to go to the process of amending the agreement.
Sir, klaro naman tayo. Yung sinasabi niyong listahan ng exclusion, kaya tinatanggap yan dahil hindi maapektuhan yung lokal na industriya. Ang sinasabi ko lang po ay yung annex hindi naman bahagi nung tratado, nung treaty na iraratify namin. Yung annex, pwede niyong baguhin kahit kailan niyo gustong gawin yon at gawing zero bigla, lahat yon. Hindi na you ang classification niya, 0, 0, 0, 0 na on the second year, on the third year, on the fifth year. That can be done by the executive, correct?
Ay hindi po. As far as the RCEP agreement, which is a treaty, these annexes are part and parcel of the RCEP
Sir,
agreement.
sabi mo nga unilateral and that's in the treaty. You can unilaterally make it zero and everyone will clap. Not everyone in the Philippines, ha?
Ang
All the
sinas-
countries that signed the treaty as well, they will clap and they will be happy about it.
Ang sinasabi ko po, Your Honor, is that pwede mo siyang gawin zero kung gusto mo, but you have to amend the treaty. You will have to negotiate for that. But of course, hindi advisable, ano? Kasi kung question lang po naman kung pwedeng galawin, I mean, the treaty can be amended.
Sir,
So that's why pag you excluded the tariff lines, ay iyong isasama sa commitment, siyempre po, matutuwa po yung mga RCEP parties.
Exactly.
But again po, in the RCEP agreement, may proseso po yan. The treaty will have to be amended and it will be, of course, modified. Your schedule of tariff commitments will have to be amended. Yun po yung process.
my question, sir, is if you're amending the treaty, will you be getting Senate ratification or not anymore?
It depends on the amendment, Your Honor.
Pinag-uusapan nating amendment, iisa lang po kanina pa. Meaning, isi-zero mo yung dating you. Doon sa schedule mo. Isi-zero mo yung dating you. Di ba?
Well,
That's the amendment I'm talking about.
okay. The amendment of the treaty, of course, will depend on the nature of the amendment. If, of course, you are referring to the tariff rate, this is my legal opinion, Your Honor. Of course, under the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act, the President is authorized to enter into free trade agreements. And the parameters by which a treaty or international agreement will be subject to the concurrence of the Senate if, upon the determination of the Department of Foreign Affairs under EO 459, is that number one, it would require changing in the law, and of course, national policy which are permanent in character. So yun po ang determination.
Sir, we're going in circles. I'm sorry. The treaty clearly says you can unilaterally, right? If it's in the interest of the other countries, and it clearly is, if we make it zero, you can unilaterally do it eh.
Kaya nga po, tama po.
So, asan yung DF, ano yung DFA? Ano yung mga ganun-ganun?
Hindi kasi po,
Ano
ang
yung mga lawyer?
tanong niyo po is that kung whether or not, babalik dito sa Senado.
Hindi, pag ziniro niya yan, babalik ba tayo sa NATO? Hindi na. Is that an amendment of the treaty?
Pwedeng hindi po, kasi may mga treaties ho kami, trade agreement na executive agreement lang po eh.
So, pwedeng, hindi, ito nga treaty to, hindi naman to executive agreement, ikaw naman. We're talking about RCEP.
Yes po, yes po.
So, if you change that from you, then decide to make it zero. Next week, next year.
Well, for me, Your Honor, I think that would require a legal opinion. But of course, we have to take into account that this particular agreement, when it was ratified, it was concurred by the Senate. So I would submit that any and all changes in this agreement, I think we'll have to also defer and consult with the Senate on that.
So, this agreement contains all 14,000 plus pages that we're approving, and it cannot be changed unless it is ratified again by the Senate. That's the official position of the Executive Department?
I am not in the position to...
Sir,
of course,
if you cannot
submit that.
answer for government, why are you answering my question? Somebody should be answering in behalf of the Executive Department. You're the chief negotiator, I presume. I cannot call one by one every secretary behind you. Whoever I'm talking to presumably carries the weight of the entire Executive Department and answers for the Executive Department. Otherwise, what's the whole point of putting this on record? So I ask again, if you cannot answer, maybe ask someone who can and put on record na kung binago yan, kailangan bang bumalik muna sa Senado? Yung annex, ha?
Kasi po, kung ang pinag-uusapan po kasi yung pagbaba ng taripa, of course that can be done.
Yes.
Pero ang sabi ko nga po is that if you are going to amend the treaty, then in the RCEP agreement itself, we have a mechanism to do that.
Sir, if you will unilaterally lower the tariffs, all you have to do is give notice. That's what the RCEP treaty says.
Pwede po talaga i-lower mo if you can do that. Yun nga po ang sinasabi ko po.
Kaya nga, babalik ka pa ba nga sa Senado? Sir, sisimplihan ko, tatagalogin ko na lang. Parang binubudel-budel kasi. Bibigay nyo sa amin yung tratado na sinasabing hindi kasama to, protektado itong industriya ito, tapos next week, next month, next year, biglang tatanggalin. And we won't even be asked when we voted for or against it based on the annex. So, again, what is the position of the Executive Department? You can change it and make it zero anytime, right? Congress can do it too if you want to.
Yes.
RCEP merely requires that you notify the other parties. But why will the other parties object? They would love that, correct? They would love that. Gagawin mo zero?
Yeah.
Wala naman papalag eh. Diba? Kung may papalag tayo. Pero pag ginawa nga natin, all that's required is notice that you intend to do so. Ahead of your schedule. Remember, kung may schedule.
Yes.
And in this
you can
case,
accelerate.
unbound eh. So, again, for the record, just so that we're clear. So you can change, reduce the number of tariff lines and impose zero tariff that are excluded and impose zero tariff at any point in time. To clarify further, Congress can actually do it too. When Congress is in recess, the President himself can do it on his own,
Yes.
right?
Correct.
It will not necessitate an amendment of the treaty and therefore another round of Senate ratification, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
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 So the only assurance we have is that you are considering it sensitive right now, but at some point in time, it may not be considered sensitive anymore for whatever reason, and the Executive Department can do it.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, even without the commitment in the treaty, unilaterally, we can really
Exactly.
reduce tariff.
No, that's all I wanted actually,
Yes,
to clarify,
exactly.
because we're voting on it with the annexes attached to it. But then again, the annexes can actually be changed anytime.
Yes, Your Honor, that can be changed.
Thank you. Yun lang naman po. Ako naman. Thank you. Another point on services. I brought it up earlier. Can you discuss the aspect of services? With GATT and GATS. Inape ng husto ang mga third world countries dahil ito ang numero uno sanang pwedeng pagkakita ng mga bansang mayaman sa tao, bata ang kanilang mga mamamayan. Kaya lang inimbento ang 911 sa Jaman o hindi. And all of a sudden, all of these restrictions, all of these restraints, insofar as the free movement of people are concerned, thereby hindering to export, quote unquote, in labor. So, what are the milestones that you were able to accomplish as chief negotiator insofar as labor export is concerned?
Number one, Your Honor, kapag labor export po ang pinag-uusapan, it is not part of the RCEP agreement. Ang trade and services po rito, na pinipertain po dito, is that ito yung sa mga service providers, mga professionals po, so yung mga sa financial services, telecommunication services, basically all the sectors and subsectors under the services sector po.
So,
So yung mga employment contract po, hindi po yan kasama.
teacher, hindi kasama.
Practice of profession po yan, papasok sa professional services.
So, ano hindi kasama?
Ano po?
Accountant, kasama. Abogado,
Accountant,
kasama.
yes po. Legal services po, kasama.
Kasama. Ano hindi kasama? Kasambahay, hindi kasama.
Pag yun po kasi contractual na po yun eh. So it has to be professional services. So
I don't see the distinction between when a lawyer enters into an agreement with a client, they sign.
that's a practice of profession po.
Yes, but they.
So that's covered by trade and services.
I don't see the distinction, sir.
Okay. I will restate po, Your Honor. No?
Please.
So sa RCEP agreement po, ang trade and services, hindi po yan kasama yung mga labor employment. Yung mga nag-hire, yung mga contractual po yan. Kung merong kasama po dyan, ito yung professional services, which is practice of profession, like lawyers, accountants, architect. So yan po yung mga ninegotiate dito. And I have to tell the body that in this RCEP agreement, we were able to secure enhanced or guaranteed market access for additional subsectors on top of the existing market access that we have already secured in other FTAs.
Such as?
So for example po, pag pinag-usapan natin ay commitment ng China. So in the case of China, they have new commitment on market access for legal services and accounting, except Chinese law practice. So what does it mean? It means that our lawyers, our accountants, they can, of course, set up an office in China and practice their profession. That lawyers lang, hindi pwede mag-appear doon sa mga Chinese court. We also have auditing and bookkeeping services. So yung mga auditors natin, bookkeepers, they can practice their profession there in China. Taxation services, architectural services, even hairdressing and other beauty services. So as a business po ito. And of course, passenger and freight transport services. That's for China. In the case of Australia, we have...
Hold on, sir. Hanggang binanggit mo yung hairdresser, kumbinsido na akong profesyon eh. The definition of a profession is that it is a profession if you're required to pass a licensure exam of government. Hairdressers are not part of it.
Pero hindi po kasi ito kasama in, if you are going to define it in its technical sense as profession, that would require the necessary licensing requirement. Ito po kasi trade and services, halos lahat po ay na-cover niyan. So kaya I mentioned earlier, even financial services, telecommunication services, construction services, forwarding, retail, etc. Kasama po yon as services po.
When you say services, yung labor natin ang pupunta ron?
Sa services po kasi, Your Honor, there are 4 modes of providing services. So number 1, we have the mode 1. Pag sinabi mong mode 1, meaning your service provider ay galing po sa ibang bansa or outside your territory, providing services to a client here in the Philippines. So that's the mode 1. Yung mode 2 po is yung tinatawag nating consumption abroad. So let's say ako, pupunta ako sa Australia para magpagamot. So that's mode 2. So I am availing of services of a service provider outside the territory. Yung mode 3 po, ito yung tinatawag nating may commercial presence. Ito yung pupunta na sila dito sa atin, magtatayo ng opisina, and of course, magkakandak ng kanilang business operation. Yung mode 4 po, ito yung movement of natural persons. So ibig sabihin, tao na mismo, pupunta na rin ho dito para, of course, magtrabaho and of course, mag-practice ng profession.
I'm clearly referring to your mode 4, sir. Again, sabi mo kanina, professions, ang definition ng profession, pumasa ka sa isang government-sponsored exam. Pero biglang sinama mo ang construction, biglang sinama mo ang construction services, kinama mo ang hairdresser. Is that mode 4?
Ang professional services po, part lang siya ng trade and services. So sa services po, marami hong subsectors. So yung professional services in its technical sense that you have to pass certain licensing exam or board exam for that matter, papasok po yun sa professional services. Pero may ibang services, not necessarily services, na kasama po sa trade and services.
Ano-ano nga yung kasama? Anong tinanong kita kanina kung anong kasama sa trade and services? Sabi mo, profession lang. So ano ba yung ibang kasama? I asked you
Hindi
earlier.
okay.
Construction worker, pwede? Pwede
Hindi
bang
po
magdala ng
kasama.
construction worker ang isang contractor na taga-Pilipinas para magtrabaho sa ibang bansa?
Hindi po siya kasama, as I mentioned kanina, Your Honor. Yung mga labor employment natin, yung mga contractual, hindi po siya kasama. Employment po, hindi.
Paano yung hairdresser?
Ang hairdressing po is as a business. So if you want to set up a hairdressing services there, so that can be done.
Ang
Because that's a
ihahire niya
business.
Chinese, hindi Pilipino.
Ang kliyente niya, syempre, well, most probably.
Hindi. Yung gagawa ng buhok is a Filipino or a Chinese?
Well, Filipino po, kasi ang nag-open China. So our...
Hindi. Tayo magbubukas doon. Sabi mo, na-negotiate nyo, nadagdag nyo yun. So, magbubukas ng salon, hair salon doon.
Yes, if
isang Filipino.
I'm an owner of a salon or hairdressing, I can set up a business there.
Yes, but can he bring his own people there? Thereby providing
that-
employment opportunities for Filipinos in China.
Hindi na po yan covered ng RCEP agreement because papasok na po yan sa employment. So yung mga labor employment contracts na po dyan na mag-a-apply
Na hindi kasama sa RCEP.
na hindi kasama sa RCEP.
So mas gusto nyo, and you're proud of the fact na binuksan natin yan para makapagnegosyo mga Pilipino ron?
That's
na
one po.
magbibigay ng trabaho sa Chinese nationals instead of giving work perhaps to Filipinos here?
Well,
I
of
don't
course,
get it.
marami naman pong aspect and benefits ang makukuha if you set up a business there. In fact, isa rin po yan ang magandang interest. I mean, it's good to see Philippine companies branching out outside the countries.
So in other words, sir, hindi kasama ang labor contracts at employment
po.
ng mga Pilipino dito
Hindi
sa
po.
RCEP.
Hindi po.
In fact, that was not even part of GATS.
Hindi po.
Why are we not negotiating for that? I don't get it. Hirap na hirap yung mga Pilipino, naloloko pa, na illegal recruiter pa, because our government negotiators never negotiated for them. They're doing it entirely on their own. And yet we're rich in labor. It is these countries we're signing these agreements and treaties with that are actually rich in produce and products that they want to sell to us for free, meaning tariff-free. Why isn't anyone pursuing this or pushing this? I do not understand that. To cite you another example, sir, maraming Pilipino nagalit nung panahon ni Pemberton pero kailangan mong saluduan ng Amerika sa ginawa nila sa sarili nilang mamamayan mismo. Pinotektahan, sinundan, binantayan hanggang sa dulo hanggang natulungan na makauwi sa bansa. You had one Spanish national convicted of a crime in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken, Larazaga. You know what the Spanish government did? They negotiated some sort of a prisoner exchange treaty with the Philippines simply because of one national. Now, all I ask is for our negotiators, whenever we enter into trade agreements such as this, would not only think of goods that we lack, we sorely lack. Sinara nyo pa nga, may tariff pa rin kung ano yung kulang natin eh. And yet what we have a lot of, nobody seems to be pushing for it. Why? When I read services, that's why I wanted to ask questions. This will be my last point, Mr. President. I thought, finally, it's there. The closest one you got was JEPEPA. But it requires certain units and certain understanding of the Japanese language, which is a barrier too. Diba? Yung veterinaryo nga, hindi naman nakakausap yung aso, dinadaan lang sa tahol kung ano nararamdaman ng aso eh. Diba? And yet, nagagamot niya yung aso eh. Why did we allow it? But in this particular instance, we specifically excluded it. Did we even fight for it, sir? Did we even fight for our nationals? I know they're visa-free when they go to any ASEAN country. They need a visa when they go to China. They need a visa when they go to Australia. But wala tayong tinulak o ginalaw sa direksyon yon insofar as RCEP is concerned. That's why I asked earlier, you failed to mention DOLE, but you said DOLE is included. Asan yung aspetong yun? Sir, you have 10 million Filipinos working abroad. No protection whatsoever. Hindi kasama sa mandato ng mga konsulado at embahada natin na protektahan sila, tinuturo sa OWA palagi, tinuturo sa DOJ, tinuturo sa DOLE. Where is that aspect? We're one of the countries in the world that actually has the most number of Filipinos working or living or residents abroad. And we're not even doing anything about it. And there's nothing here that provides for it.
Can I? Wait.
Sorry for the litany, sir.
Okay. Number one, Your Honor, if we're talking about pre-trade agreements, talagang hindi po kasama yung labor employment aspect. So basically po,
Sir, hindi
trade and
kasama
investment.
dahil hindi sinasama ng mayayamang bansa na mayaman sa mga produktong gustong pumasok dito ng libre. Tayo yung maraming labor and yet hindi natin pinaglalaban na makapasok sa kanila para makapagtrabaho, makapagpadala ng pera sa kanilang pamilya at maprotektahan habang nandun sila. Where is it written that it's not part of it? Kaya may guts eh. Kaya hindi lang gut yun, guts eh. Di ba? But third world countries have always followed the tone, the beat that Western countries, big producers actually set. I haven't seen any actually negotiation that's been pushing for this.
If I can explain,
Yes, please.
Your Honor. So, yun nga po, sabi ko, yung concern po natin sa labor employment, ang track po natin ginagamit dyan is yung mga bilateral labor agreement natin na naglilid po yung Department of Labor and Employment. Dito po sa mga trade agreement negotiations, what we are doing is to pursue our offensive interests to give more opportunities for our professionals. Yan po ay isa sa mga mandato namin. Kaya every time na may opportunity po kami na maka-work out ang, for example, mutual recognition hanggat maaari, then offensive interest po natin yon, gagawin ho natin. So dito po sa RCEP agreement, kung meron po rito na masasabi ko na oportunidad sa ating mga professionals is itong market access na binuksan ng ating mga kausap. Tapos po, meron po ritong platform na kung saan ang RCEP parties pwedeng mag-usap on what we call mutual recognition arrangement. So ibig sabihin po niyan, oportunidad na yung mga professionals natin ay ma-recognize doon sa mga RCEP parties, at least for purposes of the necessary requirements of licensing or even the recognition of the profession itself.
Sir, saang batas nakasulat na hindi niyo pwedeng tulungan yung mas mababa na manggagawa at mga profesional lang ang tutulungan ninyo? Saang batas po yun? No, why did you limit it to that?
Kasi po, I'm just explaining po, yung trend ngayon po sa FTA.
I don't care about the trend because
Pero,
again, sir, most FTAs again push for free trade in goods because that's what they have a lot of. What we have a lot of would be services. Now, why aren't we pushing for it? Why aren't we putting it as part of the agenda of what we will be asking for? Sige, pasok yung produkto nyo.
Yum.
Sige, maraming trabaho binibigay sa mga mamamayan no, dahil may manufacturing sila dyan. Paano naman tayo?
Yeah.
Now, saan nakasulat, sir? Who limited you insofar as being the chief negotiator is concerned in negotiating only for and behalf of professionals?
Yeah.
And as people establishing businesses there and not the lower labor force that we actually have?
Okay.
Saan po nakalagay yun?
So, ganito po yon, Your Honor, no? At the start of the negotiation, usually ho, bago kayo mag-negotiate talaga on the basis of the text, for example, and the rules, meron po tayong tinatawag dyan na usually guiding principles and meron kang scoping paper wherein you identify the areas wherein you will have to negotiate and agree on certain rules. So halimbawa, mag-uusap kayo, isama si goods, si services, si investment, financial services, IP, competition, government procurement. Tama po kayo na if your interest is to push for labor, pwede naman ho talagang gawin yon. In fact, ang trend nga po ngayon sa mga bagong FTA is that may mga nagpupush na magkaroon ng labor chapter or labor provisions sa mga FTA. Now, as to the contents of the chapter or the provisions, that would really depend on the negotiation. Ngayon po, dito lang sa RCEP is that, unang-una po is that 50, actually it started 16, no? 16 participating countries. So, ang napagkusunduan po, ito ang ating sasakupin ng negosasyon. Yung labor po ay napaka-sensitive na bagay sa ibang mga bansa. May mga bansa na I would say very reluctant incorporating in an FTA certain labor provisions, much more chapter. So ganun po ang nangyayari. So even ngayon po sa mga bagong FTA, yan po yung isang mga challenges. And in fact, ongoing po yung consultation namin ngayon. Tinatanong din namin ngayon yung mga stakeholders about their willingness, readiness to include provisions and chapters on FTA. But for this RCEP agreement po, yun nga po, wala rito yung labor na yun aspect.
So there is no law nor declared or avowed policy that says you cannot do this. You
Wala
just
po.
think it's not acceptable to the other treaty parties?
As long as the negotiating parties agree to include that, you can always include that.
But did we ever push for it?
I could not recall that the same was discussed, Your Honor. Well,
No, did you push for it as the chief negotiator?
I did not, Your Honor, because number one, at the time that I came in, the scope is already defined.
So hindi ikaw ang nagsimula nito?
No, Your Honor.
Sino nagsimula?
It started in 2012, Your Honor.
Who was our
So-
chief negotiator at that time?
It was Director Angelo Benedictos, and then thereafter, he was replaced by Assistant Secretary Ana Rubiñol, and then myself, Your Honor.
So why was DOLE even included to begin with? Mga professional lang pala at magnenegosyo lang sa ibang bansa ang ninegotiate ninyo eh.
Well, of course, Department of Labor, siyempre po, interested din po sila on opportunities. And under the trade agreement,
Sir Doria, opportunities for who? I never considered DOLE to be giving a watchful eye on lawyers, that they will have an expanded market for their services. I'm not aware of any program of DOLE that actually looks out for accountants to make sure that they can exercise their profession in some other country. The mandate of DOLE is principally more for ordinary labor, which you call contractual labor, not professionals.
well, una-una po is that, of course, one is to create opportunities as much as possible. Number two is that we have to defend also our interests. Because sa trade and services, we have, as I mentioned, the Mode 4, the movement of natural person. So we are very protective also. We have to ensure that our labor code of the Philippines will be complied with. Kasi alam naman po natin dito na ang mga foreigners hindi basta-basta makapagtrabaho. So ito yung mga instances po that we have to cover in the negotiation.
No, I agree with that. The same is true with professions for that matter. How can a Philippine lawyer set up shop or set up a law firm or an office in China when he doesn't even know about the laws of China?
Well, unang-una po yung opportunities po kasi is that if you're a lawyer, I mean yung practice po is very comprehensive. If you're a lawyer who wants to practice international trade law, for example, then why not set up an office in China, Australia, or any RCEP parties that you think there is an opportunity. In the process, you will be getting clients also. That's one. If you are more into, let's say, commercial practice, like intellectual property, for example, then that's an opportunity also for lawyers, Your Honor. But of course, you have to face reality also that if your intention is to appear before Chinese court, then it will be very challenging po.
You cannot unless you can negotiate a rule of reciprocity, which we have, for example, with California and, if I'm not mistaken, Coco, di ba, New York? Di ba, both states. Only 2 states in
You-
the US where there is reciprocity. Actually, it's only one way. It's not reciprocal. American lawyers cannot practice here, but Filipino lawyers, for as long as they pass the California bar, the New York bar, can actually practice there. But an American, even if he passes the Philippine bar, cannot practice law in the Philippines because one
Yes.
of the requirements is you have to be a Filipino citizen. And that you have to have studied and passed in a Philippine law school. So, walang ganon. In these treaties, pwede?
Dito po, hindi po siya covered, pero merong platform po to talk, negotiate further on mutual recognition arrangement.
Wala pa.
Wala pa po.
Platform lang or opportunity to do it.
Yes po.
And is there a platform and opportunity too to talk about contractual labor? Can you use that same platform insofar as contractual labor is concerned?
Well, for purposes of including, every 5 years, the agreement will be subjected to general review. So if you want to push for it and you think there is relevance in the trade and investment, scope of the agreement, then of course these are the things that you can consider. But of course you have to take into account also position of other RCEP parties, Your Honor.
Sir, okay lang naman sa akin yun eh. But I hope as chief negotiator, and I hope insofar as the DTI is concerned, I see Secretary Fred, it's okay to lose an argument, sir. Pero nakakataba pa rin ang puso sa parte ng sino mang Pilipino nakikita ang pinaglalaban sila. Hindi mo naman kailangan makuha lahat ng hinihiling at gusto mo, pangarap at mithiin para sa pinaglalaban mong bayan. Pero at least makita man lang nilang pinaglalaban mo. Hindi yung pakiramdam mo, ayaw nila kaya wag nilang nakakahiya.
Hindi po.
Yeah, that should not be the case. That should never be the case. Last point, Mr. President. So, if we add contractual labor, is it an amendment of the treaty?
Of
Do you
course.
need to go back to the Senate? Come back to the Senate.
Well, it's an amendment of the RCEP agreement, Your Honor. As I've mentioned,
No, is this an amendment to the RCEP? Because walang reciprocity, there's a platform to negotiate for reciprocity. If all of a sudden reciprocity is agreed upon by all parties, is it an amendment? Do you go back? Do you come back to the Senate or?
well, as to the amendment, yes. As to whether or not it will be submitted again to the Senate for concurrence after ratification, then my answer is that it would depend on the final outcome of the said amendment, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Well, because for purposes of concurrence, the determination will have to be done, of course, by the Department of Foreign
Yeah.
Affairs. If the same will be considered as a treaty or international agreement, or it would suffice that it be classified as an executive agreement.
I want to find out the position of the executive department under the leadership of President Marcos. Is an amendment to a treaty, not an executive agreement, is an amendment to a treaty subject to Senate ratification anew, given that the treaty itself was ratified by the Senate. What is the position of the executive department?
Well, I don't want to preempt, Your Honor, because I am not in a position to submit my opinion on that. But of course, we can always confer to the whole executive department.
You're representing the executive department here, sir. You can consult. Pwede ka magpabulong. You have an able and excellent lawyer and former
Yes, Your
Chief
Honor.
Justice behind you, who happens to be the executive secretary, the little president. And I guess on matters pertaining to legalities, the president would consult one of the best legal minds in the country up to today. So may we get an answer, sir? Will it be submitted to the Senate for ratification under the administration of President Marcos? Under a new president, of course, it'll be a different answer, probably. But under this administration, libre magtanong.
Kasi sir, depende sa nalaman.
Session suspended.
Last na yun, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. During the lull, Mr. President, my understanding from our resource person is that if it is a substantial amendment, then it would necessitate for them to come back to the Senate and seek ratification. If it is not a substantial amendment, there would be no need and can be covered by a simple agreement, executive agreement. Maybe just for the record, have a definition of what substantial means.
For purposes of determining, Your Honor, if it will be submitted to the Senate for concurrence, of course, my basis is the decision of the Supreme Court. In number one is that if it will require change in policy, which is permanent in character, then the agreement will have to be submitted to the Senate for concurrence. Number two is that if it will require amendments of our laws, or legal regime for that matter, then we have to submit the ratification for concurrence of the Senate. But if the agreement is really, number one, interpretative, administrative, or for operational purposes, then the same can be considered as an executive agreement.
And therefore would not necessitate Senate concurrence.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, distinguished colleagues, for your time.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. Majority Leader.
Recognize ko na siya.
Iba rin. Sige, last na. Siyang author. Sponsor.
Yung pink?
Can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
President, this juncture, I move that we terminate the suspension of the rules of the Senate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
President, this juncture, I move that we recognize again the distinguished sponsors of the measure, Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri and Senate Pro Tempore Senator Loren Legarda and Senator Amy Marcos to ask some questions.
I give it to Paul.
I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
The sponsors and Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri and Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda and likewise Senator Amy Marcos are now recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President and Majority Leader. I'm fully aware of the peculiar situation I am in. This bill having been subject of my own committee, but which I am grateful to the Senate President as well as the Senate President pro tempore for taking over. But in fact, questions remain in my mind as well as they do in many others. And first, I would like to state, quoting the Senate President, that international bodies and organizations such as the ADB, the World Bank, the UNCTAD have recognized the immense value and importance of the RCEP, especially in the post-pandemic recovery. However, it should be observed that the UNCTAD itself, in a research paper by Dr. Nishita, indicated that tariff concessions under the RCEP will result in lower exports by the Philippines, completely the opposite claim by the administration. The study shows that the overall effect of RCEP will be a decrease in Philippine exports by $100 million. In another study by Boston University, Rashmi Banga et al., it was shown that Philippine exports will decline by 0.2% and imports would rise by 0.2% at the very least. Even with the sensitive lists of tariff rate quotas, as mentioned by our colleague in the annexes, by Senator Chis Escudero, the paper estimated that the Philippines' balance of trade in goods will deteriorate by a minimum of 1.1% or a loss of USD 260 million per annum. So it will get quite a bit worse before it gets any better. All these losses on top of an estimated $58 million in tariff revenue losses annually. Are these figures accurate? Do you have any comment? Because I know the DTI, the DA, and the other economic managers' projections are different.
Well, Your Honor, first of all, good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. President, I always say the proof in the pudding is in the eating. Diba? All these studies were made prior to RCEP's ratification on all these other countries. But we have seen in the region, Mr. President, I mentioned it yesterday and in my speech last week, exports in RCEP countries increased, particularly Vietnam, 16.4% with a total value of $108 billion. Nag-increase. And you know, we're trying to catch up with Vietnam because parang Vietnam is now our peg when we try to get foreign direct investments from other countries. It's always either the Vietnam or Philippines ang gusto nilang puntahan. Second, Thailand, Your Honor, it increased by 7.1% in 2022 alone, soon as they had ratified their treaty. That's about $300 billion US, Mr. President. And these are trade to RCEP countries, Mr. President. These are not trade to other nations, Europe or all. These are trade to RCEP countries. In Cambodia, they went up to 4% in 2022. At $31 billion US, Mr. President. And I'd like to take note, there's an increase of 17.6% in exports in garments alone to Australia with a total of $102 million US. The other day, nasa inquirer po, $6.5 million trade deal with Japan on garments. Ito po, $102 million on Australia alone because of RCEP. So ang laki compared to what we were getting in other countries because I presume it is cheaper to produce it within the RCEP family. and to export it because of less tariffs. Malaysia, Mr. President, exports grew by 25%. Can you imagine that, Mr. President? 25%. RCEP countries, and in 2022, it accounted for 58% of total trade of Malaysia. And the list goes on, Mr. President. Before you know it, pati Laos, baka matalo pa tayo sa Laos and even Myanmar in terms of trade within these countries. So, my position there, Mr. President, our neighbors are gaining ground and gaining financially from joining this largest, one of the largest trade agreement areas in our region. And there are so many studies here which can go contrary to what the lady has mentioned. Ang dami, this is 2 pages long to go contrary to what the gentle lady has mentioned. But simplifying it is that our neighbors had gained higher exports from joining RCEP since last year.
Yes, with no desire to argue with our distinguished Senate President, the data provided must be placed in its proper context, because even if indeed Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia manifested increases in their trade, the truth is they can't all be credited to RCEP. It means simply that we are trading more actively with our neighbors here in ASEAN. As an example, China-Philippines bilateral trade increased by 8.3% during the first 11 months of 2022, a clear recovery from the pandemic. We were not members of RCEP, but that uptick was very clear-cut. Philippine exports to South Korea increased by 16.9%, again during the same period of the first 3 quarters of 2022, where in fact both South Korea and China are RCEP members, and still the Philippines was not. In fact, our increase in trade was greater than these examples stated of Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam without RCEP.
But Madam President, just to Mr. President, let's go to the flip side. The flip side is if we don't join RCEP and we stay isolationist in this region, you think the people that we talked to in Japan last weekend with the president, your brother, will they want to go to the Philippines and expand their trade here? They can take it to Vietnam. They can take it to Cambodia. They can take it to other countries that are within the RCEP because it's more advantageous to them. So the flip side there is, okay, because we're afraid that our exports may go down, and therefore let's not join RCEP. The flip side there is all those who want to expand that are already exporting now will just go to an RCEP member country. And I introduced you last week with a company that wants to build 2,000 e-vehicles. It's an EVT company. It's the biggest e-vehicle company listed in the NASDAQ. Their choice is between Singapore, Johor, or the Philippines. Singapore, why? Because the headquarters in Singapore, the manufacturing will be in Johor. And they held on to the contract signing because they wanted to visit the Philippines. And I brought them here last week. Obviously, it would be more advantageous for them to go to Singapore, Johor, if we do not join the RCEP. Because they also want to sell these vehicles within the RCEP regions, not only the United States. So the flip side there is that we don't join RCEP, definitely we will not be able to expand the exports. We will not have a hard time convincing these people to come in and do foreign direct investment in our country. That's the long and short of it.
Mr. President, I would like to respond to the chairman of the
Yes.
Foreign Relations Committee.
Before you embark on your explanation,
Yes.
Senate President Pro Tempore, I'm very grateful for you taking over this bill. I have deep and immense gratitude for that.
Thank you so much, and I would like to put on record that I consulted Her Honor before I took on the responsibility when my name was mentioned as subcommittee chair. Well, I was out of the session hall, but I heard my name being mentioned. And as part of the leadership of the chamber, I do not shirk from the responsibility, however challenging. And I asked Your Honor very clearly Sen Aimee, whom I regard very highly as knowledgeable, having vast experience in governance as well. What is wrong with RCEP convinced me that I should not take it. And Your Honor had told me there is nothing wrong with RCEP. It is smuggling. It is the way there's been lack of support for the agriculture sector and similar issues. And so I accepted it. I said, okay, then I will take on that responsibility to the best of my ability. And then I studied it. But I am grateful for the very clarificatory questions that you are posing, because these are the same questions I asked during the 5-hour hearing and the 7-hour briefing that ensued. Let me just state, Your Honor, that there are many studies on the impact of RCEP, but only the study by Banga shows the negative conclusions. As we mentioned yesterday, there are studies by Dr. Coro Raton of the Virginia Polytechnic Institute, Dr. Kimba of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, and many more. And based on the study of Dr. Coro Raton, there will be an improved trade balance, increased welfare, and lower poverty incidence as early as its entry into force, with significant improvements, hopefully, I hope it happens, by 2031. By that year, Your Honor, poverty incidence will decrease, supposedly based on the study, by 3.62%. Real GDP will increase by 1.93%, and reduction in poverty gap by 3.49%, and reduction in poverty severity by 3.82%. According to Dr. Kimba, there will be a 10.47 increase in exports and 2.02% increase in real GDP. Of course, I agree with you. These are studies, these are statistics, these are numbers. We can listen to Banga, to Kimba, to several experts here, and I feel for you. We share the same advocacies. We've talked about it privately. And yung pangamba nyo, pangamba din po natin. Matutuwa po kayo na meron tayong ginawang bago na innovation and innovation. In our concurring resolution, which I will read into the record later, are provisions and regulatory clauses that hopefully everybody, including those who are against the RCEP treaty as is, that will mandate and task our agencies whose cabinet members are present here with us today to work on specific sectors so that whatever possibility of adverse impact on that sector will be buffered by the provisions in our regulatory clauses. So, dininig po natin ang hinaing ng bawat sektor. Gaya ng sinabi natin kahapon, this is not a magic pill. 33 agricultural tariff lines, 15 agricultural products. We already have several ASEAN FTAs. We have 2 bilateral FTAs. One is with Australia, New Zealand. The other one is JPEPA, which I also voted in favor, by the way, which was also controversial at the time. There was so much pressure also not to vote for it. But it has shown a positive impact. May I just state, Your Honor, before, I don't know if you were in the Senate in 2018 as chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, this representation sponsored the EFTA. And the EFTA with the non-EU countries, which include Switzerland, had a negative balance of trade or trade deficit with the Philippines. But after 2018, and it was pandemic, now at present I am told that there is a positive balance of trade or a trade surplus on account of our export of electric fans and vacuum cleaners made in Laguna to Switzerland. And therefore, there's a trade surplus with the EFTA countries. I wanted, just like you, to be convinced that this FTA we are entering into or concurring into will be beneficial to our country. Pero, aaminin ko po, yung agam-agam ninyo, malaking parte pa rin nandyan sa akin. But we cannot be left behind, as the Senate President so clearly mentioned, because of all the ASEAN nations, we are the only country, Mr. President, who has not ratified this And as I mentioned yesterday, pag merong nag-export ng tsokolate mula sa Indonesia, mula sa nagtatanim ng kakao, at binabana ng Japan ang taripa dahil RCEP country siya, paano na yung ating mga gustong mag-export ng tsokolate, base na rin sa local kakao natin, kung hindi tayo sasama ng RCEP dahil zero na ang taripa within 16 years, pag RCEP country ka, pag hindi, ay malaki, 24.3%, 23% ang taripa. Bibilin ba ng mga Hapon ang tsokolate mula Indonesia o ang tsokolate galing Pilipinas, base na rin sa cacao farmers sa Mindanao, sa iba-ibang lugar, kung hindi ganung kababa ang presyo. Isang pahayag lang po yan. Sabi nga ni Senator, wag nang mahaba ang mga sagot ko, kaya lang
Kaya nga
nanalo ko pag kay Senator Marcos dahil sinangguni ko siya bago tanggapin ko ang aking tungkulin sa trabahong ito na hindi madali. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, respectful of the deadlines imposed upon this House as well as on the Senate President, may I just raise the following questions by way of manifestation that the sponsors may or may not answer. We are repeatedly told everywhere we go that we are the last country to ratify this trade agreement, this treaty. However, the reality is, at the outset, a major economy refused to even join the discussion. Is it not a fact that India did not join RCEP precisely because of concerns similar to ours here in the Philippines on threats of circumvention of rules of origin, issues of trade deficit, and the potential flood of imported goods? We share the same problems with India, except they're much bigger and they're much stronger. And what about that growing trade deficit? Not projected, but actually recorded already in several countries. This is a major concern po. I would also like to mention that a statement was made by the sponsors that adequate safety nets are provided in the agreement to cover unwarranted or exceptional circumstances. May I simply say that these supposedly sufficient safeguards are no safeguards at all, simply because the success rate for successfully defending Article 20 of the GATT and the Article 14 of the GATT, the Services Agreement, is less than 3%. A study in 2015 reveals that out of 43 cases involving Article 20 of GATT and Article 14 of GATT, only one was successful. Wala naman dyan nananalo eh. Kaya itong mga emergency measures na sinasabi, parang palamuti na lang at parang consuelo de bobo, pagkat hindi naman nagagamit, hindi naman napapanalunan. Ito nga ang kinatatakutan natin. Meron tayong Senate resolution on the concurrence of RCEP, including measures and instructions to government agencies in an attempt to provide additional safety nets to the vulnerable sectors, particularly the agricultural sector. Ito nga ang problema. Nakita natin sa rice tarification law, may fund na sinasabi. Yet studies show that the income of farmers fell by 40%. How do we ensure that the measures indicated will indeed protect the vulnerable sectors? Ito nga ang mga problema natin. May bisa ba talaga itong mga safety nets na to? Ginagamit ba natin ng madalas? At talaga bang may epekto? Yan ang tanong ko. At I would also like to put on record the reported conclusion that there are great potential gains for the Philippine agricultural sector. It is not clear how the sector can capitalize on these potential gains, given the sorry state of agriculture in this country. Presently, we're struggling to provide basic agricultural services that were promised as early as 1994 with the WTO. Hanggang ngayon, in the last 10 years, ang compounded annual growth rate of irrigated areas is only 2%. We cannot deliver the basic services. Do we really believe we can deliver the services necessary to make our farmers capitalize and transform into competitive partners in whatever RCEP has to offer? In addition, a good bulk of the potential exports of Philippine agricultural products will be destined for China. Given the recent moves by our government, which China has specifically already manifested their disappointment with the additional EDCA sites, is it realistic to project that China will be buying all our durians? We're already witness to what has happened in the last few years with the Australia-China trade wars. Is this what we want to happen? And also, realistically, the peak of the fruit bearing for durian is not tomorrow. It's after 10 to 15 years. Our Senate President knows that very well. He comes from Mindanao. And I believe that we should not make these promises simply because we will be fraught to fulfill them. Also, it is claimed that the RCEP will benefit the MSMEs due to a platform called RCEP SME that institutionalizes support and cooperation for them to be integrated in the great global production chain. The truth is, Article 14 of RCEP, the single article pertaining to MSMEs, uses very vague, non-committal words such as encouraging MSMEs, promoting, exploring. By these provisions, are we certain that best practices in trade will in fact be engendered? Is there a sanction? Will they be punished if they don't do this? This is a concern. Lastly, and as I said, I have no desire to torment my peers, most especially my Honorable Senate President, but the proponents of RCEP have stated that joining the trade agreement will result in an increase in electronic exports. But will these reports of electronic exports increases really defray the thousands of jobs already lost in the electronic companies leaving the country due to incentive and other infrastructure concerns? How confident is the DTI at the end of the day that electronic exports will increase due to RCEP, given the reported closures of electronic firms, not only here in Southern Tagalog, but also in MEPSA and other places throughout the country? We are also aware of the loss of jobs everywhere in many of these areas. These are my concerns, and I am grateful to the President, to the majority, for allowing me to put them on record. The sponsors may or may not reply as necessary, but I have to put them on record for the concerned sectors. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I deeply appreciate the points made by our distinguished colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, and just in broad strokes, Mr. President, to just come up with a very short, I'll try to shorten it as possible on the answers. The issue in agriculture, well, first of all, the issue in India. I mentioned yesterday my geopolitical, my geopolitical issue. India and China don't like each other. Actually, they beat each other up every time in the border of India and China. India now is slowly gaining in terms of population. They're actually going to be probably this year the biggest population in the world. They're going to surpass China very, very soon. And so I think they're worried about opening up their markets to China, which is a more sophisticated, has a more sophisticated manufacturing system, which probably they feel in India they cannot compete with, no? Especially with the larger population that's growing in India. They might lose out on these markets. On the issue of agriculture, Mr. President, marami talagang problema ang agrikultura. Marami talaga. From the lack of inputs, the lack of know-how, the lack of training, the lack of modernization of our equipments and machineries. even land concerns. Kasi overlapping po yung issues on land dyan sa agriculture. Napakahirap. Kung gusto po natin, sabihin natin sa San Miguel Corporation, pwede ba kayo magtanim ng 1,000 or 10,000 hectares of land? And I know there was a Brazilian group that went to the president asking for 10,000 hectares of land to present to the president the real modern way of sugar agriculture to include ethanol and biofuels and biomass para 4 products in 1 for sugarcane. Alam niyo po, ang totoo dyan, nandiyan po si ES, nag-usap kami dyan, napakahirap maghanap ng lupa dahil overlapping ang mga may-ari nitong lupang ito. Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries, NCIP communities. Talaga napakahirap maghanap ng lupa para magtanim ng farms na yon, lalo na corporate farms. And we're very restrictive when it comes to corporate farms because the agrarian reform law is still in place and they'd rather give it to beneficiaries rather than our farmers. No? So, I mean, other than corporate farming. I just want to put on record, Thailand spends double in their agriculture than Philippines. Double. So maybe in the next budget cycle, with the help of Senator Aimee, with the help of all of us here, let's double the budget of agriculture and let's make sure that it goes to the right programs. I totally agree with you. And that's the only way to do it. But at least I'd like to point for the record, nandito din sa smuggling issue, nandito si Commissioner Rubio, nandiyan ba? Nandito si Commissioner Rubio to show he's brand new, newly minted, to show that we are going to weigh in heavily on the smugglers and try to apprehend them. So, yun lamang po, Mr. President, on BRICS, I just came out with big strokes and want to thank again the lady senator from Ilocos Norte for allowing me to shortly try to answer some of the questions that she had asked earlier. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me put on record, Mr. President, that the Special Assistant to the President is nodding his head, Subsecretary Anton Lagdameo. Mr. President, before we proceed, Mr. President, may I just acknowledge guests of our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Legarda, Mayor Elmer Untaran of San Jose Antique, and Mayor Mary Ginte of Libertad Antique. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar, for her manifestation, Mr. President.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
I just want to make a manifestation with regards to the comment of Senate President Subiri that we double the budget of the Department of Agriculture. You know, it's not the amount of budget, it's how you spend the budget. So we make sure that they spend the budget well before we double. And I would like to give notice that I will give an amendment to the resolution to make sure that they will help the farmers who will be affected by RCEP by making it a formal recommendation that they establish as additional, specific, and focused intervention within the aforementioned banner programs to address the impact on our farmers and fishers who are producing the 15 products which are under the 33 tariff lines to take effect before the implementation of the country's commitment to RCEP.
We accept, ma'am.
Yeah,
President.
so that's what I
We
want
accept
to
the amendment.
answer. Kasi kahit nasabi mo, i-double mo ang budget, kung hindi naman gagamitin to help those who will be affected by the RCEP, then
Yes, ma'am.
there's no use to it. So
At the
I just
proper time,
want to
Mr.
make
President,
that
we will accept her
manifestation.
amendment.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sure she can double the budget easily, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Presiding Officer, to our acting Senate President, a good friend, Senator Hercito. May I ask the Senate President and the sponsors, the Senate President Pro Temp, if I may ask one and maybe just a quick follow-up question.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. President. I'm honored to be to answer questions from
Thank you.
our distinguished colleague.
Let me just put a context to the question. No? Sabi sa Book of Hosea, we die because of lack of knowledge. No? And kanina tinanong ko, Majority Leader, do you agree this is such an important issue? Sabi niya, yes. In fact, tignan mo, nandyan ang Executive Secretary, nandyan ang NEDA, nandyan ang DTI, nandyan si Secretary Jokno, who came from also the Central Bank, nandyan ang DBM. So, he gave me all the proof na napaka-importante nito. So, next question ko sa kanya, kung napaka-importante, shouldn't we have more time to discuss this? Nag-disagree naman siya. Sabi niya, hindi, kasi nga, medyo matagal na. Last Congress, so inabutan tayo ng eleksyon. No? So if we did have more time, what I would have done is the reverse. No? Instead of asking the question, then maybe giving the executive 3 months or 100 days to submit based on the answer of the two honorable leaders of the Senate, no? Maybe we will ask the question, then based on your answer, we will ask for some submissions, diba? Rather than ask for the submission, then withhold the voting, no? So the context is this. Usually, and many of us here, Senator Villar, I think even Kuya Tol was in the cabinet during the last administration, of course, Senator Bongo, and kahit papano humapyaw dito sa negotiations ng RCEP. At napansin namin, depende sa ideology ng bansa mo. So those na medyo communist or socialist, they will be arguing from how the mode of production is. Diba? So China has a lot of state-owned enterprise. So of course, they want na makinabang din ang Chinese, pero also yung state-owned enterprise nila. The US, Great Britain, France, of course, medyo liberal democracy. So, from the extreme left to the extreme right, yung lahat ng ideology sa mundo nagsama sa negotiations dito. So, I won't be asking based on what ideology we negotiated from. But sa akin kasi, kahapon, and I'd like to thank first God and secondly, all of you for giving me latitude in the prayer yesterday. Sa akin kasi yung ideology hindi left or right. It's up or down. No? So kung ideology mo na sa Diyos at nasa kapwa pagmamahal mo, okay yon. Pag ang ideology mo sa baba, meaning kaswapangan, greed, kawawa. No? So yesterday I was talking about actually transformation, meaning there is a Babylonian worldview versus a Christian biblical worldview. So many of the countries with a democratic outlook follow the biblical worldview, which is common good. Di ba? Magnegosyo, not only for yourself, hindi pwedeng oligarchy, hindi pwedeng cronyism, hindi pwedeng panay liberal democracy na walang magbabantay kasi nga hindi man nanakawin ay gagamitin yung batas para sila lang ang manalo. So the point I'm making is that if the Philippines is going towards a biblical worldview because we claim to be the only Christian nation in Southeast Asia at sabi nga natin makikinabang ang Southeast Asia, no? There are going to be winners and losers under RCEP. And so eloquently, the secretaries of the last administration, the secretaries of this administration, and of course, your honors who are now defending, have already told us we will be one of the winners. But of course, the Philippines is divisible, di ba? Whether it's by class, by region, by profession. So there are going to be losers. So rather than pukpuking natin isa-isa, may I ask in general, no? Ano po ang point of view ng administration ngayon? Sino mga sektor ang possible losers dito? And because we're not powerless, no, to address that, what are we going to guarantee the Senate today? Because nga I'm leaning towards abstaining, but the Senate President asked me to vote for it, and I actually told him, no, ang pinaka medyo malakas ang aggravation dito yung agriculture sector. And tama si Senator Villar, of course, as our good chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, it's not how you spend it. It's not only how much the amount, but how you spend it. But maybe if we guarantee to her we'll spend it well, the government can double it, then she can afford to double it again. So, ang dami nating pondo. But the point is, Mr. President, yun po, yun ang tanong po, no? Sinong mga sektor ang possible na maybe not a big loser, but definitely won't be the big winners? And then, are we going to commit? Meaning, are the executive department going to commit that may intervention? I'll give 3 quick examples. Agriculture, obvious na yan. We've been talking about that. But secondly, employment. Sabi, more jobs. But I was watching Bloomberg the other day, and they were showing, for example, Denmark versus US. Ang layo per capita ng ginagastos ng Denmark to retool and to train and to capacitate their workers versus the US. And it's been shown na kapag ang gobyerno ay hindi lang gumastos, but ika nga ni Senator Villar, tama ang gastos, no? Mas magkakatrabaho. So, for example, OFWs, kung hindi naman nakapag-aral yung ating mga kababayan, dadami ang OFWs, pero yung mababa ang pay at yung delikado sa kanila, katulad ng kasambahay. Pero yung mga kasambahay na yan, kung yan ay napaaral natin, yan ay magiging chef, barista, salesperson, etc. No? Third example I want to give is, we're one of the most lax when it comes to tobacco and vapes. So with this further liberalization, will the DTI and the FDA and the DOH commit? Nababantayan talaga nila to. I know the Senate President and Senator Pia Cayetano feel strongly about this kasi nung unang pumasok ang vape, ang pangako sa atin ng mga manufacturers, hindi nila ilalagay yung flavored kasi kumbaga sa civil law, it's an attractive nuisance, di ba? Parang tinatawag ang mga bata. Ang point ng vape is that kung naninigarilyo ka na, ay mas, it's not healthier but it's less unhealthy. Pero kung naglalabas ka ng mga flavors na yung 15 years old, 16, 17, 18, ine-enganyo mo, edi hindi na, it's really a new business model. So I'm not going to that specifically only, Mr. President, but my point is, do we have a commitment from the executive department that they will look at these sectors? And tama-tama, that's why I said 3 months or 100 days, maybe they can submit the report. Kasi 100 days from now, wala pa tayo sa budget hearing. But 100 days from now, so March, April, June, July pa nila isasubmit yung budget eh. So kung sila mismo magsasabi, ganitong sektor tatamaan, but eto intervention namin sa programa at budget, eto tatamaan. So by the time mag-SONA, kung within 2 weeks from SONA i-file yung budget, tayo naman na-inform na nila na yun ang gagawin nila. No? Is that acceptable to both the sponsors and to the executive department? No? Which is yun nga, to have an eagle eye, a Philippine eagle eye on those sectors that may be left behind, and then to submit to us in 100 days na kung yun ang binabantayan, but eto intervention natin.
Special committee.
Thank you for your enlightened question. In fact, we anticipated that, Your Honor, and that is the reason why we have a resolutory clauses that will be made part of the concurring resolution. I am happy to note that there's an oversight committee that hopefully will be created that will address the issues of MSMEs, science and technology, which you had, agriculture, trade and industry, and many other sectors. What will determine the losers and winners from RCEP? That's your question. This will all depend on the utilization of the parties. If the stakeholders will not utilize the gains in the RCEP agreement and to find the comparative advantage, then they will be affected by the competition. In any case, based again on the study of Dr. Coro Raton in 2021, it shows that sectors such as electronic equipment, metals, oil, gas, vegetables, fruits, nuts, mineral products, machinery, equipment, rice transport, sugar, construction, and fishing will gain in terms of improvements in trade balance. Again, that is based on the study of Dr. Kororotan. Now, there are many measures to build competitive and comparative advantages. I will no longer read it because it's several pages, but these are the measures that are enclosed in our resolutory clauses, which hopefully can be approved by this chamber if we concur in the resolution. That would include interventions to stimulate and support innovation. I'm glad to know that the executive department had finally heeded our call to call the Innovation Council. I think there was a meeting yesterday or this morning because this is a very new law which was passed in this chamber a few years ago. I will no longer read 15 pages, 13 pages of measures that would address the agriculture sector, the fisheries sector, the MSME sector, and would push for the digitalization of the MSMEs and innovation, but I would request that all these clauses and measures be made part of the records of this chamber.
May I just make a quick
Yeah,
comment?
and the Senate President has more details on that. I just wanted to assure Your Honor that with your concurrence, we can perhaps make the Science and Technology Chair, yourself, a member of the committee
Should be.
that will help us craft the roadmap so that in the years to come, when the tariffs become lower on certain products, we take into consideration R&D and science and technology.
And
Mr. President.
just really quickly, my dear colleague, my dear friend, Senator Allen, thank you also for listening to me out earlier, Mr. President. But really what will determine the losers and winners of this treaty will be the implementation of RCEP agreements. Depends on the utilization of the parties. So, yes, we may ratify it today, we have the votes. But if the stakeholders do not utilize RCEP agreements, our manufacturers don't decide to go to the RCEP countries, our garments don't decide to go and just stay as is, the government agencies don't support them on ease of doing business and e-transactions, talo tayo. Matatalo tayo. Madedehado tayo. So, that is why they are here to show full support. All the secretaries are here because they really see the potential of us growing in this kind of setup. And as mentioned by my dear colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda, we placed under the guidelines and instructions talagang what must be done. What must be done? And we detailed the programs. National Rice Program, National Corn Program, itong dapat gawin. Nandito po sa ating timelines and guidelines of the resolution. We're also creating, as mentioned earlier, a special committee. Para we're on top of it because we do have oversight functions. And I really feel that we should do oversight on many of the treaties that we passed here. It shouldn't just be, okay, let's vote on it. After that, wala na, we wash our hands completely away from it. So I really feel that with this is going to be a novel idea. We're going to start this special committee on RCEP implementation so that we can have a holistic approach to make sure that all of them, all government, all sector approach on how we can move forward with this agreement. But on agriculture, as mentioned, we'll give you what we'll do, Your Honor, if you're asking for 100 days, we can even make it faster. We can, if we do ratify this and we vote on it and we ratify this, immediately next week we'll start the creation of the special committee, and then the chairperson can convene, and you request within 100 days, this document should be given maybe earlier than that, maybe within 30 days.
Let me, with your permission, Mr. Senate President, and then let me start dun sa hugas kamay, no, washing our hands. It's bad enough, di ba, that many governments in the past have washed their hands. Pero ngayong pandemic, inutusan tayo na mas madalas maghugas ng kamay, di ba? So, wala akong duda sa dalawa nating sponsor because actually anniversary natin ngayon na Senate President and Senate President Pro Tem. This year, the three of us have been working together for 25 years.
25
because
years.
1998,
That's
Senator Legarda was the senator at tayong dalawa. We were freshmen in the 11th.
I was with your father in
Yes.
1998.
Yeah, you were one of the,
But he
not
is
the young,
many
yes.
generations
So,
ahead of me.
tama
Yes,
po.
okay.
But together with Senator Escudero, was Senator Risa already in Congress? 98, 2001 ka? 2004, no? Yeah, si Eta atang kasama na.
Although mas matagal ka sa akin, boss. I
Kasi
took
ako
a
sa
gap year
councilor,
for
yeah.
5 years
But
because I gave way to my dear friend
that's
Senator
right.
Coco.
But we're working together na, no? And ang point ko po dito, wala kaming duda sa inyo eh. Wala kaming duda sa gentlemen and ladies sitting behind you. I mean, sa tagal na rin sa gobyerno, we know many or most of them. But when we passed yung bills on globalization, you know, very prominent senators were here promising safety nets. Pero nagpalit yung administration, hindi na ilagay yung safety net. At like any other person in the circus, kapag walang safety net at nahulog yan, patay talaga. The other one was, I remember talking to Brother Armin, kasi dalawa lang kami may ayaw ng K-12. At paulit-ulit ako sa kanya, sabi ko, alam mo Brother Armin, kung ikaw ang secretary ng DepEd forever, and meron ka talagang ear ng presidente at idodouble ang budget, naniniwala ako sa iyo. But the truth is, mawawala din administration mo. And the truth is, there will be other priorities. We never expected the pandemic, di ba? So kita nyo yung promises ng K-12 na meron trucks, di ba? Na meron kang whether sa computer yan, accountancy. You go to any other school, ang aking gold standard nung bata ako yung Don Bosco, di ba? Kasi Don Bosco had automotive, electrical. So all of us had practical arts and then one quarter of HE, palit yung lalaki at babae pagka kayo'y co-ed, di ba? Pero yung HE natin was cooking and konting sewing. Ang ating practical arts was, you know, konting drawing, perspectives, making some handicrafts, di ba? But the students in Don Bosco were doing automotive, they were doing electrical, nung uso yung disco nung panahon natin, and then mobile, they were making the strobe lights and the mirror balls and everything, no? So, and years after the K-12, di ba, we're discussing ROTC now. I don't want to go to that, but we're discussing ROTC. Ni wala akong makitang model, no? Model school na yung track ay super ganda talaga. That's why I think you'd understand my apprehension in waiting. No? So what I meant by the 100 days is that if the administration does see, okay, katulad ng sinabi mo, depende sa pag-implement, pero nakita na nila. Oh, hindi gumagalaw yung ganitong sector or even sa public sector, yung mga LGU, meron sobrang mag-invest sa education, meron hindi. They can already put the intervention because sometimes if you wait 2, 3, 4 years, of course, this is a new administration. So the good thing is they have 5 years. So just in case they see nga na next year na may problema, they can still intervene. And medyo may ownership pang RCEP sa kanila kasi it was approved during their time, no? But if you already see it, diba, then why not tell us? These are the programs we will put in the 2024 budget. So let me just share this, then I'll give the floor, no? Dahil nga may mga magtatanong pa. I remember asking the same question sa mga leaders natin sa sports. Sabi ko, if we organize the 2019 SEA Games, are we going to win? Everyone gave me a similar answer. Sir, depende sa athletes. Sir, depende sa coaches. Sir, depende pero competitive tayo. But there was one person who answered me differently, and that was POC chairperson and kapatid ni Tol, si Bambol Tolentino. Sabi niya sa akin, upuan ko, isa-isahin ko talaga sila, and then babalikan kita kung mananalo tayo o hindi. And you know, halos eksakto yung sinubmit niya. So sabi ko, paano mo nagawa yan? Sabi niya, I really sat down with them. And all of them told me they will win medals. Pero I didn't take their answer. Inupuan ko, ilan ang atleta mo? Saan kayo nanalo the last year? Ano ang coach nyo? Tapos kinumpare niya. So for example, if he saw that the Singaporeans are training in this country, the Malaysians are training in that country, tayo hindi nagte-training, malamang hindi ito mananalo. No? So that's what I meant. I want that kind of assurance, di ba, from the executive department. Because I do really believe that RCEP could really be such a good vehicle for us, di ba? But let's also have the commitment that kung may maiwan, kasi actually I don't mind voting for it after I talk to the Senate President kasi tingin ko mas maraming winners.
Thank you.
Ang problema nga, we can't afford na may ilang sektor na totally losers sa dito because it could kill. Tignan mo sa globalization, di ba? At Taguig, for example, sa akin, lumaki ako, yung FTI, punong-puno ng mga kumpanya yun. Textile, gumagawa ng radyo ng mga supercars and everything, no? Tapos sabi, lilipat lang sa Cavite. And then, nasa China na, nasa Vietnam na, wala na. Di ba? So, ngayon naman, nagkaroon ng second life kasi naging Arca South, di ba? Naging Central Business District. But again, di ba? Will RCEP be good for the companies that are moving there or not? No? So that's why yun po ang context na it's not only what they will submit in their analysis, but will they also spend this kind of commitment in looking at who will be left behind? I have no doubt the winners can take care of themselves. No, but it's the losers, and I think you share the same. I saw how the Senate President gave his speech na in-underline niya itong sa agriculture. Baka may problema talaga dito. I mean, is it correct? Thailand's budget for rice is like the whole budget of our buong agriculture, di ba?
Well, they spend double 2% of the 4% of the GDPs spent on agriculture, tayo 2% lang.
Hindi na sayang yung ginastos ng gobyerno sa UPLB sa
Yes.
kursong agriculture sa ating Senate
Definitely.
President. No?
Definitely.
So anyway, Mr. President, I'll stop there. And yun nga po, do we have the commitment from the executive?
Yes.
They're loud, they're listening loud and clear.
I love
And I'm happy
to
that
ask
they're all here.
questions when they have no choice but to answer yes. But I know this is a conscious choice. I'm just looking at Secretary Jok.
We have Secretary
Usually
Jok.
smiles a little bit if it's a sincere yes.
Secretary
Ayan po.
Pagdaman of Budget is also here.
Secretary Balisacan is here, and I think NEDA is one of the key drivers of this direction, policy.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, I
Thank you.
sincerely appreciate, and that together with our talks swayed me to vote for.
Thank you so
I
much.
hope we don't vote at 11:59 to 9.
Hindi po, hindi po.
Okay.
But thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Alan Cayetano because his heart is always for the masses. Every time we talk about these issues, he always fights for the little guy. He always reminds me, remember, ang kailangan ng mga karamihan ng taong bayan. What is the best for the most number of people? He always reminds me that and reminds me on that. And he just reminded us again today. This is a bigger agreement, a bigger area, bigger opportunity. But it's up to, it's up to these guys behind me. And I'm happy that they're here. They can absorb this. Kasi if they're not here, syempre, ikikwento ko na lang sa kanila yun. Iba yung understanding. When you delivered your message, Mr. President, distinguished gentleman, maganda, nandito po sila, nakikita po nila the sincere goal of each and every one of us to make it work. But the only way to do it is we have to put all hands on deck. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm glad to mention to Senator Cayetano that the Oversight Committee, it already states in the resolution, shall be provided with a comprehensive strategy, I'm reading from it, and plan to harness competitiveness in various economic sectors within 3 months from the adoption of this resolution. You asked for 100 days. So this is 90 days. So it meets your requirement, even less, 10 days. So
Thank you.
I'm glad to, and we were grateful to your affirmative vote
Thank you.
in the coming hours.
Salamat, Alan.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., for his manifestation. So moved, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator
In fact,
Revilla is recognized.
I have a lot of questions here, but instead of interpellation, allow me instead to deliver a short manifestation. Hindi po lingid sa ating kaalaman ang mga pag-aalinlangan ng ilan natin mga kababayan tungkol sa RCEP. We have heard the concerns we were expressed, especially for our farmers. Pero may kalma sa gitna ng mga daluyong sapagkat natugunan naman ang mga pagdududa ng ating taong bayan. These concerns were aptly articulated and explained in the sponsorship speech delivered by no less than the Senate President, Senator Mig Subiri, and in the debates and ensued thereafter. I am in support of this measure, which is the embodiment of our commitment to our region and neighbors. However, this should not be the end. Habang nagiging tapat tayo sa ating mga tungkulin bilang miyembro ng ASEAN, isa rin itong hamon sa ating pamahalaan na panatilihing sagrado ang mga obligasyon natin sa taong bayan. We have to ensure that safety nets are put in place because we know that this will make or break the RCEP, as well as the local industries that will be affected. At the end of the day, free trade will always have the most noble intentions. Subalit, habang pinagyayabong natin ang ating ekonomiya at global competitiveness, tandaan din po natin ang pinakamalaki at pinakamataas nating pananagutan sa taong bayan. Let us continue not only to protect them, but to strengthen and capacitate them. Thank you, Mr. President. Ako'y malaking tiwala sa ating Senate President.
Thank you po, Mr. President. May kumpadre, Senator Bong Revilla. Rest assured po, yung sektor na binabanggit po natin dito na yun ay talagang babantayan natin at tutulungan natin as much as possible. I believe we all are united here to fight for particularly the agri-industry and all our farmers. Hindi natin sila papabayaan. Marami tayong interventions and budget intervention is one. Oversight after may budget na. Tama po si Tita Cynthia, si Senator Villar. After may budget na, double time na rin tayo sa pagbantay na ma-implement po ito. So those are our commitments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize. Move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to ask questions to the distinguished sponsors. So move, Mr. President.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po sa ating co-sponsors. Mr. President, I'll actually take off from one of the questions where the good gentleman from Taguigan Pateros left off. Kasi po, Mr. President, yung unang tanong ko is a health question. I know that many of us in the Senate are anti-tobacco and pro-breastfeeding advocates. RCEP's Services Market Access Provision, yun po ay nasa Article 8.5.2, means that in the service sectors where the Philippines has made market access commitments, we cannot restrict the amount of a service. Sa Annex 2, the Philippines has liberalized advertising in modes 1 and 2, cross-border. This means that the Philippines cannot ban or restrict the hours in which any kind of cross-border advertisements are shown, including ads for tobacco and baby formula, for example. This, Mr. President, has been flagged relentlessly by health advocates, considering that tobacco advertising is currently banned on the internet, TV, and radio in the Philippines. And we certainly heavily regulate how baby formula is being advertised. And according to some experts I've consulted, these bans on advertising could be challenged if RCEP comes into force. Ano po yung mga kaisipan ng good sponsors tungkol dito, Mr. President?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I totally agree with the gentle lady, the minority floor leader, our deputy minority floor leader, that they should be banned. We should not allow it. We have a law. The law, and if Senator Pia was here, she would have stood up because I'm sure she was one of those proponents in the law that bans advertising for tobacco. Even having concerts that are sponsored by tobacco, even having big gatherings that are sponsored by tobacco is totally banned. And I support that. And I want to, well, I'm looking at our negotiator, it will still be banned, right? Because we have a law on it.
Yeah, we have the flexibility to adapt and implement measures to protect health.
They have a provision that will adopt and implement measures necessary to protect health, animal, plant life, and human health as well, human. But we have a law, and I don't think that this treaty, and I have the bar top notcher looking at me, I don't think this treaty will be an exemption to the law, particularly on the ban on advertising. And I'm with you, 1,000%.
May I?
Salamat, Mr.
I
President.
would like to add.
Yes,
to that.
yes,
First of
Mr.
all,
President.
we are on the same page and we share your concern. Let me just state it very categorically and simply. There is no commitment in RCEP that would require amendments in law relating to advertising of tobacco and e-cigarette. In short, wala pong provision na mag-aamenda na ano bang existing na batas natin na papayagan ang ating kinakatakutan ng mag-iiba ang mga batas tungkol sa advertising sa tobacco at e-cigarette.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Isang follow-up question po para sa isa sa co-sponsor, isa din sa co-sponsor. Nabanggit po, Mr. President, ng good co-sponsor, the Senate President, that there is a provision in RCEP that will respect, in effect, na hindi gagalawin yung ating mga kasalukuyang pambansang batas tungkol sa tobacco advertising, baby milk formula advertising at iba pa. Ano pong provision ito sa RCEP, Mr. President?
Wala naman tayong commitment.
Ito, sir. There is no commitment in RCEP to touch any law. I think that's very clear. Let me just also state that the RCEP agreement affirms the Doha Declaration on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights or TRIPS agreement to address or protect public health and in particular to promote access to medicines for all. RCEP parties are committed to ensure access to medicines and public health in accordance with Article 13 of the TRIPS agreement. This is part of the RCEP agreement.
Salamat, Mr. President. Actually, I will also get to a question on the alleged stronger intellectual property protection in RCEP, but a little later. Balikan ko lang po, sabi po ng good co-sponsor, Mr. President, walang provision sa RCEP na mag-aamyenda ng batas ng Pilipinas. There is no commitment in RCEP to touch the law. Pero let's talk about a concrete situation, Mr. President. What if i-cite nung RCEP countries a very specific provision, Article 8.5.2, na an RCEP member country such as the Philippines cannot restrict the amount of a service. Ganon po ka-konkreto at ganon ka-specific, Mr. President. The RCEP also talks about, in Annex 2, liberalized advertising in modes 1 and 2 for cross-border advertising. So kapag po may sitwasyon tayo na yung pambansang batas natin na nagbaban sa advertising tungkol sa tobacco or nagbaban o nagre-restrict ng advertising tungkol sa infant milk formula, paano ito babangga dito sa napaka-konkretong provisions sa RCEP? And we do know, Mr. President, good co-sponsors, there are national laws. Pero kapag yung bansa natin pumapasok sa isang treaty, katulad ng RCEP, something's got to give, and something gives, Mr.
Well,
President.
Mr. President, the RCEP is really talks more about market access and not regulation within the countries. No, it's just trying to make it easier doing business with these countries on market access, and we also have under Article 17.12 or 17.12 of the RCEP. It says here, these provisions, among others, allow RCEP parties to adopt and implement measures necessary to protect human, animal, plant life, or health. And then it goes onwards to Article 17.13, where the RCEP parties, among others, can take action it considers necessary for the protection of its essential security interests. And then it goes on to talk about public health under Article 11.8 of the RCEP agreement. The RCEP agreement reaffirms the Doha Declaration of Trade-related aspects on intellectual property rights, the TRIPS agreement, to address and protect public health, in particular, and medicines, access to medicines as well. Pero RCEP parties also committed to ensure access to medicines and public health in accordance to Article 13 of the TRIPS agreement. So it obviously states many times that public health is a priority. And so the law is very clear on this particular issue.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Isang follow-up po sa parehong dalawang punto na ni-raise ng good co-sponsor. The general health exception cited by the good co-sponsor, yung mismong Article 17.12 sa RCEP, that general health exception was imported from the WTO. Kung saan sa WTO, bahagi siya ng general exception that, Mr. President, has been so difficult to use that governments only succeeded twice in 48 attempts to use it as of today. Ibig sabihin po, Mr. President, ang mga member countries sa WTO, 48 times na pong sinubukang gamitin yung general health exception na ngayon in-import into the RCEP. Sa 48 na yan, twice lang po sila nagtagumpay. 46 times they failed. So in less than 5% of the time, naggamit talaga yung general health exception. Are the good co-sponsors aware of this, Mr. President?
Wala tayong
No, I'm not.
amended yung sa public, yung medicines, cheaper medicine act. So we have the special compulsory licensing. We have the compulsory licensing. That's enough to us. And in case of the doubt, nag-prevail pa ng TRIPS agreement.
Do you have the specific example on these 48
The Doha.
attempts?
I could, Mr. President, I wouldn't mind getting back to the good co-sponsors on this, but it's a matter of record po. 48 attempts sa WTO gamitin itong general health exception. Napakahirap, 2 beses lamang po nagtagumpay. Ibig sabihin, kung sakali, kailangan yung mga
Is this
health
referring to the
advocates.
resolved disputes?
No, Mr. President is referring to the Article 17.12 mentioned by the good co-sponsor bilang isang safeguard. Safeguard lang po siya in less than 5% of the time sa WTO. Yun din po ang kinopy-paste nila sa RCEP. Ibig sabihin, kailangan kapag may anti-tobacco, anti-milk formula, health advocates, kailangan susubok muna sila ng 46 times bago magtagumpay ng 2 beses po, Mr. President.
Yeah, it's a case-to-case basis depending on the issue. But Mr. President, for example, let's just go specific on tobacco, on particularly tobacco. If what you're trying to say under the GATT General Agreements and Tariffs and Trade together with the
WTO. Apo.
Wherein it's supposed to be liberal and these activities can be done. Is it done in the Philippines even if we pass the law? I mean, we passed the law banning advertising, but can they still advertise? Is it being pushed by Philip Morris, for example, and other cigarette companies to still be able to advertise in the country? Because I see no advertisement whatsoever.
Mr. President,
Is this a
ikakabit ko
particular
po yung comment ko doon sa comment ng good co-sponsor sa follow-up question ko in relation po dito sa Article 17.12. Kung dito sa bansa natin, mabuti na lang. Nandito yung Kongreso, tayo sa Senate, pati po ang House to exercise oversight on our health and advertising laws. Pero Mr. President, other governments, aside from the Philippines, other governments have recognized how difficult this exception is to use. Itong exception na ang batting average sa WTO ay 2 lang out of 48, tas ngayon nandito sa RCEP. Other governments have recognized how difficult this exception is to use and made it easier to use in FTAs, in free trade agreements, na meron na po tayo ng marami, even before or without RCEP. Halimbawa po, the Indonesia-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which was concluded in 2020, actually excludes from investor to state dispute settlement o ISDS measures to promote public health. So at the outset, in-exclude na nila sa FTA nila. But this exclusion, Mr. President, is not in the RCEP now. At ang RCEP po, walang katulad na similarly easy to use health exception, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is quite technical, the questions of the distinguished colleague. I'm expert only on the agri side. So if you're willing, and with the permission of the body, maybe we can suspend the rules once more and allow our chief negotiator to answer these specific questions. I don't want to guess, and I don't want to make a mistake in my answer, because these are serious points being raised by Senator Risa, and I don't want to make a guess out of it, no matter how confident I am in saying it. But I know deep inside of me, it might not be the right answer. I would suggest that we just suspend the rules, Mr. President, so that we can allow Senator Risa to talk to the principal author of this or negotiator, so that he can answer clearly and incisively the questions on this particular issue of public health.
Mr.
No
President,
objection, Mr.
before you
President.
do so and suspend the rules, may I just cite a
Dito na.
portion of the RCEP
Technical na yan.
where the Philippines also made reservations to adopt and implement measures that it considered necessary for the protection of its essential security interests. It does not specifically state health. It does not specifically state formula milk. It does not specifically state tobacco, but it says we had made reservations to adopt measures that we consider necessary for the protection of its essential security interests. And I believe that this sector that you are speaking about would be part of what we would consider essential security interests. And second, we have our laws, and I believe that the vague provision of GATT-WTO, which is incorporated within RCEP, which you claim other countries had used to the detriment perhaps of those countries, we will not allow that to happen because we have laws that protect public health. And as I said, the RCEP agreement reaffirms the Doha Declaration on Trade-Related Aspects of TRIPS, intellectual property, and even committed to ensure access to medicines, and it underscored public health as well. So I think we are protected in that. And again, there are safeguards in the RCEP. There are provisions which our chief negotiator can probably read into the record where you can actually leave, or you can file a reservation or a protest. It's cast in stone, but there are provisions, safeguards, temporary and permanent, right? You can mention that, and the provisions where you can file a complaint. Diba? Pwede ka umangal dyan eh. Oo. So, while it is a concern that we share, I am certain, based on the provisions I am reading, that we are amply protected insofar as public health is concerned. And I will be one with you in fighting for this cause against any country or jurisdiction that insists that because of RCEP, they can violate Philippine laws and abuse and contravene Philippine laws and violate the public health interest of the Filipino people.
Salamat to the good co-sponsor, Mr. President. I will get to my question about the Doha Declaration later. But before the presiding officer, or the rather majority leader, may move to suspend the rules and we can all benefit from the input from our chief negotiator, just to quickly respond to a point raised again by the good co-sponsor, at baka gusto rin komenta ng chief negotiator natin, yung exception dyan sa schedule ng Annex 2 for measures a state considers necessary for the protection of security interests. Ang problema po dito kahit sa exception na ito, Mr. President, is that WTO jurisprudence, which will likely serve as the basis to resolve our RCEP disputes. Ang WTO jurisprudence, sinasabi niya, it is the tribunal that decides what is an essential security interest. Therefore, hindi po ito self-judging on the part of the member country, ni sa WTO, ni magiging sa RCEP. And historically, panels have found against protectionism and in favor of open borders. So just for the record, Mr. President, yung track record ng mga pagsubok na pakinabangan, iyang exception na yan for the protection of security interests, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. To answer the query, Mr. President, may I just make the necessary motion with the consent of the body and upon consultation with the minority floor leader, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate to allow the head and officers of the government agencies to respond directly to the queries pertaining to their offices in relation to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion to suspend the rules of the Senate. Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize our chief negotiator, ASEC FT, to answer the queries of the distinguished minority leader.
ASEC Hepte is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. To respond to the questions raised by Honorable Senator Risa Hontiveros. First, I just want to call the attention of the body on the preamble of the RCEP agreement, because this is very important, because the preamble or statement provides context on the intention and the spirit of the international agreement. And it is clearly stated there that the parties reaffirm the right of each party to regulate in pursuit of legitimate public welfare objective. So that's one. There's already a recognition. Number two, Your Honor, is that in terms of flexibility and policy space, we have incorporated the general exceptions under Article 20 of GATT 1994 and Article 14 of GATS, wherein the party has the right to adopt and implement measures necessary to protect human, animal, plant life, or health. And with respect to the adoption of Article 14 GATS, that also refers to the security exceptions. So in other words, Your Honors, RCEP parties under the provision of security exception can take any action which it considered necessary for the protection of its essential security interests in time of national emergency or war or other emergency in international relations in the WTO agreement, Your Honor. The instances by which you can exercise this security exception is actually very limited because it only refers to war and international emergency. In RCEP, we have even expanded the same to include national emergency. That is why we always say that if you are going to compare our policy space in RCEP agreement versus policy space in the WTO agreements, we have a lot of flexibilities under the present agreement we are discussing. Also, Your Honors, it was already mentioned that when it comes to adoption and implementation of laws, rules, and regulations affecting public health and access to medicines, we have incorporated and we have reaffirmed the Doha Declaration on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights to address or protect public health and in particular to promote access to medicines for all RCEP parties, and also committed to ensure access to medicines and public health. And I just want to point out, Your Honor, that under the chapter on intellectual property, if there is a doubt or issue as to interpretation, we have agreed that the TRIPS agreement will prevail. Now, in addition to that, Your Honor, in our schedules of commitment, both on services and investment, we also made reservations to adopt and implement measures it considered necessary for the protection of its essential security interests. Now, you mentioned, Your Honors, earlier about decisions of the WTO on the matter. For one, Your Honor, in international law, particularly in WTO, as a rule, we don't observe precedent, although for purposes of reference, we do take into account previous decisions of the tribunal. But if it is being applied in the context of precedents, there is no such thing because every issue will have to address on a case-to-case basis. On the self-judging provision, you are correct, Your Honor, that this reservation, the one that we made in the schedule, and also in the security exception, the same is construed as self-judging as to the determination of what is essential to your security interests. And decisions in the WTO are I would say, has very limited jurisprudence on that. I can recall the case of Ukraine versus Russia, and recently they just came out the decision on the security measures applied by the United States against China. But again, Your Honor, there are so many views on this as to how the self-judging provision is being applied. One is that the determination of what is essential to your security interests must be left to the sovereign state because there is no other entity that can determine what is essential to its security interests but the sovereign state itself. What is, of course, subject to a certain determination before the tribunal is the circumstances by which this exercise is being availed of by the member state, meaning if there is war, international emergency, among others. So, in other words, Your Honors, the flexibility, the policy space have been fully reserved in this RCEP agreement.
Thank you, Mr. President. At least dalawang follow-up questions sa ngayon po. Quoting from the preamble, sabi nyo nga po, in pursuit of legitimate public interest. Sino po yung magdedetermine ng legitimate? What if ang isang bansa tulad ng Pilipinas sasabihin nila, legitimate public interest natin to protect our public from the ill effects of tobacco, therefore these advertising restrictions.
Yes po.
What if in the legitimate public interest of promoting full breastfeeding in the first 6 months of life, limited ang advertising sa mga infant milk formula, pero pwedeng hindi lang yung tribunal, pero ibang bansa na RCEP member country who are involved in that service of advertising such products will raise a complaint na in violation tayo sa ating treaty obligations. Kaninong definition ng legitimate public interest ang mamamayani, Mr. President?
Maraming salamat po, Your Honor. That's a very important question. Of course, Your Honor, the determination of what is the legitimate public welfare objective must be left to the sovereign state or to the party. Under the agreement, if you will peruse the same, yung mga qualifications lang po dyan when it comes to the availment of exercise is that the exercise must not be intended to defeat your commitment in the RCEP agreement. So, yun lang po. But again, as to what is legitimate, what is essential to your security interests, tayo po ang magde-decide nun. And that maganda po at nasabi niyo po yung tungkol dun sa tabako. If you will note po, dito hindi po kami pumayag na magkaroon ng investor-state dispute settlement. Because ayaw po namin na yung ating bansa or yung RCEP party can be sued by a private entity just because of certain breach or alleged breach in the agreement. We know what happened in the case of Australia when they passed the plain tobacco packaging. That case was elevated to the WTO. But of course, the right to adopt and implement measures to protect health has been upheld.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nabanggit nyo nga po ulit yung ISDS, yung Investor State Dispute Settlement. At sabi nyo nga hindi siya kasama sa RCEP. And yet, two other countries na miyembro sa RCEP, Australia at Indonesia, in-exclude ito. In-exclude ito sa kanilang free trade agreement. So bakit hindi ba what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander? Kung mabuti para sa kanila na in-exclude mula sa ISDS yung measures to promote public health, bakit hindi rin yan natin hiningi sa negotiation tungkol sa RCEP na i-exclude din yung measures to promote public health explicitly, Mr. President?
Very clear po yun, Your Honor, that when it comes to adopting and implementing measures affecting public health, we have the sovereign right to do that. So wala pong issue on that. Yung sa ISDS po, sa RCEP agreement is that ang nakalagay lang po doon is that it is subject to work program. Kasi nga po hindi tayo pumayag. So naging compromise na lang is that pag-usapan na lang yan uli or mag-negotiate na lang uli. But without prejudice to the eventual outcome of the negotiation.
So ang natitira na lang po talaga sa RCEP, Mr. President, in such cases is the general health exception sa Article 17.12
Ay hindi po.
na napakahirap ngang gamitin.
Hindi po. All that I have enumerated earlier, Your Honor, the incorporation of Article 20 of GATT 1994, that is under Article 17.12 of the RCEP agreement. Number 2, we have the security exceptions, that is under Article 17.13 of the RCEP agreement. Also, with respect to other measures, particularly addressing, for example, shortages of food, we have also incorporated Article 11 of GATT 1994, that is under Article 2.17 of the RCEP agreement. Also, with respect to protection of public health and access to medicines, we have adopted the Doha Declaration, that is under Article 11.8 of the RCEP agreement. And in addition to these flexibilities that I have mentioned, we also made reservations to adopt and implement measures we considered necessary for the protection of our essential security interests in our schedule of reservations in services, that is on and also in our schedule of reservation and non-confirming measures for investment and the schedule of specific commitments for services. This is list 13 and Annex 2 of the agreement. So marami po, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Mr. President. But just for the record, given the and for the record, just to clarify, yung isa sa mga binanggit ng good resource person, Mr. President, Article 17.12, that is precisely what I was asking about. Bilang isang halimbawa na in-import mula sa WTO, nasa RCEP, pero napakahirap gamitin o pakinabangan. And it is well and good for us to say na we have the right to do this, we have the right to do that, pero alam naman po natin as in-laws na tinatrabaho namin dito sa Kongreso, sa mga treaties din po tulad ng RCEP, if we don't claim it explicitly in black and white, in the text, hanggang ganun na lang, aspirational, it is a right. But if we do not actually provide effective, with good track record, recourses to grievance or effective conflict resolution mechanisms or effective provisions to uphold our rights as a country as expressed in national law at madaling gamitin kaysa mahirap gamitin, not subject only to the decision of tribunals, pero kumbaga may puwersa sa sarili niya, it will remain an aspiration. Kahit nga po yung preamble ng ating mismong saligang batas ay kinailangan nating gawing konkreto at specific sa lahat ng mga sumunod na sections at provisions, Mr. President. Dahil maraming beses na rin pong binanggit yung Doha Declaration, sige po, lulundag na po ako dun sa tanong ko tungkol sa intellectual property protection. Mr. President, one benefit being touted by the proponents of RCEP is that the stronger intellectual property protection in RCEP's intellectual property or IP chapter benefits net IP exporters. Okay, however, do the good co-sponsors, does the good resource person not agree with me na tayo naman sa Pilipinas ay net IP importer, hindi exporter. And we will only become more and more so over time. Napag-uusapan na rin yung mga gamot. Yes, Philippine consumers need affordable medicine which can only also be accessed through importation, for example. So, Mr. President, does this still count as a benefit for RCEP?
It's definitely a benefit, Your Honor. But before I answer that, Your Honor, I just want to clarify that the incorporation of Article 20 of the GATT 1994 in the RCEP agreement is not aspirational po. It's a right. If you will read the text, it's very clear that nothing prevents a party from adopting and implementing measures necessary to protect human, animal, plant, and health. So
Just for the
it's
record, Mr. President, of course, I share the good co-sponsors' belief in aspiration. Yun naman po yung kahit in Kuwait pa, yun naman po yung nagpapakilo sa atin. I'm just saying po, Mr. President, tulad sa mga batas, ganon din po mga tratado, even speaking as a layperson in the sense that hindi po ako abogado, what we do not claim in black and white, in the text, in words, napaka mas mahirap pong kamtin, lalo na kapag na-ratify na po ang isang tratado. Yun lamang po, Mr. President.
Sige ba? Thank you, Your Honor. Now, going now to the question po on the benefit of the intellectual property chapter. Unang-una po, Your Honor, we have to bear in mind that when you talk about intellectual property rights, there are many kinds of intellectual property rights. So we have patent, we have copyright, we have trademark, we have industrial design, you have utility model, you have integrated circuit and topography, we have even trade secrets. Kaya po pag titingnan mo po yung 7 kinds of intellectual property rights, Your Honor, you will note na pagdating po sa copyright, Philippines is very strong on copyright. In fact, I just could not recall the exact figure, Your Honor, but when I was at the Intellectual Property Office, we conducted a study to determine the GDP contribution of copyright-based industries. And my recollection to date is 7.6% of GDP, generating around 11% of employment. I can double-check the percentage and the figures, Your Honor, on that. But one thing that I would like to convey is that this is actually a strength of the country. I think alam naman ho natin, maraming magaling kumanta, maraming magaling magawa ng movies, game development, etc. So therefore, hindi po tayo nahuhuli when it comes to intellectual property rights. In fact, pagdating sa computer programming, there was even this study conducted by Bloomberg sometimes in 2015 as to the brains of Silicon Valley, and it was noted that Philippines was actually ranked number 6. And if you are going to base it on a country-to-country basis, actually number 3 po tayo because the first 3 are identified were states of the United States of America. So we have to count them as just one state. So number 3. So I think we have a lot of good programmers and developers. So malaki po ang potential natin sa copyright. Huwag na natin isama po yung mga performers natin and the TV shows and everything. So this generate po a lot of benefits for our kababayans, no? And then, pangalawa po, importante po sa ating mga performers yung collection ng kanilang royalties. So, dito po sa IP chapter, we have a provision on cooperation of collective management organization. Ito po yung entity na mangongolekta ng mga royalties. So, talagang malaki po ang benepisyo nito sa mga performers natin kasi po, mga composers natin, mga musicians natin, kasi po, pagdating sa collection ng royalties, kung yung mga kanta nila ay piniplay outside the Philippines, at least they can work with other CMOs and try to collect what is due to them. Yun po. Pangalawa po, pagdating po sa trademark, malaking bagay din po kasi yung mga negosyante po natin, they can easily protect their trademarks in this RCEP region. Because number 1, yung mga RCEP parties po nag-commit to accede to the Madrid Protocol. So tayo po, wala po tayong problema kasi party na tayo sa Madrid Protocol. But what is Madrid Protocol? Madrid Protocol po is an international registration system for trademark. Kasi po ang trademark is territorial. So if you are just registered in the Philippines, dito lang po yan sa Philippines protected. So kung ako si Potato Corner who would like to do business, let's say in Australia, New Zealand, Japan, then I have to go to their IP offices and register my trademark. Dito po sa Madrid Protocol, you can apply for a registration of trademark through the IP Office of the Philippines and designate that you want your trademark to be protected in these countries who are also members of the Madrid Protocol. So malaking bagay po yan sa negosyo. Of course, yung industrial design, ang dami ho nating magagaling. I can mention, of course, yung mga kababayan natin sa Cebu. Kenneth Cobonfe is one of the known designer in the Philippines and in the world. So, ang dami pong talents ng Pilipino, kaya ang laking bagay ng IP chapter. Siguro po, kapag pinag-usapan niyo po siguro yung patents, baka doon medyo sabihin na natin na naghahabol ho tayo pagdating sa patent application. Because marami pong mga challenges pagdating sa patent application. Not only because patent itself is very technical, but also, you need capacity when it comes to applying patent application. And also, you have to be very good in conducting research. Kasi bukod sa technical na, pwede pong mas mahal din yung proseso. So ito po yung mga challenges natin dyan. Kaya siguro po dun kayo nang gagaling, that's why meron ho tayong sinasabi natin na hindi tayo ganun ka-competitive. But maybe on that particular aspect. But I will take this opportunity po that right now, we have a very strong patent regime in the country and we have a very good potential to grab a niche on that particular area. Number one, Philippines, together with Singapore, tayo lang po ang designated ng World Intellectual Property Organization as International Searching Authority and International Preliminary Examination Authority. So ano pong ibig sabihin yan? Yung mga patent applicants, hindi lang po dito sa Pilipinas, but even abroad, they can ask the Philippines to conduct the necessary search and also preliminary examination. Technical po ito, ma'am, but yung search and preliminary examination, ibig lang sabihin nun is gusto lang natin masigurado na talagang bago nga yung mga patents na ina-apply. Kasi ayaw naman natin na mag-approve ng patent na hindi naman talaga dapat pala bigyan ng protection. So, kung yung isusuma total, ma'am, napakalaki po ng benepisyo nito sa bansa. That's why po sa mga presentation namin, isa sa positioning palagi ng bansa na aming ina-advocate is to position the country as one of the centers of innovation in the region and also center for research and development.
Salamat, Mr. President. Certainly, yung 7% of GDP accounted for by copyright, isa lang sa 7 klase ng intellectual property, 11% of employment. These are not numbers to sneeze at. Pero ano po yung comparison niya sa actually ine-export natin? Kasi ang ano ko po kanina ay hindi ba sa ngayon, hindi yung potential, pero yung sa ngayon, in terms of the kumbaga balance of trade in intellectual property, say products and services, hindi ba sa ngayon, a good resource person, tayo ang Pilipinas net IP importer rather than a net IP exporter sa ngayon po? Mr. President.
That would depend po on how you are going to compare the intellectual property rights. But if you are going to base that on, let's say, number of patent application, so talagang kulang po tayo compared sa other RCEP parties like Australia or New Zealand. Pero kung copyright din po, mahirap din po yun sukatin. But of course, in other RCEP parties, we can also tell na malakas din sila kasi very creative din sila, no? So napaka-fluid po ito, Your Honor. So
Yes, Mr. President, fluid po ito over time, but just tonight, February 21, 6:42 p.m., siguro kung mag-slice of life tayo, at this moment po, hindi ba totoo, mas net IP importer pa tayo kesa pa net IP exporter na?
well, my apologies, Your Honor, but I will just be guessing if I say yes or I will say no because we have to conduct necessary computation for that.
Well, I should think na mas alam natin yung mga numbers natin kung hinihingi yung ratification ng Senate sa treaty. But if you don't wish to answer my question tonight, I think it's a pretty straightforward question.
But if I
That's
will,
less satisfactory,
Yes.
syempre po.
but if I will base it on the basis of our trade in services po, surplus po ang Philippines.
So we are a net IP exporter?
No, what I'm saying po is that the whole universe of services, for example, if you are going to factor that in, then surplus po ang Philippines sa trade and services.
All right,
But
sir.
the question pertains to whether we are a net importer, net exporter of intellectual property rights. I do not have any study conducted on that to support that claim, either otherwise or in favor of the statement.
Then I'll leave it as an open question for now, Mr. President, dahil po kahit yung mga intellectual property rights advocates are raising this concern na kahit merong di umanong stronger intellectual property protection sa IP chapter ng RCEP, mas nagbe-benefit sa mga net IP exporters na hindi tayo ganon sa ngayon o hindi pa tayo ganon. And therefore, as of this evening, would not count as a benefit for RCEP. And just for the record, Mr. President, kaugnay nung earlier citing of the Doha Declaration as a protection, the Doha Declaration is about intellectual property, not about the services chapter, where the Philippines has liberalized tobacco and access to medicines. That's different from tobacco. Okay, is different from tobacco control or breastfeeding. I'll just clarify this, Mr. President, but for the record po sana. If I could backtrack to my second question. So to my second concern, Mr. President, which is also a health issue. Last Congress, I raised concerns about RCEP's possible impact on our COVID-19 measures. COVID-19 still remains a serious problem. Scientists warn us to expect more worrying variants after Omicron, and that future pandemics are likely to be more frequent and more deadly, so we will need all possible regulatory and policy tools to deal with them. These may include lockdowns, price controls, and the like. Now, there were quite a number of examples given. Halimbawa na lang, yung lockdown, sabihin natin. Kung titignan po natin yung Annex 2 ng RCEP, Schedule of Specific Commitment of Services, Retailing Services, ang IATF may be violating the RCEP kapag inutos niya yung temporary closure of companies to prevent the spread of a virus. Kung at any time in the future, Mr. President, we had to return to alert levels 2, 3, or 4, restaurants in other RCEP countries would be able to operate at full capacity indoors and outdoors, while our local restaurants would not. At para magbigay ng isa pang halimbawa, legal experts naman po have flagged that price controls on, say, COVID-19 tests or test kits and medicines, and the grace periods for loan repayments, rent, and electricity, which we implemented earlier in this pandemic, could violate the expropriation provision, which is in the RCEP investment chapter naman. So, ayoko pong isipin na kailangan nating mamili between complying with RCEP and keeping our citizens alive. So, ano po yung kaisipan ng good resource person dito? May mga safeguards din po ba tungkol dito?
Thank you, ma'am, for raising that particular point. Pero ma'am, pagdating po ma'am sa protection ng public health, safety ng citizens po natin, I mean all RCEP parties, and I would say even all sovereign states and even economies would state that that's their sovereign right to protect. Dito po sa RCEP agreement, very clear po yung mga exceptions and also yung mga flexibilities that I have enumerated. Article 20 of GATT 1994, as I've mentioned, is very clear on that. Even the security exceptions can be invoked. Even Article 11, GATT 1994, our reservations can be invoked, Your Honor. So, wala pong issue doon, and I don't think that will be questioned. Alam po natin, nung nagkaroon ng lockdown, marami nga pong mga countries, maraming economies ang nagsara talaga. But naiintindihan po yon at wala po nag-question on that. Because precisely, nare-recognize nila itong right po nito.
I hope you are right, good resource person, Mr. President. Para lang alam nyo rin na may mga legal experts din na nagfa-flag nito at baka kailangan din mag-reach out sa kanila. My next question is on the RCEP rules of origin. Filipino exporters supposedly can benefit from RCEP if they comply with the rules of origin requirements. RCEP has more than 186 pages of rules of origin that Philippine exporters must comply with in order to benefit from the lower tariffs under RCEP. To fully reap the benefits, exporting companies must not only fully understand the rules of origin for the free trade agreement, they must be sufficiently familiar with the procedure, requirements, and regulations for establishing origin. So baka parang follow-up din sa ilang mga punto na nire-raise ni Sen. Aimee kanina, no? Yung ating pumbang mga micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, natanong na po ba sila kung kaya nilang mag-comply dun sa rules of origin? At ano yung percentage ng mga enterprises tulad nila ang makaka-comply sa rules of origin, Mr. President?
Thank you, Your Honor, for raising that very important point. Tama po kayo, isa yung malaking challenge sa mga micro, small, and medium enterprises natin mag-utilize ng FTA. Kaya po dito sa RCEP, mindful po yung mga parties, kaya dito nagkaroon ng chapter on small and medium enterprises. Ang isang offensive interest po ng Pilipinas is to integrate our micro, small, and medium enterprises into the global value chain. Marami pong paraan yan para magawa. Tama po yung observation kanina na while meron tayong chapter ng SME dito sa RCEP agreement, basically platform ito for cooperation between namang RCEP parties. But more than that, marami pong mga provisions din dito na makakatulong sa ating mga small and medium enterprises. Meron po tayo ritong economic and technical cooperation. Meron po tayong provisions on e-commerce. Meron din sa customs procedure and trade facilitation. So dito po, ini-empower natin yung mga small and medium enterprises na malaman nila yung mga rules pagdating sa pag-trade, pag-export, pag-import. So publicly accessible po itong information ito. Not to mention po yung mga capacity building, inquiry points sa customs offices, and also mechanism for advance rulings ng tariff classifications, rule of origin sa valuation para po sila matulungan. So napakarami po talaga at ito po yung gagawin ng Executive Department, lalo na po ang DTI under our doing business sa free trade area para po sila matulungan.
Nakonsulta po ba, Mr. President, yung ating mga MSMEs tungkol sa chapter na ito on them, on
Yes po.
MSMEs? Nakonsulta po
Yes.
sila. At ilang porsyento po sa kanila ang nagsabing, okay, makaka-comply kami dyan sa rules of origin ayon sa chapter na yan?
We do not have the percentage because we do not have a study on that, Your Honor.
Oh, I think we should have a study para rin makita kung talagang mapapakinabangan, makakatulong
We
sa
will do that,
hindi makasasama or hindi mapag-iiwanan yung mga MSMEs natin. And then, good co-sponsor, ano po yung cost ng pag-comply sa rules of origin sa RCEP? May sources po ako na ang estimate nila, tansya, ng cost of complying with rules of origin, generally daw 6 to 8% of the value of the product being exported. Tama po ba ito or may iba pang percentage?
Depende po sa produkto, Your Honor.
Pero yung ganung range na 6 to 8%,
Usually
nakaka-capture
po,
ba
ang
doon?
ano dyan, yung RBC 40, meaning yung regional value content po ng produkto, 40% galing po sa free trade area.
So aabot ng, are you saying good resource person, aabot sa 40% ng
Yan,
value ng product?
The usual po.
Like,
The usual rule po.
mas mataas
But
pa
it will really depend on the product
on
po.
the product. Pero mas mataas pa pala, way high compared dun sa range na tinansya na 6 to 8%. Okay. Ngayon, a good resource person. Once the costs of complying with the RCEP rules of origin are taken into account, ganong kalaking bagong export market access ang makukuha ng Pilipinas sa ilalim ng RCEP? Of course, it's important to understand whether or not the new export market access is greater than the cost of complying with RCEP rules of origin. So, yung mas malaki po ba nating export market access ay ma-offset, malalampasan yung 40% cost of the product being exported accounted for by pag-comply sa rules of origin, Mr. President?
Yung 40% po, that refers to the regional value content of the product. But as to the export po, based on the study of Dr. Kimba, the estimate increase in export is 10.47%.
10.47% ang
Increase in
mas
export.
malaking new export market access na makukuha.
Yeah, Philippine
Increase
export.
po.
Diba?
10.47% increase. Okay. Salamat po para dyan. Good resource person. Ito po. Yung aking fifth question. Yung economic studies of gains from free trade typically study only national level gains from trade and assume that even without safety nets, affected sectors and communities will be all right, since capital and labor that loses to competition will only be unemployed temporarily. Tapos ina-assume na yung recovery sa unemployment or maybe even underemployment, sabay-sabay yung mga subnational areas na magre-recover. But this is not supported by more recent evidence, Mr. President. Preeminent trade economist and Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman revisited the idea that there will be across-the-board gains from greater trade openness. Ayon sa kanyang pag-aaral, free trade agreements resulted in specific areas and districts that were unable to catch up dun sa resulting unemployment or iba pang ill effects, resulting in disproportionately high unemployment and even de-industrialization in these specific states. Naalala ko tuloy yung pag-aaral dun sa ngayon, aling mga rehiyon ng Pilipinas ay kakayanin na kung eventually mag-shift tayo to federal form of government. In terms of financial sustainability, 3 lang daw, Central Luzon, NCR, Southern Tagalog. Ito, yung free trade daw, hindi equally napapakinabangan, hindi rin equally nakaka-recover sa any negative effects. Yung komite ba natin dito sa Senado, did we have the benefit of an assessment of the possible subnational impacts of RCEP? Or pinag-aralan po ba ng ating executive yon, Mr. President?
Yes po, Your Honor. That's why we commissioned Dr. Coraraton to conduct a study on this. And based on his findings, meron po tayong increase sa real GDP by 2031 ng 1.93%, reduction ng poverty incidence ng 3.62%. Marami pong findings but very positive po ang kanya. Of course, marami pong studies talaga but sabi ko nga, depende sa methodology, depende rin sa orientation, depende rin sa data na ginamit. But the bottom line is that most of the studies are very positive.
Actually, Mr. President, salamat para doon kasi mayroon din po akong later question tungkol sa pag-aaral ni Dr. Coraraton at yung methodologies ng iba't ibang studies na ito. Pero ito pa lang, immediate follow-up question. Yung tataas yung real GDP natin by 1.9%, tama po ba yung naisulat ko, by year 2031?
Yes po.
Opo. Yung pag-aaral na yun ni Dr. Coraraton, was that a 1.9% by 2031 for the Philippines as a whole? Or na-test po ba nila kung it will be in each and every, kahit region man lang, kung hindi man mga probinsya?
Philippines lang po yan.
So national level.
Yes
So,
po.
ano pa rin, unanswered yung tanong na pinopost ni Dr. Krugman na hindi across the board yung gains nationally. At merong disproportionate impacts, positive and negative sa mga subnational units ng bawat bansa. So at this point, Mr. President, I now, at baka po bukod dun sa pag-reach out pa sa mga, ang tawag nito, hindi yung MSMEs, yung isang tinanong ko kanina. Bukod po sa pag-reach out at pagpapaliwanag dun sa, forgive me Mr. President, nawala sa isip ko, sa lawyer ba, o sa mga ilang legal experts, no? Baka po worth it din aralin yung subnational impacts ng RCEP. Hindi lang sa Pilipinas as a whole, but per region man lang, Mr. President. Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
President. I now turn my attention to yes, sorry.
Yeah, if
good,
I'll
resource
just
person.
answer that point, Your Honor. As I mentioned, marami pong mga studies. Unang-una po is that si Dr. Kimba of PIDS also conducted a study. Meron po siyang findings doon kung ilan yung mga real GDP growth na i-gain ng mga RCEP parties. Ang UNCTAD din po, meron din po silang study na nilabas noong November 2020. Basically, on a regional level, ang estimate din po nila halos pareho din po sa national, 9.9% if you're talking about export. Pero ang pinakamaganda po doon is that it will really increase economic activities in the region po.
Salamat, good resource person. One last point about Dr. Cororaton's study at this point. Ang understanding ko po ay yung findings nila, sorry. Okay. Okay, well, I stand corrected, no? Yung sa study ni Dr. Cororaton were sectoral impacts, not geographic. And when we say subnational, we mean, of course, regional or provincial. Pero yun, the suggestion or the request still stands na baka kapaki-pakinabang aralin yung subnational, not sectoral, but subnational impacts, Mr. President. So I now turn my attention to Article 9.2 in the RCEP Financial Services Annex, which says, a party shall not take measures that prevent A, transfers of information, including transfers of data by electronic or other means, necessary for the conduct of the ordinary business of a financial service supplier in its territory, close quote. So, according to some experts I've consulted, this doesn't have sufficient exceptions and allows financial services companies, halimbawa po, mga bangko, mga insurance companies, to transfer any information they want or that they need for their ordinary business to jurisdictions where the privacy protections are not so strong. There's a whole industry made up of companies, Mr. President, which gather records from pharmacies and sell them to health insurers who use the information to reject health insurance applications. Worse, some data brokers even have categories like, believe it or not po, Mr. President, demented seniors. And their data is sold so they can be targeted as customers of toxic financial products like loans with high interest rates. Sa ganito po, Mr. President, kawawa naman po yung ating mga senior citizens. May safeguards po ba tayo laban dyan, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. Number one po, if you will read Article 9, that is transfers of information and processing of information, very clear po yung 9.1 that the parties recognize that each party may have its own regulatory requirements concerning the transfer of information and the processing of information. Yung concern nyo po is that yung flexibility ng RCEP party to take measures that would prevent yung mga information. And that is on 9.2. But if you will peruse po, Article 9.2, it states that party shall not take measures that prevent transfers of information, etc. But take note po that this is not absolute. It is qualified by the phrase necessary for the conduct of the ordinary business of a financial service supplier in its territory, which is very reasonable po because in the conduct of business naman, talaga namang free-flowing po yung data, lalo po sa BPO, financial services. So that's why we just have this commitment na parang huwag kayo magpasa ng batas o rules and regulation na pagbabawalan nyo kami na i-transfer yung data na yan. But notwithstanding po na merong 9.2 na yan na commitment, meron po ritong 9.3. Basically, telling us that we can pass regulatory or prudential reasons from requiring a financial service supplier in its territory to comply with our laws and regulation in relation to data management and storage, etc. So very clear po yan. In addition to this, may 9.4 po. So that's why we have to read all these articles in correlation with each other. Article 9.4, dun po sa concern nyo, nothing prevents a party to protect personal data, personal privacy, and the confidentiality of individual records and accounts, including in accordance with its laws and regulations. So very clear po, Your Honor.
Very clear. arguably in the text, pero in actual application, that's where sinasabi nga po nung good co-sponsor, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So kung meron tayo sa Pilipinas ganong regulatory requirements, pero yung isang kaugnay natin sa RCEP ay iba naman ang interest niya, maaring siya yung home country nitong mga financial entities that use this data in a less than benevolent way, di ba, sino ang mamamayani? Kung wala dun sa, kumbaga, mother treaty, acceded to by all the member countries at dapat sundin. So maybe that's the point of yung concern na hindi sapat yung mga exceptions. And again, yung phrase na necessary for ordinary business, napakalawak po talaga. Baka sa ganyang mga sitwasyon, it would be better to have phrases na kung ano ang ipinagbabawal, no? Na hindi iiwan na lang sa bawat member country ng RCEP na magbawal niyan through each of our own regulatory requirements, pero tinatakda na ng RCEP for all countries to follow. In any case po, moving on, ito na po, kasi napag-uusapan po natin good resource persons, sina Dr. Kimba, Dr. Cororaton, and I will return also to some of the references used earlier by Senator Amy. Proponents for RCEP always cite, indeed, the 2016 Cororaton study by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies or PIDS. I think nababanggit din si Dr. Kimba dito on the expected GDP and FDI gains from RCEP. And I actually heard this mentioned a lot even in our first round of the plenary. But hindi po ba totoo na itong mismong study ng PIDS, kasama dito ang India, na hindi naman po sumali sa RCEP. Tapos, hindi pa kasama dito sa study na ito yung Brunei at Myanmar na sila naman pumirma sa RCEP. And since this study was done in, at least the one I'm referring to, 2016, it was a good 4 years before RCEP negotiations concluded. So cannot be based on the final RCEP text. And incidentally, it's a few years also before the pandemic turned our world upside down. And further to that study, maybe just as an aside, my economist friends say that conclusions in that study, kasi kanina na pag-uusapan din po yung mga methodology, conclusions daw in that study were reached through a methodology called CGE, Computable General Equilibrium Modeling, which has been discredited for its unrealistic assumptions. Kanina rin po binanggit ni Sen. Aimee si Dr. Nishita. In contrast to the earlier mentioned study, Mr. President, tinignan din po namin yung peer-reviewed 2021 study ni Dr. Rashmi Banga, published by the Global Development Policy Center, using World Bank methodology that is based on the actual signed RCEP text that we senators are being asked to consider. The actual RCEP signatories, kasi itong Banga 2021 study, kasama na ang Brunei at Myanmar at hindi kasama ang India. And the actual tariffs that will be removed by each RCEP country and takes into account the Philippines' exclusion lists. And it found, dear colleagues, that study found that the Philippines' goods trade balance would actually worsen by $264 million per year, and that we would lose tariff revenues of $58 million per year. Bagay po, Mr. President, na binanggit din ni Sen. Aimee kanina. And since this study shows that there are no net benefits from the RCEP goods chapter, na dun sana yung isang developing country tulad natin aasahang makinabang sa isang free trade agreement tulad ng RCEP by being able to export more of these goods, di lalo na po, Mr. President, malabo po sa akin kung papaano yung benefits ay pwedeng i-outweigh yung costs sa Pilipinas ng ibang RCEP chapters tulad ng investments, yung intellectual property nga, yung services, commerce, at iba pa. So I would be grateful for the comments of the good resource person on this point.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are many studies conducted on the impact of RCEP, both at the regional level and also at the national level. You mentioned the study of Dr. Cororaton in 2016. Tama po kayo, may study siya ng 2016. But in 2021 po, meron siyang bagong study. At yung study na yan is based on the actual outcome of the negotiation. Kaya yung 2016 na yon, yung mga assumptions, mga parameters nun, talagang hindi po yon eksakto sa outcome of the negotiation. At tama po kayo, kasama pa doon ang India. Ngayon, you also made mention about the study of Rasmi Banga. And based on her study, basically, there is a projected decrease in trade among ASEAN member states by around 6%. But if you will analyze her study, Your Honor, you will note that basically that reduction of around 6% has been debunked by the reported increase in trade experienced by Thailand, Vietnam, and also Cambodia. But most importantly, Your Honor, if you will examine further the analysis of Banga, makikita po doon niya na tumaas daw yung imports ng Philippines. Pag in-examine mo yung mga imported products ng Philippines, you will see there that the increase in importation is basically contributed by importation of arms and ammunition by around 51% from South Korea. Which is unlikely naman po. Kasi unang-una, regulated naman po itong mga arms and ammunition. Saka pangalawa, I don't think mayroon din na demand or etc. Para ho, gano'n na lang ho ito pumasok. In fact, yung top 5 niya pong imports, wala nga po dong agricultural products. That's why po, siguro in appreciating these several studies, we just have to take into account the assumptions, the data, and the methodology. But ang kagandahan po dito sa mga studies ni na Dr. Kimba and ni Dr. Cororaton is that hindi lang po nila ginamit yung reduction sa tariff rates. Tinake into account din po nila other factors like non-tariff measures, size of economy, distance of trading partners. Kay Banga po, ang kanya lang pinactor in yung pagbaba ng taripa, which is tariff liberalization.
Salamat, Mr. President. Pero sige, yung 2021 Cororaton study, ginagamit pa rin ba niya yung discredited CGE modeling methodology?
Well, of course, I don't want, but the CGE was used, Your Honor.
Okay
But
po.
as to whether or not it is discredited, kasi debate po yan, Your Honor. So alam mo naman, maraming methodologies po about economies. Kaya
Salamat, Mr. President. So still, though it is still a subject of debate, importante pa rin kapag dinonote natin na may mga methodology that are challenged or eventually kapag nagsettle na yung debate dyan among the experts, yung iba talaga sinasa isang tabi dahil at the end of the debate, kung may consensus na among the experts, nadi-discredit siya. At kaya naman tayo umuunlad kahit sa agaham at iba pa because we test certain methodologies, yung iba have stood the test of time, yung iba ay eventually nadi-discredit. The jury is still out on the CGE modeling, pero just for the record, Mr. President, from certain quarters of economists, it is already discredited for its unrealistic assumptions. Mr. President, kasunod nitong discussion tungkol sa yung mga iba't ibang studies, isn't it true that if we do not ratify RCEP, just supposing, we continue to trade as today? We can already export to all other RCEP countries under WTO rules and under our existing FTAs that we already have with all other RCEP countries. Yung iba nga, doble, dalawa. Halimbawa, may ASEAN-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement at meron ding unang JPEPA. RCEP countries such as Australia, New Zealand, and Singapore have already removed all tariffs on products from us under existing FTA. So, we actually get no new market access to them even if we ratify RCEP. If we need cheap imports of raw materials and inputs for manufacturing, we can voluntarily remove tariffs on those products immediately if we need, without having to join RCEP to do so. At medyo na touch on it dito ito kanina nung diskusyon na pinamunuan ni Sen Cheese. So 'di ba, kahit hindi natin i-ratify ang RCEP, makakapangalakal pa rin tayo tulad ngayon. So napag-isipan na ba natin talagang mabuti yung cost-benefit analysis para dito, Mr. President?
Okay. Tama po kayo, Your Honor. Pwede naman po talaga tayo na mag-trade pa rin kahit na walang RCEP. Ang question po doon is that yung trade mo ba is preferential? And the answer is no. Ang trade mo ba will bring competitiveness to your local industries and stakeholders? The answer is no. And of course, in RCEP, more than this competitiveness, comparative advantage being offered, ang dami rin pong opportunities na may miss.
Salamat, Mr. President. Which segues perfectly dun sa susunod na tanong ko, gabay ng Federation of Free Farmers. Kasi preferential ba talaga? And alam ko na siguro nasa isip nating lahat, alam natin kung saan malamang papunta ang desisyon namin, no, sa RCEP. Pero hindi po nagsasawang kausapin tayo ng mga magsasaka, ng mga mangingisda, ng mga MSMEs din po sa kanayunan. Kahit hindi po sila pinakinggan in large part nung GATT-WTO, hindi sila sapat na napapakinggan at naaaksyonan dito sa maraming buwan ng debate tungkol sa RCEP. Hindi po sila nagsasawang kausapin tayo. Kasi siguro ayaw din nilang sabihan tayo eventually na we told you so. Pero 'di ba, kailan ba natin sila pakikinggan? Sige, dito sa tanong ng preferential. So, ayon sa Federation of Free Farmers, and I quote, "The advocacy to promote RCEP and highlight its benefits in terms of market access opportunities conveniently downplays, if not deliberately conceals, one crucial caveat that any tariff concession from our trading partners under RCEP will not be exclusive to the Philippines and will in fact be available to all other RCEP countries, member countries. This means that there is no guarantee that we will be able to avail of and benefit from such opportunities, especially if competing countries who are also part of RCEP are more competitive, dependable, and efficient than us." Baka yun po yung isang paliwanag dun sa isang slide natin kanina na, bakit ang Thailand, ang Vietnam nakakapanginabang sa RCEP? We have a clue already in what one of the good co-sponsors said. Doble ang gastos ng Vietnam sa agrikultura nila. And we know how she and Thailand learned from us in the 60s and 70s sa agrikultura and then put it to much, much better use than we have been able to so far. Kaya't mas competitive sila kahit sa agrikultura, kaya't mas may proteksyon ang kanilang mga rural sectors at mas kayang mag-compete on a more level playing field. So, ito na po yung second to the last question ko, good resource person. Pero isa sa mga pinaka-heartfelt kasi kahit nasa bangin na tayo, nasa bingit na tayo, hindi po nagsasawa ang Alyansa Agrikultura, lahat nila kausapin tayo. So ano pong kaisipan ng ating good resource person dito, Mr. President?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor, na yung preferential na treatment na binigay ng ASEAN Plus One partner sa RCEP, applicable lahat po sa ASEAN member state. Kaya nga po, pagdating po sa pag-trade, pag-ninegosyo, kailangan po talaga that you have to find your comparative advantage. So napaka-importante po yon. Kasi po yun po yung rito sa regional agreement. Kaya yung mga produkto na hindi po natin nakuha dito sa Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, ang ginagawa po natin ay nag-negotiate po tayo ng bilateral agreement for that particular country. So I'll give you a particular example po. Halimbawa, saging. Of course, malaki po yung export natin ng saging. Dito po sa RCEP agreement, hindi po yan ibinigay ng Japan and South Korea kasi alam nila na kapag binigay nila yung preferential access sa Philippines, in effect, ibibigay rin nila yan sa Indonesia, Vietnam, etc. So that's why, para maging sa Philippines lang yung whatever preferential arrangement that you will be negotiating and eventually agreed upon, then dapat sa bilateral na lang po yon. Kaya po kami nag-negotiate ng bilateral sa South Korea. So ganun po yung approach, Your Honor.
Salamat, Mr. President. Pero syempre, kahit napakahalaga ng mga bilateral treaties, the excitement is really about the big thing that's happening, yung RCEP. Kasi maraming mga bansa na pagsasama-samahin. At ngayon pa lang kung pakiramdam talaga at karanasan talaga nung mga magsasaka at iba pang rural sectors na patalo talaga sila dito. Actually, some others say even manufacturing will have to take some losses under RCEP. Pero higit sa lahat, agri, higit pa sa manufacturing, agri, hindi katulad sa services, ang nagbe-brace na ngayon tense na sila kasi alam nila yung dagok na tatama ulit sa kanila. And sasabihan natin sila, intayin nyo yung bilateral agreements na bubuuin natin isa-isa. So, wag naman sanang sabihan nila tayo na aanhin ang damo kung patay na ang kabayo. So my last point, ito po for the consideration of the good co-sponsors, with my gratitude to the resource person sa kanilang malaman na pagtugon sa aking mga tanong. And this is also related, Mr. President, sa isang point na ni-raise ni Sen. Cheese kanina. Mr. President, I'm wondering if at the proper time, amendments can still be accepted to the resolution to add additional resolutory clauses that will guide the executive to, quote, use to the full any exceptions and transition periods available to the Philippines, close quote, and, quote, not implement any unenforceable RCEP provisions that are detrimental to the Philippines, close quote. Tinatanong ko po ito, Mr. President, in closing, dahil karaniwan na yung mga gobyerno sa mga developing countries, at napag-usapan nga po ito kanina, unilaterally, nagli-liberalize bago pa mag-run out yung transition periods nila o magko-comply sila sa mga unenforceable obligations para lang magmukhang good boys, kahit yung mga developed countries naman ay hindi nagko-comply doon. So for the consideration po of the good co-sponsors, Mr. President.
Mr. President, with the permission of our distinguished colleague, nakita ko po yung inyong amendment and we accept.
Salamat po, good co-sponsor. Salamat muli sa ating good resource person. I wish there will be a different ending to this debate, Mr. President. Pero maraming salamat din po, Mr. President.
Thank you. I believe Senator Coco Pimentel, Mr. President, would like to be recognized.
Yes, Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Yeah. You want to bring back gusto niya agree, so ako naman sasagot. Gusto mo siya o ako, boss? Para ibalik natin yung rules.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we terminate the suspension of the rules of the Senate. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last but not the least, Mr. President, to interpolate our distinguished sponsors, no other than our beloved minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the expression of love from the majority leader. Yes, the feeling is mutual, Mr. President.
Let it be placed on record.
So with the permission of the sponsors who happen to be the two highest ranking officers of this chamber, Mr. President, if I could start my interpellation on the RCEP.
Mr. President, I'm honored to answer questions for the distinguished minority floor leader.
Thank you, sir. I'm recalling the time when I defended this, sponsored and defended this treaty, Mr. President. And there were objections. There were objections from, during my time, you could say not more than
10 groups, Mr. President. And then the nature of the objection was really do not rush the ratification or concurrence to RCEP, and let us study RCEP. Now, recently, I think I encountered an advertisement or an announcement that there are 100, not less than 100 groups and individuals, and this time objecting to the ratification of RCEP and calling for the rejection of RCEP. Are our sponsors aware of this development, Mr. President? And did we take the time to reach out to these groups, Mr. President?
Yes, actually, Mr. President, thank you for that question. Mr. President, the 100 or so individuals or groups were represented during a hearing when we had a hearing for the oppositors. Mainly the oppositors lamang po. And we got the chief negotiator, DTI was there, DA, Bureau of Customs. They were all in that hearing. And they were represented by the confederations. Kasi yung mga groups po, a cooperative can be considered one group, but they're under a federation of cooperatives. So, nandun po sila, Federation of Swine Producers, Federation of Poultry Producers, Federation of Corn Producers. All of them, they were represented, including sugar federations. And we answered point by point the issues raised because they had 6 myths. They called it myths kasi yung myth, gaganda pero hindi, lalago pero hindi. So, pinabasa namin isa-isa by the lawyer representative who was the spokesman of all these federations. And gladly enough, nalinawan din po ako because I'm one of those that was also cautious. Remember the last Congress, Mr. President, the sponsor was the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations. And I also gave him a hard time. I must admit that because I said that we have to study more about the issues on the farmers. But studying at that time, I must admit to the good sponsor, Mr. President, the sponsor at the time was Senator Coco. I must admit, to put it on record, I was ignorant. I was ignorant of the agreement. Alam mo, marami sa ating politiko, pag may nagkusabisaya, hong-hong, nagsabihan, hindi natin naiintindihan, but we are biased for a particular advocacy. Siyempre, sometimes we let our emotions take ahead of us. And in this case, we studied it. So before taking it on together with Senate President Pro Temp Legarda, I studied the particular and asked the same questions to this gentleman here. Kasama ba ito? And we found out these are all excluded. This is not the single word of these particular industries were in the 14,000 pages of the RCEP agreement. So, sinagot po natin. In other words, Mr. President, we had a special hearing only for the oppositors. And after that, we even asked them to join the technical working group. Kaya yung i-amen po natin na yun, mahaba po yan, guidelines, galing po sa kanila yun. It's from them. They gave us the wordings of the guidelines and instructions. And as a matter of fact, they also agreed and we're very happy about the plan of Senator Lauren Legarda, or Senate President Pro Tempore, to move for a special committee to continuously oversee the implementation of RCEP and how it will affect industries such as theirs and how government agencies can act para hindi po sila mahirapan.
Yes, maybe the
Short lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate President is so correct. We listen to them. And if I may, I hope I don't sound presumptuous. After the hearing, because I said, I am just conducting the hearing. I'm not certain whether I will accept the chairmanship of the subcommittee. Then Senate President joined me in the hearing, which was more than 5 hours. They came to me and said, please accept. I said, I will accept. But you're against it. Yes, but create the subcommittee. And please allow us to help you with the resolutory clauses, the whereas clauses on the way forward. Because yung pagbaba naman ng taripa ay hindi zero kaagad. this is 5, 10, 15, up to 20 years. Some of the groups that will join us are UBRA, Alianza Agricultura, Federation of Free Farmers. I cannot say that they are in agreement with us now.
Monitoring the budget.
At least they were heard, and hindi pa ako natapos doon. I even went on Zoom with Pamalakaya, Kilusang Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, Bantay Bigas, Anak Pawis, and our friends from the grassroots movement. And I said, this is a continuing consultation that will not stop in talking. In short, hindi po tutuldukan sa pananalita at debate. Dahil nga, ang pagbaba ng taripa ay hindi naman kaagad zero. Matagal na panahon. So may panahon pong maghanda ang agrikulturang sektor, ang sektor ng MSME, ng trade, etc. Kaya mahalaga yung ating oversight committee. I will repeat, and I've told this many times, this is not a magic pill. RCEP or no RCEP, nasa ating pamamahala at sa mga industriya ang makakapigay ng mas magandang buhay sa mga Pilipino. Maski po maganda tong agreement that we cannot change. You know that very well. Sir, you were the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. We either reject it or we concur. So wala na tayong magawa doon. Pero itong innovation in a way sa ating concurring resolution to have oversight and these resolutory clauses, I believe will be helpful. It is not a magic pill. Kung lumaki, sabihin mo na, wag naman sana, ang ating trade deficit sa ilang bansa. May nagkulang somewhere sa ating pondo dahil 2% lang of GDP ang binibigay sa agrikultura. Ihambing mo sa ating ASEAN neighbors. Oh. And it's protected naman yung mga goods, agricultural products which are sensitive and vulnerable. So you know that very well, having handled this for several months, if not years. And I asked, just like Senator Marcos who chaired the committee, and I asked you, should I accept? Tapos sabi mo, okay naman yung RCEP eh. Kaya lang agrikultura lang talaga ang problema, yung pag-handle sa mga nakaraang taon. And I agree with you, Your Honor. Kaya pagtulungan na natin, dahil RCEP or no RCEP, kailangan tulungan ang sektor na magsasakat, mangingisda at na maliliit na negosyo, lalo na sa sustainable pandemic recovery.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
for the answers, Mr. President. And I'm glad to know that the chairman of the subcommittee, our Senate President pro tempore, gave them all the time they needed to express their opposition and concerns with RCEP. And with the invitation for them to participate in the technical working group, and the information I get is that they participated.
Yes.
But is my understanding correct that their opposition to the ratification of RCEP is still there? Diba? It's still there. No, we have not eliminated totally. No, so ano po yan? Understandable naman yun because we are democratic society. We don't want also just that everyone will have just one thought, no, one idea. But then I remember that one of their demands is that the private sector be involved. Private sector, I mean to say the stakeholders in the agricultural sector, who are not government, but in the private sector, be involved in the monitoring of the budget of the DA. Now, if our concurring resolution, that our draft, was the product of a TWG where these groups, oppositors, participated in, is it found in our concurring resolution that
Yes, sir.
the private sector monitoring of the budget of the DA? Which page po?
Ito po, hindi lang po sila kasama sa TWG. Nakipagpulong ulit ako outside of the Senate po sa kanila, kila Ernie Ordonez, pati po si former UP President Emil Javier po na eksperto din sa agrikultura at sa UP Los Baños, kinukonsult. Ang dami ko pa pong kinonsult. Din ni Senate President sa UPLB. at pati nga ang ating grassroots movement, siguro pwede kong banggitin na itong mga ibang grupong hindi po sang-ayon, hindi naman galit sa lehislatura, pero they would say, I'll say this with all due respect to our friends from the executive department. So they really appreciated the guidelines from the legislature, from the Senate, after the hearing and TWG and the further hearings. They're complaining about the executive department. Maybe not you, maybe the past, I'm not sure, for taking their concerns lightly and for hindi raw sila dinidinig. Pero it's not for me to judge that. Ito po yung parte ng resolution. Adopting participatory planning approaches that will create comprehensive strategies, roadmaps, and programs that are responsive to the needs and challenges facing the country's economic sectors, guided by measurable targets and specific timeframes for implementation. Gaya ng binanggit ko kanina, yung binasa kong parte ng resolution na ang pagka-adapt natin ito, 3 buwan, kailangan magbigay ng mga alituntunin at may time frame ang ating executive department. I will not take this lightly, Mr. President. Inutusan niyo akong gawin to, tungkulin kong aralin, kung maratipika po natin, we'll hit the ground running and consult and hopefully help in crafting policies, projects, and programs, and even the budgetary process. So ito pa ho, enabling stakeholder participation in the planning and implementation of programs that will build competitiveness and ensure that the benefits of regional economic integration translate to the improvement of their lives. See, regional. I made sure hindi lang sa national. Tapos, yung Philippine Innovation Act, yan. Dinirendahan na ako ni Senate President.
Yes.
Dahil na-excite ako.
Kasi ma'am, we went to great lengths to accommodate their sentiments.
Yes.
But are our sponsors open to amending the resolution of concurrence to accommodate specific wording
Yes.
of their participation in monitoring the budget? Monitoring na po ito.
Actually,
Which we agree is not yet in the draft of the concurring resolution. Tama po ba?
Actually, Mr. President,
If it's there, can the page and
number 2, page 8. Number 2, promoting transparency and enabling access of stakeholders to policy and program development, budget preparation, and allocation.
Mr. President, I only have up to page 7. What page, Mr. President?
Page 8, meron akong
Page
page 8.
7 lang po ako eh.
Bakit hindi? Can we give a copy to, maybe ask Bills and Index?
Pages?
Because we have on my copy, we have 13 pages.
13 pages.
Opo.
Ano page?
Page 8, lines 22 po.
Iba pala to. So Mendes. Okay. Thank you,
Line
Mr. President.
22.
Meron palang updated version. Apa. Page 8, line 2.
Page 8, line 22 po.
22.
Number 2, promoting transparency and enabling access of stakeholders to policy and program development, budget preparation, and allocation.
Yes, so that means that we can easily amend this for the monitoring of the budget utilization.
Yes,
Mr.
po.
President.
Yes,
Okay, sige po. Thank you. The proper time, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Just para i-accommodate na talaga natin po yung
Yes, sir.
lahat ng mga
I totally agree po,
lahat po ng
Mr.
mga
President. I totally agree.
items. Apo. Ngayon, Mr. President, the President of the Republic kasi was quoted as saying that it is okay for the Philippines to join RCEP if, may condition siya noon eh, if the Philippine agricultural sector is already competitive. So, as far as we know, Mr. President, does the President still maintain the said position? And have we reached that state already, Mr. President, that we have complied with the condition in the mind of the President?
Depending on which agricultural product, Mr. President. Kasi we're competitive in pineapples. We're a major exporter. We're competitive in papayas, fruit cocktail. We're competitive po sa bananas, we're a major exporter. Even to a certain extent, we're very competitive. But when you're talking about corn, rice, certain products such as key products of agriculture, such as what I mentioned, we're still lacking in I guess, production capacities. And when the president mentioned that, this was early on in his, I believe it was early on in his 6-month or 7-month presidency. This was his first 2 months when he mentioned about agricultural competitiveness. I believe the Department of Agriculture is trying their very best to push for the programs and projects to make them very competitive. But as I mentioned earlier when I answered Senator Aimee, Mr. President, there's a multitude of problems surrounding the agriculture sector. You know, the main problem really is also, Mr. President, Your Honors, is that the rice farmers of Nueva Ecija, Isabela, Nueva Vizcaya, Central Luzon, pag tinamaan po ng bagyo yan, hapa yung rice nila. They don't have that same problem in Vietnam. They don't have that same problem in Cambodia, in the Mekong Delta. It's only us who has that problem of an average of 22. Dumadami pa kasi last year, I think 23 because you go by the letters. Dumadami yung bagyo sa ating bansa. Kaya, not only the disasters, I'm only mentioning that, but secondly, kasi wipe out, alam mo ako, I'm a farmer, and this happened to me before when I was out of college in UP Los Baños. I planted 4 hectares of corn. Alam niyo po, pag harvest ko ng mais, meron po akong de-sheller, na sariling de-sheller. Meron po akong maliit na basketball court dun sa aming lupa dun sa Maramag. Linagyan ko. Wala naman akong bodega. Biglang umulan. Yung mais ko, diretso po sa creek, nabasa, hinabol. Things like that. This is what the small farmers are facing every day. And we have to provide post-harvest facilities. We have to provide, and I know these people always make fun of this as farm-to-pocket roads kasi ninanakaw ng politiko. Pero sa totoo lang, Mr. President, pag sira-sira yung kalsada na ang makadaan lang po ay kalabaw o motor, ang laki po ng per kilo na pagdala po from the market, from the farm to the market, it costs almost 2 pesos per kilo to travel. If makapasok po yung 10-wheeler truck, it brings it down to 25 centavos per kilo ang transport cost. So, ang laki ng difference pag may daan, may dalan, sa Bisaya dalan, may kalsada. And then you have irrigation. We're always rain-fed. Very difficult to put irrigation. Only the rich farms like Del Monte and Dole have irrigation. Then you have to also work on binhi. And diba, Mr. President, napakamahal ng binhi na yun. Not to mention the fact na napakamahal ng fertilizer. Diyos ko, it is oil-based. So nung tumaas ng 80 to 100 pesos ang barrel of fuel, tumaas nagdoble. What I used to pay before, naalala ko, 800 to 1,000 pesos urea. Ngayon, it's almost 3,500, 3,200 pesos per bag of urea. Kaya, napakatindi no, ng hamon sa ating mga magsasaka. But you know how I am, Mr. President. I'm a forever optimist. I always believe in looking at the good things in life. But whether or not the farmers are going to improve all depends on the government sector in helping them out, number one, and also on how they change their cultures and traditions in planting in the Philippines. Kaya may ano yan mind change. It's a change of mindset. Kasi marami sa ating farmers po, and I'll be very honest, are subsistence farmers. Sa sugar industry po, ilan lang yung malalaking makaibigan natin sa Confed, sa mga federations, yung mga big farmers irrigated, they have trucks, they have tractors, they produce about 80 to 100 tons of sugar cane a day per hectare. Per year per hectare. And then the rest of it, that's only 20%, maybe even 15%. 85% are subsistence farmers. Ano yung subsistence farmers? Yung ratoon dyan, merong mga farm, yung ratoon 20 years old na. Ibig sabihin, yung unang tinanim 20 years ago, yun pa rin yung clumps na hina-harvest nila na parang bamboo. Obviously, it drops completely in terms of production and tonnage. So, sa kanila, okay na sila. Basta makaharvest lang sila ng ilang bags ng sugar, ibebenta nila. Pero sayang po yung lupain. Hindi po tanggap-tanggap yan sa India, hindi po katanggap-tanggap yan sa Thailand, at hindi po katanggap-tanggap yan sa Brazil, where they make sure that their capacities of production are increased because of new modern technologies, hybrid varieties, modern facilities, together with modern equipment. So, talagang we have to, it's a total, that's why it's very difficult to be Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, because you have to really retrain and retool our farmers, Mr. President. Kaya napakatindi ng hamon sa Agriculture Department to be able to make our rice farmers productive. But one way of doing it, Your Honor, and I'll end with this, it has to be treated like a business. Ibig po sabihin, dapat kumita ang magsasaka. Pag kumita ang magsasaka, mananatili po yung magsasaka at itutuloy po nila yung pagsasaka nila at gagandahin pa nila yung kanilang, paramin po nila yung kanilang ani kasi kumikita po sila. Pero kung palugi po sila,
Thank you.
we'll have abandoned farmlands. So.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your very comprehensive answer that I have forgotten what my question was. Mr.
About the
President.
agri-sector. You asked about the agri-sector being competitive po. The
Yes,
agri-sector
okay.
being competitive.
That was the condition of the President.
Yes,
Siyempre, okay. So, siguro, just for my education, sir, ano kayang indicators natin when we can say that we are already competitive? Maybe even in a particular product. Kasi even my staff, dinibate namin yan. When can we say that we are competitive in a certain product already, Mr. President?
Number one po, we can feed our people with that. We can comply with local requirements of that particular product. For example, I'll go back to the sugar industry kasi dyan po ako lumaki. Yung sa sugar industry, 1.8 million metric tons lang po ang estimate nila for 2023 production. But the country needs 2.5 million metric tons. So ibig po sabihin, bitin po tayo mag-import po tayo ng 700,000 metric tons. So if you ask me, we're not competitive because we can't even feed our own people. We'll have to import from outside. No? So once we reach that, we're producing 2.5 million metric tons per year. I'll tell you we can be competitive. We can even start to export pag may pag may surplus. So with rice, I believe the same. We still are a net importer of rice. We're still one of the biggest importers of rice. But slowly, due to the rice tariffication law, the law that was passed by Senator C.J. Villar and the assistance being given to the farmers due to the taxes collected, they're slowly being more competitive. I talked to farmers because na nabigyan na po sila ng mechanized equipment, nakaka-harvest na po sila ng 80 kabans, which is higher than the national average of 58 or 60 kabans per hectare. So slowly we're heading there. But let's also look at it in a way that we can now produce more industry from agriculture. Kasi ang importante dito value chain. Napakahirap mag-export ng live fruits to these countries. So what do they like? Canned fruits, juices, puree, yung durian, nakapack na, frozen pack, vacuum pack from Mindanao or Visayas, dinadala na sa Singapore, sa China. So we have to look at it, for them to be competitive, they have to make money. To make money, you have to look at other sources of income for your product. Hindi lang po live.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. President. And all the products that you mentioned are given tariff concessions under RCEP.
All the products I mentioned are excluded po because
the durian, the banana.
Wala. Banana wala.
Did the other RCEP countries give the Philippines directly or through ASEAN, additional concessions under RCEP. Kaya nga parang, kaya tayo may pag-asa o nabubuhayan kayo ng dugo. Kasi kung parehas lang din, it's the same thing.
Sa
Can
ASEAN
there be
po,
a specific example, for example, from our research
ASEAN
person?
China po for our fruits, durian is 0%.
Okay.
So we can send to them at 0%. And then
Not the fresh durian, di ba?
fresh po.
Fresh, okay.
Fresh po.
That's
Frozen yun, frozen.
frozen. That's under RCEP. But
Opo.
without RCEP, what is it?
ASEAN China. ASEAN China.
And ASEAN China. Oh, and
Opo.
zero na.
Opo.
Under RCEP, how can you go lower
Baka
than
negative na.
Oh nga, yun ang tanong, negative naman. So that means subsidized na. So, I mean, we cannot, I mean, what is that thing that we should be excited about because it is something new and beneficial?
Well,
Access po sa China na
market access na additional sa China is our preserved pineapples, pineapple juice. Sa atin yun, Mr. President, we're both from that pineapple producing region. Coconut juice, diesel oil, wala naman tayong diesel oil, resin, agri yan. Dito naman sa Japan, fish, salmon fillet, fish fillet, tilapia fillet,
So, yes, sir.
bangus fillet.
Tama, sir. So, ganyan ang approach niyan. Ganyan ang pag-approach natin, ano?
Opo.
Ngayon, Mr. President, ang nag-oppose kasi are farmers and maybe fisher folk groups, no? And sa pagkakalam ko, ang pinakamarami nating farmers would be rice farmers. Then maybe next would be maybe corn farmers, then sugar farmers or farm workers. So,
But nothing changes po.
what about RCEP should they be excited about? Kasi ang problema, RCEP is in the nature of free trade agreement. What is that? What is a free trade agreement? We use tariff as the objective measurement of trade restrictions or rules, di ba? So the market is open, will be open more for Philippine goods. The Philippine market will be open more for their goods.
Yes.
What is that to the Filipino rice farmer who is a subsistence farmer as described by our Senate President?
Definitely, first of all, under the actual setup now, hindi po gagalaw yung taripa nila ng rice papunta dito sa ating bansa to protect the pricing also of our farmers.
Yes.
We don't produce enough po. So definitely, if you're asking me, we should export. I don't think we should export our rice because we don't
There's
produce
nothing to
enough.
export, Mr.
There's
President.
nothing to
Yes.
export, yes. Every single grain of rice is important right here in the Philippines because we're an importer of rice, ika nga. So, but it can help them in terms of inputs. It can help them with cheaper fertilizer, cheaper pesticides. It can help them with greater access to more products, let's say from Japan and China, in terms of tractors, equipments. And then if they decide to repackage it and come out with this, benta nila po yung sticky rice. Gawa din sila ng sticky rice. Benta nila sa Thailand. Pwede po under this RCEP agreement, this is a specialized product. Lagay nila sa ano ba ito, parang vacuum packed sticky rice with Philippine mango. Pwede na po yan gawin.
Yes, sir. So, yun na nga. So, when we explain RCEP to the Filipino rice farmer who is at the subsistence level, as described by our Senate President, there is actually nothing which will directly excite him or her.
No.
Ang sasabihin lang natin, this will lead to cheaper inputs like fertilizers, pesticides, chemicals, equipment, machinery, which he cannot even afford. So,
that's right.
yun eh. So, talagang kailangan, there should really be this intervention by the
It's really
Department
government.
of Agriculture,
Opo.
Rice is not part.
which we are not doing because of RCEP. We really have to do it.
We have to do it,
Yes.
sir. But we have a rice rice enhancement program.
Yes, ang question ko, Mr. President, as sponsors, and then as, let's say, as member of the body which will concur in the ratification of the RCEP, how do we explain this in terms which are anong tawag mo doon? Directly relevant to the Filipino rice, corn, and sugar farmer, Mr. President?
Well, right now, meron po tayong tinatawag na National Rice Program. We have the National Corn Program. Budgeted po ito under our GIA. The National Corn Program is 5 billion pesos. The National Rice Program is 30 billion pesos that's funded. No? And it goes as follows: production support services, extension, support, education and training, research and development, provision for agricultural equipment and facilities, and irrigation network services. Rice lang po yun. When it comes to sugar, we have the SIDA law that we passed, you passed, together with the sponsor was Senator J.V. Ercito and Tita Ma'am Cynthia Villar, which are giving them subsidies also now. Ang problema talaga po, implementation. Whether we have RCEP, to be honest, Mr. President, my dear colleague, whether we have RCEP or not,
Yes.
this will still be the problems of the farmers. It will still be the problem of the farmers. That's why it is up to us now to really help the Department of Agriculture, monitor it, make sure that the oversight functions of the Senate are in place, that this is properly spent, na hindi nanakawan, mabibigay talaga sa beneficiary, tsaka hindi ghost beneficiary. Yung talagang mabibilangan mo. For example, if the good minority leader, being that it is his job to fiscalize, he'll tell the DA, okay, in barangay so-and-so in Cagayan de Oro, it's a rice-producing area. Tell me the names of the people you helped there, and I will find them, and I will ask them kung tinulungan ba sila ng DA. We have to do that. I think we have to do that para it's quantifiable. But whether we have RCEP or not, Mr. President, the agri-sector in its state right now is suffering. If we don't come out with, let's say we don't ratify RCEP, I think it will still be suffering.
Correct.
The problem is also manufacturing will suffer, also exports will suffer. In the totality of things, I'm standing here not just as an agriculturist, I'm standing here as a senator of the Republic, just like all of us here, who have other constituencies to protect. So we're looking at the totality of it all.
But to just assuage the anxieties and feelings of the minority leader, which is that has a clear basis, we took that into consideration. Even if we know that the DA already has the rice program, the corn program, we still included it in number 4 of our measures to build competitive and comparative advantages. Number 4 would include developing and implementing programs and initiating reforms in ways that will cultivate, improve, and promote efficiency, productivity, profitability, and competitiveness of the concerned sectors, including through the following. We even named the National Rice Program, National Corn Program, National High Value Crops Development Program, National Livestock Program, National Organic Agriculture Program, National Fisheries Program, Agriculture Machinery, Equipment, Facilities, Infrastructure Program, etc. Ang haba-haba po. Inisa-isa po natin sa ating concurring resolution ang lahat ng programa ng DA. Bakit? Sa ating pagbibigay ng diin sa kanila na may RCEP, kailangan gawin ito. Even if we do not, assuming we do not, but hopefully not, concur in this, it's their duty to do that. So the Oversight Committee, with this concurring resolution, will force it further. That is their mandate. It's their task. But I know what you're saying. How do we communicate this to the farmer? Honestly, RCEP or no RCEP, ito dapat ang ginagampanang tungkulin ng Department of Agriculture. Pero hindi dapat isang departamento. It's a whole of government approach. Kaya nga, kailangan magtulungan po tayo. It's not enough that it's just one department.
That's why.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President?
Yes, Senator Padilla.
Mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, mag-interject lang po ako. Ako po ay humihingi kaagad ng paumanhin sa ating mahal na senador, ating pong ginagalang at ama ng Bangsamoro, Senator Mig Subiri. Meron lang po akong hindi ko po kaya na hindi po sabihin. Ayoko pong gawin ito pero kailangan ko pong gawin dahil ipapako po ako sa kawayan ng ating mga magsasaka sa Nueva Ecija. Yung pong rice tarification law ito po ay napakagandang batas. Napakaganda po nito. Ngunit nagkaproblema po sa implementasyon. Hindi po ito nagbunga ng magandang epekto sa mga magsasaka sa Nueva Ecija. Bumagsak po ang presyo ng palay at hindi ko po sinasabi na mali itong batas na ito. Tama po ito, napakaganda. Yun lang pong implementasyon. Kaya po sana, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, kung atin pong humihingi din po tayo ng paumanhin sa atin pong Mama Bear. Opo, mahal na Senadora Cynthia Villar, atin pong
Okay na.
Sasagutin niya.
Hybrid seedlings yun. Ang provision ng RCEP, certified inbred seeds. Ayaw ng Nueva Ecija ng certified inbred seed. Gusto nila hybrid. So sila may problema.
Opo, ang sinasabi ko lang po,
Yung certified inbred seed from 3.7 metric tons sila nung magsimula yung RCEP. Ngayon, 4.4 na sila. Sabi nila, kaya nila 5 metric tons by 2024. And I have just to renew the RCEP. They can, after that, makakarating sila sa 6 metric tons per hectare, which is about 120 kabans per hectare. Pag ganun po, maganda na ang rice. Oo.
opo,
Problema ng Nueva Ecija, doon sila sa National Rice Program na ang binibili nila ay hybrid seedlings. Ang hybrid seedlings kasi, mahal yon. Yung inbred seeds, 30 pesos per kilo. Ang hybrid seedlings, 250 pesos per kilo. At para ma-attain mo yung target mo, you have to spend for large inputs na yun ang mahal.
opo.
Inbred seedlings, walang masyadong inputs. Pang mahirap yun na farmer. Kaya yun ang pinili namin na ibigay sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Tapos yung mechanization namin, okay naman yung field rice sa inbred seedlings. Dalawa lang naman yun kaso, yung PhilMec, pinakialaman, tinanggal yung head, pinalta ng kasi gusto nilang kunin yung 5 billion pesos na pagbili ng equipment, gusto nilang pakialaman. So nagkagulo sila. Kaya may problema tayo sa RCEP. Alam mo, okay naman tayo nung magsimula gumulo Talaga ang problema talaga, implementation. Talagang
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat po, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Yeah. Pero Mr. President, gusto ko lang banggitin na si Ma'am Sheena ang sumagot. Pero naintindihan ko po, with the permission of the minority, naintindihan ko po ang posisyon ni Senator Padilla. He's just trying to point out that they're having difficulties, nahihirapan ng kanilang mga magsasaka sa Nueva Ecija. But as pointed out correctly by Mama Bear, Ma'am Cynthia, it's also the lack of implementation. So,
Nick, kaya yun lang next point ko. Naunahan lang po ako ni Senator Robin Padilla. Yung mga binabanggit natin na napakahabang paragraph dito sa ating Nationalized Program, National Core Program, National High Value Crops Development Program, existing na po lahat yan. Paano po na-excite? Are you telling us na-excite ang oppositors dahil sa linista natin ito? And what change? Additional budget lang po na nadagdagan natin?
To be honest, if I may speak freely, Your Honors, Mr. President, when we devolved the function of agriculture under your father's local government code, ideally kasi yung LGU ang tutulong sa mga magsasaka. That's why we have the Provincial Agricultural Officer, we have the Municipal Agricultural Officer, and ayun po, to be very honest, as I said, na may Mayor's League meeting sa Manila Hotel, baka sigawan nila ako, pero mga mayors na iba, ang kinukuha nila, ginagawa nila, landscaping lang Yung municipal agriculture, pinapaganda lang nila yung plaza dun sa kanilang mga lugar, imbis na tinutulungan nila yung mga magsasaka. Not qualified. They're not agriculturists. Meron akong pinuntahan na isang munisipyo, yung municipal agricultural officer nila, dating nasa parlor ng mayora na hinire at tinagay as municipal agriculture officer. Yan pong background niya, parlorist, ano yung parlorist? Nasa parlor. Parlorist, ano yun? Dave, baka
Which
magaling
is-
ka dyan. Anyway, my point is, nawalan po, when we devolve the function of agriculture, nawala yung tropa, yung troops on the ground, boots on the ground. So when you go to the regional office, they're very top-heavy in the regional office. You have the regional director, assistant regional director. You have the people under in the main offices. Pero wala kang extension officers na umiikot. Am I correct, undersecretary? Oh, kinakausap pala yung Mama Bear. Pero
Yes.
the truth of the matter, may disconnect na. So gagawa tayo dito ng magandang programa sa Senado. Babudgetan natin. Utos ng secretary. Gawin itong programa, Mr. Ardis. The RDs now have to work with the local government units to implement. May mga mayors at provincial governors. Iba yung gusto nila. Tourism, infra, hindi nila sinusupport. Tama po si Mama Bear. Ilang beses na kami nagkakamot ng ulo sa hearings niya dahil pagdating sa ground, walang support sa local government units. So, maybe that's one thing we should look at also. Maybe amendments to the local government unit or maybe amendments or come up with a law that will or renationalize or look in a way that we can add to the personnel of the DA. Wala na silang technicians on the ground.
Sige, Mr. President, medyo masalimuot na usapin na yan. We're
Oo,
going
but
to, ano na,
kaya sabi ko,
but
daming problema
if
po.
that is the case, why did we still increase the DA's budget by 40% in the 2023 compared to 2022? Ganun na ginawa natin, yung pala sasabihin natin na we are aware of the limitations of the DA, kahit buhusan mo ng pera yan, hindi nila kaya gawin.
Mr. President, with due respect to the
But that's
DA,
another topic din, Mr. President.
Kasi mahabang usapin yan, pero at least that's my opinion. My opinion po yan.
Sige po.
I'm sure if I ask them, they'll say, it's okay, everything's fine. No? I'm sure if I ask them.
Sige po.
But that's our opinion. That's probably the observation also of our chairman of the Committee on Agriculture. Wala sila support from the ground sometimes.
So, going to our resolution of concurrence, what item in this resolution of concurrence excited our oppositors that, probably gave them a more open mind in that they are...
First of all, Mr. President, the sponsor excited them. The sight of the sponsor.
Hindi, masasabi ko po, talagang pinagtagaan ko po.
Did our sponsor change the color of her hair, Mr. President? Parang iba.
I did not. No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I just observed now. Okay,
It's
thank
the
you.
light.
Yes.
It's white hair. It is white hair from reading the thousands of pages of RCEP.
Not as white as Secretary Pascual.
So,
Wait. No, wait, don't face-
my question, ma'am, was,
Teka po.
kasi we have a draft.
Just-
What excited them? Yeah, what excited them?
Hindi ko po kayo ililinlangin at I will not sugarcoat, maingay, maraming session dito, I will not sugarcoat things, I'll be very honest. I'm sure the oppositors are still opposing it.
Yes.
I am certain that my white hair did not convince them to be for RCEP.
Your beauty.
I tried my best, we tried our best to reach out and to speak within the limited time to listen to all of them. And we tried to solicit whatever inputs they could for a resolution. At the end of the day, whatever fine print in whatever beautiful language is written, if the implementing agencies in the executive department do not utilize the funds judiciously, effectively, and efficiently to close the trade deficit, which did not come yesterday or last year, but has been creeping into the 60s and 70s, and if the agriculture sector is still mismanaged as it has been, it does not come from me,
Yeah.
it's Everybody agrees here from decades back. And if there's still rampant smuggling of agricultural products, if there is a lack or insufficient utilization of resources that goes directly to our farmers and our fisher folks, and if agrarian reform beneficiaries are not taken care of and supplied with the inputs that was promised them decades ago, then no matter what guidelines and recommendations we do, life would not be better. But can we just say that nawala ng pag-asa, kaya ganun na lang? Hindi. For me, hope springs eternal. Kaya nga po, sinulisit natin ang inputs nila,
Yes.
hindi ko po gawa ito. Ito po ay mungkahi ng lahat ng sektor na nakausap ko. Marami magsasabi, ako hindi mo nakausap, ako hindi pa rin. I tried to reach out to as many. Here are my staff, limited human beings, just like myself. We tried. Inputs from our senators are well received. It will be manifested by the majority or by the Senate President as the committee amendments. We try to make it as inclusive as possible. I will repeat. If the Department of Agriculture do not do their job in terms of eliminating smuggling, why does it still exist despite years and decades of giving help to farmers who cannot even access the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, even if the law of rice tariffication is supposed to be a good law, but the others cannot access it. And I know for a fact, because one of my lawyers is a rice farmer in a 1.5 hectares of land in San Antonio, Quezon, and the farmers say they cannot access the funds. So, at the end of the day, kailangan natin ang Department of Trade and Industry, kailangan natin ang Department of Agriculture, kailangan natin ang Department of Science and Technology, kailangan natin ang NEDA, kailangan natin ang whole of government approach para paigtingin ang kalakal, ang agrikultura, ang pagbibigay ng pagkain sa mga taong nagbibigay ng pagkain sa ating hapagkainan. So, I don't want to sugarcoat this, Mr. Mr. Minority Leader. Your father and I had similar minds. You and I, you know that, when we speak most of the time, we have shared advocacies. So I don't want to say this is a magic pill, but RCEP or no RCEP, we must help these sectors.
Correct.
Now, but why do I believe that we must join RCEP? We are the only country in ASEAN who will not join RCEP, and the products that we produced in a certain product line. Laos, Cambodia, Myanmar will export to China, South Korea, Japan, and the tariffs will go down. And in the Philippines, if we do not join RCEP in the years to come, the tariffs will still be the way it is based on our existing free trade agreements, whether bilateral or as an ASEAN FTA. So I believe that these are vast economic opportunities for these sectors, but it is up to us to make it work. O tama na sabi ni Senate President, all these
Sige, ma'am.
resolutions,
Basta, one thing we established tonight is the concurring resolution was the product of consultation and even with the participation or inputs from those opposing the treaty. Okay, so that's what we established.
Last
Yes.
na.
Yes, ma'am.
sa huli ng page 12, we included recommendations for measures to improve performance and exact accountabilities. BPI, BA, everyone. We will exact accountabilities. No, I'm serious.
Yes, correct. That's
The
correct.
Senate President
we should.
agreed to create the oversight. Alam naman niya kung gaano kakulit. Yes. I only accepted this work because they said inclusion of guidelines and special oversight committee on RCEP. And talaga naman, Dole is here. Yes, we want to see how it will generate employment. These are the experts. You have to help us. So I'm defending you like there was na parang may forever, right? So, kailangan tulungan nyo kami. We only rise or fail depending on how the implementers of the budgets we give them are implemented. So we must
Yes, ma'am.
eliminate corruption. We must eliminate smuggling.
Tama po.
We must give money straight to the stakeholders. Does that happen in this imperfect world? I don't know. This gentleman.
So,
is answering.
Mr. President, that's why before I proceed with my
Tired.
next questions,
Ay, kala ko tapos.
let me give credit where credit is due. I could see the President's men are here, Mr. President. So, ibig sabihin nun, when the President says he wants this ratified or concurred in, and the cabinet secretaries are here, experts in their fields, ready to assist our resource persons in answering questions, then we see that the executive branch is really behind this effort to have this ratified, okay?
That's correct.
But the reason we are joining is because of it would be to the best of our national interest. Wag tayo magpa-pressure na we are the last member of ASEAN to ratify it. Wala, immaterial po yun. The sequence or the timing, immaterial po yun. Basta,
Agree.
is it to the best of our national interest, and why, Mr. President?
I agree with you that we should not rush into this because we're the last ones in.
Wala yun.
Wala yun. Binanggit ko sa speech ko yun. Let's not do this because we're the fear of being missing out on this agreement being the last. I think it is good for our national interest, Mr. President, because the opposite will make us an isolationist country if you look trade isolationist in the eyes of many foreign direct investors. Coming from the experience that we had in Japan, we were to get Secretary Pascual was with me, Secretary Jokno, Secretary Mina, Sap Anton was with us. Bukang bibig po ng lahat ng Japanese investors was ease of doing business within the Philippines and ease of doing business within the region because they want us to be the jumping point of their products. So, obviously, to be the jumping, every time they say that, I'll be honest about it, Mr. President, nakatingin si Presidente sa akin dahil sa RCEP. Nakatingin po siya sa akin. Hindi po kay Speaker Martin kasi si Speaker Martin house yan eh. Wala concurrence yan eh. Nakatingin siya palagi sa akin. Migs, yung RCEP. Opo, Ginoong Pangulo, pag uwi ko, ipaprioritize na po natin yan. Bukang bibig ng Prime Minister dun sa state dinner was also enhanced trade within the region, and he was and he mentioned nga our trade agreements, and nakatingin na naman si Presidente sa akin. Migs, kaya na. So I'm a bit stressed in a way that we don't want to be left out on the issue of foreign direct investments. And also, that's only on the foreigners coming into the Philippines. And I know you are the author of the Retail Trade Liberalization Act. We're also looking at local businesses. I forgot, I wanted to mention and interject to Senator Risa's debate, line of questioning on the MSMEs. Go Negosyo had come out officially in support of, and that's one of the largest MSME groups in the country, and they're in support of this because many of their members for Go Negosyo, like Angkas, yung mga Potato Corner, all of those, even yung the Grab is imported. Yung ice cream, yung kay Paco Magsaysay, si Carmen's Best, they now all want to go to Malaysia, Indonesia, all these other countries, sell their products there with this type of framework na open and direct access to these markets. So they're quite excited, Your Honor. So yes, if you ask me again, I'm going to mention in totality. Hindi ko masabi ito ay magic pill.
Yes, sir.
Yes, in totality, it's going to be good for the country.
I appreciate more the second part of your answer.
Yes.
The first part, yung mga because foreign investors, businessmen are advising us. Kaya nga sa presentation ninyo doon, you even cited foreign chamber. Sa akin dapat out yun eh. I mean, we will have to decide on this on the basis of our national interest.
Yes.
So, for the good of our local businessmen,
industry,
especially our in industry, especially the exporters. Kasi
Exporters,
it's
manufacturers.
opening up of their market, we open up our market too. So if we don't take advantage, wala, sino?
Yes.
The exporters lang po yun. So,
Garments po, don't forget garments. We used to be a large garments manufacturer.
actually, Mr. President, ang favorite example ko when I was the one sponsoring this shoemaking in
From
Marikina.
Marikina.
Mr.
Absolutely.
President. Kaya wag natin kalimutan yun.
Oh, shoemakers. Oh. We have wonderful industry there.
So,
For shoes.
Mr. President, actually, I'm glad that the Customs Commissioner is still here, no?
Yes, sir.
Yan ang napaka-critical, Mr. President.
He's showing us his commitment.
Commissioner Rubio. So, thank you for being here, for your patience and showing full support. And then, of course, I'm hoping you're learning something about RCEP din in our
Yes.
interpellations, no?
Marami ka.
Kasi ang reklamo naman talaga ng mga nasa yung agricultural stakeholders natin, hindi naman frontally sa ng RCEP sa terms of the RCEP, but because their sector is really suffering and in large part due to smuggling. Ngayon, pag-usaping sa agricultural smuggling, ano po ba yung conclusion ng ating Committee of the Whole? Sino ba ang may responsibility to curb, eliminate, or prevent smuggling in agricultural products? Is it the DA or is it Customs? Because parang ang DTI nakahugas kamay siya ron pagdating sa agricultural products eh.
Mr. President, yung Bureau of Customs is our first line of defense.
Tama.
It's our first line of defense. Not the DA kasi malalaman na lang ng DA pag nagsumbong yung magsasaka sa mga DA officials natin. Pero nakapasok na po siya.
Correct.
First line of defense po is Bureau of Customs.
That's why I'm very glad nandito si Customs Commissioner. Noong time ko, hindi nagpakita si Customs Commissioner. Hindi nagkonsulta eh. Nothing eh. So this is the presence here of the cabinet members, the Customs Commissioner, really shows na this administration is really seriously behind its request that we concur in this treaty.
Yes, sir.
Kasi yung Mr. President, kahit yung mga sinasabi rito sa na we will use simplified procedure, standard forms to facilitate trade. Customs can sabotage everything, Mr. President, by being either not up to date with the rules, not familiar with the treaty, giving a hard time to our exporters. Is this a possibility? If we could ask our chief negotiator that the critical role of that customs, the Bureau of Customs plays in this in the implementation of this treaty, Mr. President.
No, the question, I believe the question, let me just repeat the question, Your Honor. Your question is, has the Bureau of Customs have a say?
Masasayang ba lahat yun na sinasabi natin good feature of the RCEP? Standard procedures, standard forms, if customs will not play its part, Mr. President?
It's a commitment now on their part. They should be monitoring.
Correct.
Yeah. Yes.
So
Sabi niya, it's a commitment on their part.
A Minority Leader, if I may interject. We passed the anti-agricultural smuggling law in 2016, but unfortunately, it has evolved, no? Dumami na importation, so hoarding, profiteering, and cartels are now the problem. So we have already passed an amendment which has been certified by the Palace, which we passed an amendment including profiteering, hoarding, and cartel as economic sabotage, an amendment to the anti-agricultural smuggling law.
Yes, it's already included sa LEDAC. It's a new LEDAC list.
Yes, but ang importante sir is yun na nga, andito nga si Customs Commissioner and then narinig din niya yung sinabi ng ating Senate President pro tempore that we will exact accountability, Mr. President, kasi talagang we have to curb smuggling, Mr. President. Otherwise, baliwala lahat kasi wala naman sa records yung smuggled eh. So, distorted po lahat ng ating information, our data.
Agree. I totally agree, Mr. President.
So I'm glad for his presence, Mr. President. And then, Mr. President.
Mr. President, ano lang po ako.
Yes, it's a pleasure of Mr. Senator
Mag-interject lang po ako. Maiksi na lang po kasi medyo, gusto ko lang pong masundan yung sinabi ng ating ginagalang na floor leader. Sapagkat totoo po yun, yung smuggling po ang naging problema po namin sa bigas. Yun po talaga. Sana po magawa natin ng paraan yan. At kinausap ko na din po si Senator Cynthia Villar patungkol dito. At nabanggit na rin po ng ating ginagalang na Senator JV Ejercito yung patungkol po sa anti-smuggling. Sana po palakasin natin ito at ituring po natin talagang economic sabotage ito. At itong mga taong smuggler na to, ang dami po nitong magsasakang ng bigas ng pinahirapan. Yun lamang po. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat po, Mr. President, kasi lahat ng free trade agreements, bilateral man, regional man, magsakya kung smuggling tuloy-tuloy, Mr. President. So, I'll quote the objections of Alyansang Agrikultura, Mr. President. Noong 1994 daw, when we were joining WTO, there were promises made. Kasama niyo new jobs, increase in exports, but these were not delivered, and the opposite happened. And then in yesterday's session, I think the Senate President even mentioned the number of jobs which will be created under RCEP, mga 1 million plus. According to Alyansang Agrikultura, for the WTO, 500,000 new jobs naman yung nabanggit noon. Ngayon, we're quoting millions na. So, what are the other promises of RCEP, Mr. President? In terms of number of jobs, ano pa ba?
According to a study, Mr. President, by 2031, about 1.4, more or less 1.4 million new jobs. And then I get the exact figures for the other GDP growth. Based on a study of Dr. Cororaton, it says 1.4 million additional jobs by 2031. So, and there's a breakdown for this year, next year. And then total employment, yung sa GDP. Nandiyan mo sa GDP. It's looking at an increase of real GDP by 2.02%. 2%.
Sige po, basta mag-ingat-ingat lang po rin tayo sa mga ganito kasi na-review nila yung mga commitments ng 1994 wala daw nagkatotoo. So, at any rate, Mr. President, given 1 year's experience now under RCEP of the other parties, nagkatotoo ba yung mga predictions sa economies nila? That,
I have it here.
yung pa ba yung binabanggit yung Vietnam, Thailand, Mr. President?
Let me just get my notes po because it was here earlier. Here. Cambodia. Cambodia, Mr. President, Mr. Distinguished Minority Floor Leader, increased its exports by $31 billion or 4% in 2022 alone. Immediately after, actually, shortly after the ratification of the RCEP treaty. And these are all within the RCEP countries lang. In other words, yung 31 billion na po ito, hindi po ibig sabihin ay sa Amerika po ito or sa Europe. No, this 31 billion was only with RCEP countries. For Cambodia.
May we know the source, Mr. President, so that we can counter-check?
4% po siya. 4% amounting to 31 billion.
What's the source of the information, Mr. President?
Cambodia's trade with
ang laki yun, 31
Khmer
billion.
Times. Khmer Times.
Ang
It's
laki
the
po.
newspaper. Parang inquirer nila doon.
Sige po.
And then, as a matter of fact, I asked my staff to post the articles, the newspaper articles, kasi baka hindi kayo maniwala sa akin. But this is Khmer article, Khmer Times.
Khmer.
Sa Thailand, Pattaya mail, Thai trade with RCEP increased 7.1% in 2022. This is from their newspaper articles, Mr. President. That's amounting to $300 billion and trade with RCEP countries. And Vietnam, naku, yung Vietnam talagang, I hope we can catch up with them because
Sige po.
yan ang parang ano natin, karibal. China International Import Expo and Vietnam Plus. This is the article sources. Export to RCEP countries by Vietnam increased by 16.4% with a total value of $108 billion.
So,
Malaysia po.
may Malaysia pa po. Sige po.
Meron, Malaysia. Market Edge, this is from the article. 25%
Increase in
in
export.
they are looking at 25% for 2023. But last year, 2022, they grew by 9.3%. Grabing laki ng
Sige po. So the information coming from our Senate President is that immediately, or maybe we'll just 1 year after joining RCEP,
maybe one
these parties nga immediately felt these benefits. Although, the conventional wisdom is that there should be actually pain first before you feel the benefits of RCEP. So, possibly po ba na all of these increases that we have mentioned is due to the fact that they came from a low threshold because affected by the their economies were affected by the pandemic, Mr. President?
I think the numbers that was quoted, Mr. President, is only for their exports. So it's not GDP. That's more for exports, percent of exports. So if you ask me, will it be immediate? Maybe not immediate, maybe within the year. But many of our eco zones are prepared to re-export their products to RCEP countries. So I think we're well suited to, because we were originally a net exporting country when it came to garments, even certain parts of certain kinds of agricultural products, fruits, the canned fruits, fish, where I think number one that's ready to do the export is fish, tuna, sardines, because all their associations are in favor and supportive of this, Mr. President. So that's why ECOP today, ECOP together with PCCI, Philippine Chamber of Commerce, Inc. came out with a very, very strongly worded support to RCEP because they're saying that they're poised, with their industries, they're poised to be able to export their products immediately after the implementation or ratification of RCEP, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, how will our House influence the 2024 budget, assuming that we will already concur in RCEP, Mr. President? Ano kaya ang pagbabago na anong ipupush natin na mga budgetary proposals or priorities because we are joining RCEP, Mr. President?
Definitely, Your Honors, the programs of the Department of Agriculture. We have to look at the National High Value Crops Program, National Livestock Program, yung Organic Agriculture Program, National Corn Program, National Rice Program, yung Urban and Peri-Urban Agriculture Program, then also the DTI, Your Honor. Yung DTI, importante because they have a program on industry development program, yung Exports and Investments Development Program, yung shared service facilities po ng DTI. We used to put money there. We used to put billions there that goes to help several cooperatives and MSMEs that apply for coffee making machines, coffee production, chocolate making equipment. Then you also have their, if you ask me, the support to the, ano ba yung bank nila? Yung SB Corporation, para Small Business Corporation to help these small businesses be able to buy these new machinery and equipment.
So in short,
Marami.
in short, Mr. President, parang buhusan lang na yung existing.
Oh, hindi po. Oo. Absorbing
Meron na kaya
capacity.
tayong naisip ngayon na bagong programa na pwede nilang gawin because of RCEP? Kasi otherwise, it's buhusan lang yung existing. So,
Well, nandito naman po yung Senior Undersecretary for Agriculture. Nandito din po yung si Secretary
Pascual, yeah.
Panganiban is here. And we have with us for the DTI, Yusek Pascual.
Secretary Pascual.
I'm sorry, Secretary Pascual. My apologies, Secretary. Secretary Pascual. And because of that, because of our debates here, that's very, I believe, it opened their eyes, it's increased knowledge for them on this particular issue. I think we'll have to twist. Maybe we'll
pag-isipan na lang.
pag-isipan natin paano natin i-tweak. Tweaking para sa RCEP.
Kasi if RCEP is really that important and significant, and it's according to ASEC Hefty, if it's a treaty because it changes policy, di ba? So, it should also change programs.
Yes.
Kasi actually, to tell you the truth, Mr. President, nung tinatanong ko to when I was sponsoring RCEP, ano yung programa ng DA? They gave me a list. Programa ng DTI, they gave me a list. Hindi ako na-excite eh. Sabi ko yung oppositor will continue to be opposing it. Ito lang po yung paulit-ulit na programa. So there must be something new or imaginative which RCEP forced us to come up with or think about, Mr. President. So I'll be just challenge na lang siguro the two departments plus the Bureau of Customs. Para sa akin talagang importante itong Bureau of Customs, Mr. President.
And I think also our oversight committee that we'll create, the special committee for RCEP oversight, which I will now move that the minority leader be a member of.
I'm already a member in the...
He's already a member? Very good.
You have no choice, Mr. President.
I know, you have to have one minority.
No choice.
That's right. So we will make sure that we will tweak with our meetings, with our discussions with the stakeholders. And then, gawa tayo ng programa, Mr. President. Tama po yan. Let's adjust
There
the
must be
procurement fund.
ako, Mr. President, opinion ko lang.
Agree.
There must be something new. Otherwise, baka naman totoo yung sinasabi nung iba na RCEP is just incremental change from the ASEAN +1 existing FTAs. Will RCEP only give an incremental, very small change, Mr. President?
As I mentioned earlier, Mr. President, sabi ko, the success of this agreement depends on the parties involved. If we really put our heart and mind and soul to it. Kung hindi po ilalagay ng administration ang ilang heart and mind and soul into coming up with more exports for job generation and for manufacturing and all these other industries, wala din po mangyayari. So I agree with you, Mr. President. I agree.
Kasi ganito po ang reality as I understand it eh. Pagpasok natin sa RCEP, there will be RCEP.
Yes.
15 countries. Buhay pa rin si ASEAN +1 FTA.
Yes, yes.
Buhay pa rin si Philippines and specific country
Yes.
FTA. So it's that complicated, Mr. President, that kahit ilang beses na rin napaliwanag sa akin itong RCEP, hindi ko pa rin masasabing kabisado ko. So how much more si entrepreneur na micro and small enterprise?
Yes.
Ngayon, we really need some
Yes.
program na all out tayo or all in tayo na i-assist each step of the way, all the way, yung micro and small and maybe up to the medium enterprise or entrepreneur who would like to take advantage of any of these FTAs kasi existing pa po sila lahat.
Yes.
So,
Tama po kayo, sir. Tama po kayo, Mr. President.
I hope to see this in the 2024 budget, Mr. President.
For example, one thing we can tweak with the Department of Trade and Industry, they have an Exports and Investments Development Program. Exports and Investments. We can make sure that under that program, may program for MSMEs for the RCEP countries. Marami pa pala ito, boss. May Mr. President, I think during our oversight hearing, when you have the first oversight hearing, hingin na lang natin sa kanila.
Sige po, para i-shorten ko na lang din po ito kasi I'm sure pagod na rin po kayo. Pero Mr. President, ang isa kasing criticism is that hindi naramdaman yung benepisyo ng mga existing FTA, ASEAN +1 or even our bilateral. Siguro isang dahilan nito is hindi walang information campaign or wala pang existing program to assist our people on how to take advantage of the FTAs. Kasi ang FTAs, Mr. President, agree talaga ako sa iyo because that was my line also before. If we don't take advantage of it, wala yun. Pagka-concur natin, matutulog tayong lahat, talo tayo.
Sa kangkungan tayo.
Talo tayo lahat. Binuksan natin yung market natin. Binuksan din nila sa atin. But we're not interested in taking advantage. They will take advantage of the opening of our market, Mr. President. So,
Actually, one example po, Mr. President, if I may, really short answer. Yung EFTA, yung free trade agreement natin sa Switzerland, sa Europe, Luxembourg, Switzerland, nandito yung sponsor, Iceland. May trade surplus po tayo sa kanila na yun. Where we before used to be a trade deficit. So I think we're able to bring in more of the cocoa, chocolates, electronics,
Before WTO, yes,
sige po, pero I have my reservations there sa inputs na yan because sana mawala ang trade deficit natin sa overall trade natin. Because yung mga electronic equipment na pinadala po natin dun sa EFTA countries, definitely galing din sa ibang bansa po yun na pumasok dito. But not from the EFTA countries. That's why we are enjoying a trade surplus with them.
If I may,
Yeah.
okay. If I may, on the overall, numbers I guess don't lie. And you're a numbers person. I know the good gentleman is a numbers person. Before WTO in 1994, yung GDP per capita po natin was $1,679. $1,679. In 2019, our GDP per capita is 3,664. The GDP growth rate, Your Honors, at that time was 4.4%. In 2019, it was 6.10%. Yung unemployment rate at that time was 9.5%. Now it is 5%. Poverty incidences was at 40% at the time, and now it is 16.7%. Inflation rate was 10.39%, but in 2019 it was 2.48, but now it's 8.7%. Pero ang punto po is, a lot has changed in terms of these figures throughout the years. And I think if we decided to stay outside the WTO, parang North Korea po tayo siguro na yun. Baka hindi gumalaw yung ating GDP per capita at yung poverty incidences. So, a lot of opportunities have transpired after joining the WTO. The numbers don't lie. Maybe there are certain industries that suffered, but overall, the numbers don't lie, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Nag-improve naman talaga, but yun na nga, but we have specific kasi FTAs din. This is the new world order, yung WTO general agreement So we have specific FTAs. Ang criticism is no one knows our performance under the specific bilateral FTAs. So they need more information. Is the DTI researching on the effects of
Maybe they can present to us during our
yes,
first meeting.
Sa oversight. Yes. Ganun na. Pero last year pa kasi hiningi yan, sir, ng mga Mr. President, ng mga oppositors And I think I asked the DTI and correct me if I remember wrongly, that the answer was there's no study about our performance in our existing FTAs, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Mr. President, all I can speak about is the EFTA, which the Senate President mentioned, and that was, you concurred in that. We concurred in it unanimously. That's 2018. It's easy to track because it's quite recent. And just so that you see that we did not just concur in the ratification. We have even urged them to do, let's say, web-based education sessions para alam ng mga tao. They assisted companies such that they were able to increase export of products to EFTA countries, including tuna, desiccated coconuts, fruits, nuts, processed food, pasta, malt products, vacuum cleaners na Dyson brand, di ba? At saka electric fan, UK brand but made in Laguna already. So it's already Philippine brand. And automotive tires, hair dryers. So since the FTA entered into force in June of 2018, the Philippines was able to turn around its perennial trade deficit with the EFTA countries, EFTA member states. What are these? Liechtenstein, Switzerland, Iceland, Norway? Norway, yes. So in 2019, the Philippines posted a trade surplus of 47.12 million US dollars. So total trade between the Philippines and the four countries in EFTA increased by 2.40% from 802 million in 2018 to 821 in 2019. And the surplus further grew to 101.49 million in 2020 and grew again by 89 despite the COVID-19 pandemic. So we see a gradual, however gradual, upward trend. This is just with regards to the four EFTA countries.
Sige po,
Sabi ni Sen.
Sige po, I will no longer debate on the trade data arising from our EFTA. But Mr. President, ito na lang siguro, last 2 points na lang.
Aalis na ako. Parang hindi na ako sagot, ha?
Yes, sir. I'm listening, sir. I'm listening.
No. Let's remind that there should be no clapping in the session, Mr. President. Remind our colleagues.
No clapping.
Because that became my third point. Sabi ko, last 2 points na lang eh. Third point.
Sorry,
Anyway, Mr. President, there's an argument by Mr. Ordonez that the RCEP safeguard measure added 3 stringent requirements. Medyo technical po ito. I mean, tama ba po tong observation na ito na parang naging useless because ang sagot natin is, ang sagot ng ating chief negotiator or ng DTI is, hence do not use the RCEP safeguard measure, use the WTO provisions, Mr. President.
To answer that.
Tama po ba yung observation na yon? And then
You wanted to answer po?
and then
Sure.
tama ba na yun po na lang yung solusyon na no longer to
Mr. President,
Yes.
to get a real accurate answer, may I ask the Senate President if we can suspend the rules one more time so that the gentleman can answer? That's a technical question, and he wants to put it on record. If it's all right with the Majority Floor Leader.
Yes,
Really
please.
quickly.
I join the motion, Mr. President. Motion to, yes, the Majority Leader will do it. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the rules of the Senate to allow our resource persons to answer the queries of the distinguished minority leader directly, Mr. President.
There's a motion to suspend the rules of the Senate. Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Sige, ASEC Hepti knows this topic very well. Sinabi daw na we agreed under RCEP that to invoke or to take advantage of this safeguard measure, there are 3 conditions or requirements. The additional customs duty cannot exceed the existing most favored nation rate. This safeguard measure cannot be applied to any least developed country, RCEP member, and there must be trade compensation in the form of concessions having substantially equivalent trade effects or equivalent to the value of the additional customs duties expected from the measure. So, ang point ni Mr. Ordonez is useless provision because the aggrieved party will always choose the easier procedure, which is the WTO, the General Safeguard Procedure, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor, for giving the floor. Una-una po, dalawa po yung safeguard measures sa RCEP. One is yung transitional RCEP safeguard measures. Ito po yung sinasabi ni Dr. Ordonez, na pagdating po sa measure that can be imposed, limited siya kasi kapag in-invoke mo siya, hindi ka pwedeng lumagpas doon sa MFN rate mo at the time of the effectivity of the RCEP agreement or yung applied rate mo when you impose the transitional safeguard measure. Tama po yun. Yun lang talaga yung pwede mong gawin. Kasi reasonable naman po yun. Kasi kung wala namang RCEP, yung rate mo naman talaga is yun. Pero meron ka pa rin pong WTO safeguard measures. So ito po yung option mo. Pwede mo pa rin yung gamitin and we have maintained that and that's very clear po sa Article 7.9 and 7.11 kasama yung anti-dumping and countervailing measures. So in other words po, ikaw na bahala kung ano yung safeguard measures mo na gagamitin. Ang bawal lang po is you apply safeguard measure on the same good at the same time.
So in reality, because of the third requirement, which is that you have to give trade concessions, is that new? Is that RCEP idea? Wala yan sa WTO?
Hindi po. Ganun naman talaga po ang rule sa sa safeguard measures agreement
Even sa WTO.
Kahit sa WTO po. So yung affected party ka talaga can invoke yung tinatawag nating compensation. So parehong-pareho lang ho.
But since you're the expert in free trade agreements, in real life, the aggrieved party here is the state, no? Party?
Yung aggrieved party in the sense that affected sila ng imposition mo ng safeguard measures. So basically, depende. Pag ginamit mo ang WTO safeguard measures, then halos lahat ng WTO members. Pag RCEP lang.
The one who can avail of the safeguard measure is the state party.
The RCEP party po.
Yes, state party. Kaya nga,
RCEP party.
So in real life, ano po yung prediction nyo that the Republic of the Philippines, when we need to invoke the safeguard measure, we will use this RCEP provision or the WTO?
Depende po sa circumstances, Your Honor.
So you
kung sa tingin,
you still see benefits or advantages in using the RCEP safeguard measure?
Yes po.
Okay. Ano yun? What would this case be, Mr. President?
Well, number one advantage po is that for purposes of computing, if there is a sudden increase or surge in importation, at least ang kukumputin mo or ang universe mo lang would be the RCEP parties. Yung trade mo rito sa RCEP parties. So, mas madali mag-compute, mas madali i-calculate. Second, kapag halimbawa po na merong affected party, meaning yung tinamaan ng safeguard, ay mag-invoke ng kanyang right to compensation, at least you're just limited dito sa 15 countries. Ang downside lang po sa transitional RCEP safeguard measure is that yun po yung sinasabi nila. Very limited yung options mo na pwedeng i-impose. Pero pag WTO naman ang ginamit nyo po, basically, medyo mahirap mag-compute kasi you have to compute all your trade with these WTO members. And then, pangalawa po is that kapag may nag-invoke ng right ng compensation, ang daming pwedeng possible na mag-invoke against the country. And then, of course, ang advantage naman po dito is that marami kang options na pwede mong magamit. Katulad ng mga, let's say, mga quota, mas mataas na duties, etc. under our Republic Act 8800.
So thank you for the response, Mr. President, although I did not really fully understand it. Pero si Attorney Hefty is the expert in free trade negotiations. So my last point, Mr. President, but not addressed to the sponsors, Mr. President. So no need for ASEC Hefty. And I'd like to thank ASEC Hefty too for assisting me during the time that I was the one sponsoring this treaty, Mr. President. Kaya ayoko siyang kausap kasi siya po yung source din ng information ko, Mr. President.
But you stay there because you are our minority leader's kryptonite.
So, Mr. President, ito na lang po.
Can I just,
yes.
for the Mr. President's juncture, may I move that we terminate the suspension of the rules of the Senate? So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we recognize again the sponsor, Senator Mig Zubiri, our Senate President, and Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda, and our minority floor leader.
So our sponsors, our Senate President Mig Zubiri and our Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Legarda are both recognized.
Last point, Mr. President, if our sponsors are amenable or open to the amendment of the concurring resolution to include the following idea or paragraph. Resolved furthermore that the Senate of the Philippines may recommend to the President the withdrawal from the agreement. Recommend, Mr. President.
But are we giving in the power to withdraw? Kasi dapat tayo yun, di ba? Ando na Supreme Court ruling.
Then, nasa last paragraph natin is the President may withdraw with the concurrence of the Senate. Ang ating point, Mr. President, we have this oversight committee.
It's in the agreement.
Mr.
It's in the agreement.
I put it here. I resolved finally that the President of the Philippines may, with the concurrence of the Senate, withdraw from the agreement.
Yes, but the initiative comes from the President. Ang aking point is we have an oversight committee
Yes.
and we are convinced that this has become harmful to the Republic of the Philippines.
That's okay.
The Senate, if in our resolution kasi that the Senate may recommend to the President our withdrawal from the agreement.
Yes.
As long as we have 2/3 vote.
We accept.
Yes.
We accept, Your Honor.
The concept, yes. Thank
We
you.
accept,
Subject
Your
to
Honor.
style, yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
We accept. Maraming salamat,
So that
Minority
would be all,
Floor.
Mr. President. Thank you for your.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our minority leader.
No clapping, please.
Again, Di Oro, magagaling.
Mr. President, at this juncture, no other member wishes to interpolate and ask questions on the said measure. I move that we close the period of interpellation and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, period of interpretation is hereby closed.
I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
President, with the consent of the body, I now move to open the period of amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, earlier this afternoon, pertaining to this measure, we received an updated copy of the resolution incorporating the committee amendments. The said resolution was distributed to the members of the chamber via electronic mail, and a copy thereof was filed with our Bills and Index Service. With that, Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move for the adoption of the committee amendments as contained in the subject resolution and consider the same as the working draft for the individual amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With no other committee amendments, Mr. President, I now move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, period of committee amendment is hereby closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the chamber, I now move to open the period of individual amendments.
An objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to introduce individual amendments, I move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, for individual amendments.
Our Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Majority Leader, thank you very much. Our distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Environment and Natural Resources, Senator Cynthia Villar, proposed the following amendment. On page 6, line 19, insert a section D to read as follows. Letter B, additional, specific, and focused DA interventions within the aforementioned banner programs to address the impact on farmers and fisherfolk who are producing 15 products or producing the 15 products enumerated under the 33 tariff lines, to take effect before the implementation of the country's commitments to the agreement. I so move, Mr. President. And re-letter the subsequent paragraphs accordingly. I so move.
Is there an objection? There being done, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to continue, the amendment of Senator Grace Poe, our distinguished colleague, proposed the following amendments. On page 7, line 20, after the word recourse to, insert the phrase, and legal training for. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
On page 8, line 29, after the word facilities, insert the phrase enhancement of transparency in importation monitoring through a dedicated publication list on agricultural goods.
Pardon me, Mr. President, anterior amendment.
Oh, yes, ulterior amendment from a distinguished colleague.
Yes, Senator Tiveros, what's up?
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the good co-sponsor. On page 7 of Committee Report 29, I move to insert a new resolutory clause before the final resolutory clause that will read. Yes, Mr. President. Oh, forgive me, Mr. President. The page has moved. Forgive me. So I'll just
Yes, no problem.
make the motion at the proper time then. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. President,
I have
and
your
the
amendment.
good
I have your
co-sponsor.
amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But I'll let you propose the amendment, Your Honor, as it is your amendment. So going back, Mr. President, where am I now? Where did I last?
Page 8, line 29.
Page 8, line 29, after the word facilities, insert the phrase enhancement of transparency in importation monitoring through a dedicated publication list on agricultural goods. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
On page 11, line 31, Mr. President. Yes.
That's the pleasure of the Minority Leader.
Minority Leader.
An amendment on page 8, Mr. President. Is this in order? Page 8?
Yes, please go
Yes,
ahead.
Mr. President, it's on order.
Hindi pwede? So saan ako?
Line 31.
Page 8 din. Okay, Mr. President, page 8.
Which line, Mr. President, so we can be guided?
Can I ask for a 1 minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, the proposed amendment is on page 8 after paragraph 3, a new paragraph 4. Ano sinabi ko? Okay. Okay, number 4. Establishing the Public-Private Agriculture Budget Monitoring Committee. Semicolon, Mr. President.
I accept, Mr. President.
And then to renumber
Yes, to renumber it
Accordingly.
accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So the amendment is accepted by the sponsor.
Where was I, Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. President.
On number 4, I have a fourth amendment. On page 11, line 31, add the 2 chairpersons of the committee members of the Senate Special Oversight Committee on the RCEP agreement, namely Committee on Labor and Employment and Human Resource Development, and the Committee on Science and Technology. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is accepted.
Thank you. These are additional members of the committee. And then the last one is the one of Senator Ontiveros. If she wishes, she may be the one to propose the amendment, or is it okay? This is a amendment from Senator Risa Ontiveros. On page 12, line 32, add a new resolutory clause to add, or to read as follows, rather. Resolved furthermore, that the executive department use to the fullest any exceptions and transition periods available to the Philippines and not implement any unenforceable RCEP provisions that are detrimental to Philippine interests. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Thank you. So finally is the amendment of Senator Coco.
That's it.
Opo, we have no more amendments on our side.
Our minority leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page, we can do this on page 13, just before the, paragraph starting with resolve finally. We have the amendment is a new paragraph to read as follows. Resolve furthermore that the Senate of the Philippines may recommend to the President the withdrawal from the agreement, Mr. President.
Ano, can you please repeat? I'm sorry, Mr. President, I couldn't hear. The,
Resolved furthermore that the Senate of the Philippines
yes,
may recommend to the
yes.
President the withdrawal from the agreement.
Oh, I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Just an explanation, Mr. President. That amendment allows the Senate to be more proactive. The initiative or the idea to withdraw comes from us. Samantalang yung sa last resolutory clause, it's about the President's decision to withdraw. We are asking him to also seek the concurrence of the Senate. But the decision and the initiative comes from the President. Yung ating amendment, it comes from us, but it's only a recommendation, Mr. President.
That's clear, Mr. President.
Thank you, minority leader.
With that, Mr. President, and no other individual. Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close.
One second, Your Honor. Ano nalang, hindi na siguro.
Hindi ba?
Kasi baka iba sila.
Sir, ito na lang po. Any chairperson or any.
Mr. President, there's a ulterior amendment with the permission of the body. On page 11, line 29, page 11, line 29, this is on the creation of the Special Oversight Committee. To add, after the word chairpersons, bale, ito, the following members, Senate majority and minority leaders, and the chairpersons or any designated member of the committee, of the Committees of Foreign Affairs, Relations. So in other words, kung ayaw umupo ng chairperson, they can delegate. If it's all right with our body.
Is there an objection? There
Subject
being
to-
none, amendment is approved.
And Mr. President, subject to style po lahat ng amendments so we can make sure na maayos natin yung mga commas and
Subject to
Any
style, Mr.
Subject to
President.
style.
grammatical
Yes.
errors, subject to style.
Noted.
No more amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With no other individual amendments, Mr. President, I move to close the period of individual amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the chamber, I move that we approve on second reading proposed Senate Resolution number 485 as amended, subject to style.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, proposed Senate Resolution number 485 as amended is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body and upon consultation with the minority leader, upon the consultation with the minority leader, I move to suspend the rules of the Senate, in particular Rule 36, Section 101, in order to proceed to the third reading vote of proposed Senate Resolution number 485. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a motion to suspend the rules of the Senate. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I now move that we vote on third reading on the proposed Senate Resolution number 485. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, voting on third reading on proposed Senate Resolution number 485 is now in order. The Secretary will please read only the title of the resolution and proceed with the voting.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos.
Mr. President, if I may,
Yes, Senator Marcos.
tila nagkaroon ng bahid personal ang sinagot sa akin kanina. Nais ko lamang diinin na ang aking pangangamba ay dulot ng aking paninindigan hindi bilang kapatid sa kapangyarihan, kundi bilang anak ng legasiya ng aking ama, na laging unahin ang maliliit, ang mga nagsasaka ng lupa at ng lahat ng mga nangangailangan. Pahintulutan ninyo akong hindi lumahok sa botohang ito. Di dahil umiiwas sa katungkulan, kundi hanggang sa panahong ito, bigo pa rin ang nakararami sa bukid at sa parang. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. Manifestation is noted.
Abstain.
Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senate President Zubiri.
Yes, na yes. Congratulations.
With 20 affirmative votes, 1 negative vote, and 1 abstention, a two-thirds vote of all the members of the Senate is required in order to make valid and effective any treaty or international agreement per Article 7, Section 21 of the Constitution. There being 20 senators who voted in favor, which number is more than the two-thirds of the Senate is required by the Constitution. Proposed Senate Resolution number 485 is hereby approved on third and final reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, may I move that we recognize the distinguished Deputy Minority Leader to explain her vote, Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
The Deputy Minority Leader is recognized. Please we put order in the session hall.
Salamat po, Mr. President. I wish to explain my no vote to the Senate concurrence to the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Una po, hindi po ako kumbinsido na di natin pinapahamak ang kalusugan ng ating mamamayan. I'm not persuaded that the health and security exception sufficiently protects our citizens from the onslaught of tobacco and formula milk advertisements. Kahit may batas pa tayo na pinagbabawal ang tobacco advertisements, paano nga kung hamunin tayo for non-compliance with RCEP? I note that various EU countries, in their liberalization of advertising services in the WTO, also explicitly excluded tobacco advertising, even though they could have used the health and security exemptions cited by our resource persons. Hindi natin ito ginawa, and I worry that the consequences may be grave and intergenerational. Pangalawa po, paumanhin po, ako po'y hindi kumbinsido na makabubuti sa Pilipinas ang RCEP. I am persuaded by the study of Rashmi Banga, which found that the Philippines' goods trade balance would worsen by US $264 million per year, and it would lose tariff revenues of US $58 million per year. Nahihirapan po ako suportahan ang findings ni Dr. Cororaton, which were obtained using a methodology called computable general equilibrium modeling, which has already been discredited for its unrealistic assumptions. Panghuli po, at pinakamahalaga, at sana ito po yung pinakapakinggan pa rin ng ating mga kasama, I have with me a letter of 131 organizations from various groups around the country. Mga grupo ng magsasaka, mga grupo ng mangingisda, mga trade unions, mga health advocates, mga fair trade advocates. These represent millions of Filipinos who say that our country is not ready for this deal, that we already obtained the benefits from our other agreements, and that we even stand to lose. The calculations for me are simple, Mr. President. Dapa na po ang ating agrikultura. Hindi pa tayo nakakaahon sa pandemya. This is not the time for RCEP. I vote no. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, our Deputy Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before I move for a minute suspension, may I just be allowed to just state for the record that if our colleagues would want to explain their votes in writing, they may do so by submitting to the committee secretariat, Mr. President. I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, February 22, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, February 22, 2023. Yes.